Welcome everyone to the Amazon University Esports Masters. I'm Kashka, joined by Black Boxer, and today we are going to be going through the Group D.
We had some absolutely fantastic games yesterday with Group C, and last week we had Group A and Group B. This is our final group. We've only got 4 groups in this tournament, and we're going to have some banging games today, just as we've had for all of the other groups so far.
Yeah, the groups are definitely shaping up to be interesting, to say the least, and this one, well, this one has a lot of potential, but of course we have the whole day to talk about that. So, I mean, might as well start with the Group C, right? Because that was yesterday. I think it ended up being a lot closer than at least I expected.
Yeah, we had some, inside information out of some of the Grey Warwick members that they were feeling pretty confident about who should be at the top and who should be at the bottom. But instead, actually, we had an absolutely insane matchup where lots of teams taking games off of each other. And you can see that we've got PG Lions and Grey Warwick tied for first, but still we have 2 other teams at 3 and 2 still vying for positions. And because this is a double round robin, all of these teams still have the ability to take games off of each other and come out on top.
Yeah, KTU and UDL are definitely chasing the top 2 packs. So yeah, second round robin is going to be insanely close for that group, I would have to imagine. But of course, all these teams are playing for the prize pool, which we will bring up again, is looking pretty damn chunky.
Oh, that is a big prize pool, and we've said it a million times, but college students, they be broke, and 5,000 euros for the first prize is insane. But still, even up to 5th to 8th, you're still getting 750 euros per team out of that 14,500 K prize pool, and it's insane amounts of money coming out. And anybody wants to win this, it's a little bit of an extra motivator beyond just wanting to win for the clout of it.
Yep. And then we also can see how the tournament is going to be shaping up. Of course, if you are looking to snatch that grand prize of 5,000 euros, we are in the group phase. This is the second week. Then it's only one more week, and then after that, we are gonna go on a bit of a hiatus before the last chance qualifier.
We've had teams on one group per day recently, but for next week we're going to have the groups all mixed up. We're going to be seeing a lot of different groups at the same time, so we'll be enjoying that one. But for today we've only got one group. We're going to be looking at Group D and seeing who can come out on top, because I mean, we talked about yesterday's Group C, which was, pretty even. We've got 2 teams at the top and 2 more teams at the bottom. But Group A and Group B were a lot more one-sided, with one team coming out on top and having a clean sweep so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I do believe we have the schedule of the games coming up today also already, with the first game being AZSAGH versus AI Extra, and, well, we took a look at this group, and basically all of the matches are probably going to be insanely close.
We spoke yesterday about it being a bit of a group of death, but we may have spoken too soon, because this set of groups is absolutely insane. We've got the runners up from last year in this group. We've also got teams that came in 4th place, and we've got a few teams that have no previous UEM experience and yet have the most insane rosters, with people in top 300 of Challenger just sat on them ready to play. And so all of the matches should be ridiculously close and ridiculously hype.
Yeah, like, I mean, just, to start us off with the first match, if people want something to look forward to, AZSAGH, the runners-up of last year's tournament, unchanged roster, and then AX, where they have, the first time we are seeing them in University, in UEM, of course, but, for example, their mid laner relative, top 300 Masters EU West. I mean, like, where do they even find those players is my question.
The fact that they have not been snapped up by an ERL is insane, and yet here they are playing in this tournament. And I mean, will they be able to come out on top and dominate, or will, a very established, same roster as last year out of AZS be able to come out on top? That's sort of a little bit of a difference there. Is this team out of AXI going to be quite as, well-rounded as the other team?
Yeah, and let's take a look at the rosters coming up, starting with the Polish squad, I believe. And there we go. We're going to have Alchemic in the top lane, Crazy in the jungle, Magister in the mid lane, Redeem that in the ADC, and Tomage in that support.
We can see out of these sort of teams, you've got very aggressive top laner from this Polish squad, which is exactly what we saw out of the other Polish squad that we were looking at yesterday, who obviously, as we saw during the standings, came out on top, basically, having some insane run-throughs. And will this Polish squad be able to be the same? Quite possibly. The same sort of playstyle, insanely aggressive top laner, very AP-focused jungler, which can be interesting, very aggressive as well, and a bot side that's probably going to be looking back to sit back, play weak side, and not lose the game for the rest of the team.
Yeah, but not only that, depending on what kind of drafts we will be seeing coming out, there could be that insurance that we've seen from PG Lions yesterday. I mean, AZS AGH were the first seed from Poland last year. This time they are the second time around. So Polish region as a whole looking pretty strong. But on the other side of the rift, we are of course going to see the German representatives, AIX Schwer, and there we're going to have SJ in the top lane, Shades in the jungle, Relative in the mid lane, SG in ADC, and Judimi in support.
Probably looking at Relative here to be sort of the main player who's going to be carrying the rest of the squad. In the top lane, we've got a much more sit-back supportive sort of AD carry. A much more sit-back supportive kind of top laner. And so we've got a little bit of a split map going on where for AZS, they're going to be looking to play around the top side, perhaps, and for AXI, maybe around the bot side a little bit more. And so will the junglers be forced to get off of their pathing, or will they be able to play through the way that they want to? And in this clash of styles, which comes out on top?
Yeah, and I think jungle mid definitely is the duo to watch here for AIX, especially if Shades like the jump champions like the Elise, like, maybe others, some more meta, high ganking junglers. But yeah, I'm always looking forward to seeing people just pop off on those early gankers, and especially when you have someone like Relative playing around, who I will highlight again, looking really strong on paper, and yeah, it's up to them to translate that to the Rift today, and I'm having good hopes for them.
I think they have a good chance. Obviously, as we said, this AZS team came second in last year's UEM. They got knocked out by KSE, but they won their group, and so they're going to be looking to make a repeat performance out of it. But will this new and upcoming German roster be able to throw a spanner in the works? Quite possibly. We've been highlighting Relative, and that is where a lot of the power is going to come from. But if we take a look at his champion pool, he does also play a lot of supportive type mid laners. There's some Karma and there's some Zillion in there. So if your best player can also play supportive roles, it really opens you up. And obviously the supportive roles are still very impactful, and if they are piloted excellently, that could really swing games.
And yesterday, Zillion was a pick that propped up time and time again from the mid laners. Doesn't matter, how good mechanically you are. If you can play Zillion well, that might just be enough for your team to win. So yeah, there is a multitude of strategies available to really both of these teams, you would hope.
There really is, but if we're looking at strategies that popped up from yesterday, it was really the top lanes where everything was going wrong for teams. If your top lane fell behind, even with a lot of jungle intervention, it really didn't matter. As long as your top laner was doing well, you could pull through for a game.
Yeah, that is fair, but I mean, I guess how do we expect that to go? Because SJ doesn't really stand out as, the kind of top laner to go up and brawl with their opponent, whereas on the other side, Alchemic, Camille was the stated favorite champion of his, also Renekton, Gangplank, Wukong, champions like that are all definitely in his wheelhouse. So at least on paper, it does seem like AZS AGH are going to be the team with the edge in the top lane.
You'd imagine so. However, if SJ is able to sit back and absorb all of that pressure, it does allow the rest of the map to be opened up for them. So it really depends on whether, SJ is as good on these big tanky champions, really likes the Ornn, the Malphite, that sort of thing, to just sit back and be safe. You can just sit back on those champions and farm, and Ornn will always be useful, no matter how far ahead or far behind you put them. Once you hit level 14, if games go that long, yesterday we didn't see games go that long in general, but once you hit level 14, everybody's going to be getting extra items, so whether or not you're powerful, your team can always be powerful around you, and you provide enough CC that you really could still be doing things for your team. And so will Alchemic be able to exploit the fact that they're not against a particularly high priority player? I mean, if not, then the rest of the map could be opened up a lot more if resources are going up into the top lane for AZS.
Yeah, and I suppose that is also where the red side 5 pick is going to become important. I'm not entirely sure which of these teams is going to be in the blue or red side, but I can see the case for both teams. If you're AZS AGH, maybe you want to put Alchemic on a counter pick. If you're AIX, put Relative on something. Okay, we have the confirmation this AIX on the red side. So yeah, if you can get Relative a counter pick on this mid lane, I don't see why you wouldn't. Is the point.
It makes a lot of sense for them to do so, and because there is one player who we're really looking at to be the main focus, you can give them that counter pick, whereas SJ can just pick an Ornn or something safe in the top lane. You don't really have big counter picks to something safe up in the top lane, and so they will have that ability to just sit back a little bit, hopefully.
Hopefully, and then also with AZS AGH being on the blue side, I do wonder where we're going to see that first pick. Most of the time yesterday, I feel like we have seen them go towards the jungle lane ADC position.
Yeah, a lot of the time it was jungle and ADC. We saw occasional picks into the mid lane coming out first, and a few gauntlets being thrown down with top lane picks coming out almost instantaneously. However, it is mainly, as you said, that jungle or bot lane, and it makes a lot of sense to go that way. Once you've picked your jungle, you can really begin building your team around that identity. Do you have a high gank champion? Well, then you want lanes who are going to also be able to provide that CC for gank setup. Whereas if your champion, if your jungle champion is looking to just farm, you probably want your laners to be safe enough that they don't need jungle intervention before 6. So taking your jungler pretty early makes a lot of sense. And the reason that the bot lanes are picking up very early is mainly because they are so strong right now. If you've let a Jinx, an Aphelios, or a Zeri go through the draft, you want to snap it up instantly, or your opponents will.
Yeah, and we have kind of seen in some games yesterday where AD carries started to get in a pinch, that first pick on the blue side can be so valuable. Because if if there are 3 viable AD carries, I don't know, let's just go with, Jinx, Zeri, Aphelios. If let's say those are the 3 picks you want to go for, 2 of them are banned, well, there's only 1 left. If you're on the blue side, you might as well take that.
Yeah, and you can really force your opponents into a bit of a hard spot, because if you do ban maybe one of them out and say, hey, are you going to ban another one or another 2? We're going to get one most certainly. Or are you going to throw all of the bans down at the AD carry role, and then you're leaving other positions open? So having that blue side is very impactful, and yesterday we saw mainly blue side teams winning out.
Yeah, and this is where also there's the inherent advantage of the blue side in terms of the bans, because you get to ban whatever you want. If you're on red side, you want to ban away the viable first picks.
Yeah, it really is a little bit more open for the blue side, and we haven't seen the power of the counter pick so far, but that doesn't mean it couldn't pop up. The red side counter pick can be very impactful. It just depends on if you have a player who really has those counters in your pocket. At this level of play, we're beginning to get to the point where it's less about what you love and more about what is actually meta. And so do you have enough meta picks that you can come around and actually pull something out that is a counter pick, or are you still not really counter picking and just going with what you like?
Yeah, and I mean, I would imagine both of these teams looking to get out of the groups, they will have several champions ready, several team comps that they can execute, and hopefully also a refined playstyle, and maybe we'll see a glimpse of that as we are going into the draft with, as we said, XZSAGH taking the blue side with AIX taking the red.
It's going to be the Viego off the board instantaneously, and I mean, taking that off makes a lot of sense. The Viego has been very strong in the jungle recently. The Veigar coming off on the other side, though.
Yeah, and targeting towards probably Life as well, something we haven't mentioned. Life does like to play those AP bot laners, Veigar, Karthus, is something that AZSAGH could be going for it. Okay, you know what? I guess AIX have their targets set on that bot lane.
It makes a lot of sense, and something we haven't quite highlighted yet is that Life loves to play AP in the bottom lane, which is not what we're used to seeing, but getting rid of it, I'm not disagreeing with them there. People are not used to playing against high AP in the bot lane, and as we saw yesterday, it can work having those AP carries down in the bottom side. So, target banning out Life, that is somewhere that they're probably going to be looking to play around as well. If your bot lane can get ahead and your top lane is also getting ahead, at that point there's very little that your jungler can do, so split across the map. On the other side though, multiple support bans coming out, although the Karma can also be in the mid lane.
That is true. Renata Karma. Also Senna now being taken away. That pick kind of being a flex between those support and ADC positions. That being said, Hecarim first pick, it's a jungler.
Yeah, we said that the jungle might go off the board first, and indeed, it's going to be the Hecarim. So wanting to get ganks off early, so we're looking for high CC in the lanes to be able to set that up. And as we said, we're looking for Crazy to be playing around the top lane, so it makes a lot of sense. But if you're going to take your jungler first and leave the Jinx open, of course it's going to be picked up.
Okay, Jinx and Kindred. We have seen that duo from PG Lions yesterday with the whole support composition. It seems like AIX fancy themselves a bit of dual hyper carry.
That is going to be insane in the late game. Having the Jinx being able to play really aggressive and far forwards and try to get that get excited abilities down, that can be so impactful in your game when they're safe enough because of the Lamb's Respite. The return is going to be a Twitch though, and that's not something we've seen a lot recently.
That is not something we have seen at all, at least yesterday, and I don't recall last time I've seen a Twitch in this game. It's not gonna go jungle, okay, so there we go. I expect Life to be piloting that. That being said, I don't think Twitch support ever got nerfed out of existence.
It did not, so it could still be a flex. I'm not entirely sure if it will be. That Tahm Kench can also be a flex. We are used to seeing it in the support role. It's now more of a top laner, but can really be played in either. So at the minute, the only champion that we really know out of this Polish squad is the Hecarim. I mean, unless they're playing something absolutely insane. will this, yeah, the Ornn going to be picked up for XI, and that's what we were talking about, really highlighting as a champion for SJ. Going with something safe, sit back, try not to die, and it makes a lot of sense when you've got a Jinx and a Kindred. Like, you do not want to fall behind if you are the top laner, because these other champions are going to be able to scale into the late game. The scaling on the side of AXE is insane right now.
It is, but I am looking for them to pick up a mid laner they can play through in the early game, because Ornn, Jinx both seem like lanes that are going to be at least somewhat hard to gank for. So there is work to be done for AIX to finish off this composition in the second phase, as we are heading up to the bans with Ryze being taken off the board.
As you said, for the German squad, they're going to need something they can play around in the early game, because you need high priority, especially in the mid lane when you're playing a Kindred, because of all of the marks. Kindred's going to be looking to invade constantly, and if you don't have priority in the mid lane, invading onto the chickens, or perhaps onto the Gromp where those marks tend to spawn, is going to be incredibly hard.
Yeah, Ari taken away as well. So, yeah, the Polish squad getting rid of some of the mid lanes from relative Yumi as a ban. Actually, yeah, Twitch Yumi was still open. Why not get rid of that abomination?
Yeah, the only thing now is that there's still the ability for a Twitch Lulu, which would still be insane. It's not really the wheelhouse of Tomage. Tomage tends to play more of the engage supports, but definitely has the ability to play enchanters. And with the Silas being taken off of the board, yeah, you do not want to be giving those ultimates over to other champions.
Not at all. Now, I would probably be expecting the support to be locked in here for IX. Some hovers on the Lulu, on the Janna. Both of them would make sense if you're trying to appeal for your hyper carries.
It does make sense, and it also takes it away from the Twitch on the other side, so either one will be good, and it will be the Lulu in the end. Yeah, it's a great pick that goes with the hyper carry of the Jinx, and as we said, it's a great thing to take away from the Twitch. You do not want to play against a Twitch Lulu.
Absolutely not. And now, let's see what the composition of the Polish squad is going to end up being still. Alright, so Tamkench is going to be going towards that support position with a Camille lock-in for Alchemic.
Yeah, we highlighted Camille for Alchemic. Absolutely loves that champion. Is insane on it. And that in the mid lane, I love that. That can absorb a lot of pressure, but can also be aggressive enough to help out the rest of the lanes. This means that there probably is going to be high gank priority up into the top lane, and you can now bring your mid laner all the time.
Yeah, I mean, this is also one of those duo that has been popping up back in the day a lot with the Camille Galio. If you're on the side lane, Camille ults you, Galio ults you can't dodge that. It is GG game over, basically. That being said, Ornn might be tough to kill, and
yeah, that's not what we were asking for.
that is not what we were asking for, but if there was a player in this tournament I would trust to pull off a massive Azir performance, I feel like Relative would be one of those people.
I think Relative will be able to play it incredibly well, but it is not a high priority mid laner. Not versus the Galio especially, will be pushed out a little bit in the early game, will begin to come back towards level 6, and there is the ability, you know, to come back in and find solo kills. I'm not really expecting big solo kills in the mid lane unless Magister is really trying to, you know, go in for fights. This is more looking at these mid laners going, okay, I don't think mid lane is where the fighting's actually going to be at. I would rather go help down possibly into bot lane or into top lane, so there might be a lot of skirmishes around objectives out of both of these teams.
Yeah, I think maybe let's start with AZSAGH. I think top lane is definitely where I expect the focus to be laid down, mostly because after level 6, if you drop the Camille, Hecarim, and Galio into the same lane, well, someone is dying.
Yeah, absolutely. You can lock somebody down with the Hextech ultimatum, and then with the hero's entrance knock them up, and whoever there is, they're going to be absolutely destroyed. And paired with a Hecarim who is quick enough to get up there as well, you can have ganks up into the top lane, or, I mean, if you want to, down into the bottom lane, very quickly before the rest of the champions on the other team have the ability to respond. And so they really have to be careful, this German squad, not to get caught out randomly, because if they do, they're going to have the absolute worst time of it with less members. And as we saw yesterday, having more members to a fight can really swing it for you.
Yeah, the global pressure from the Polish team is going to be big, but I guess on the other side, my big question mark coming into this game for AIX is going to be whether or not they are able to, well, find any early game plays, because going through their lanes, you know, point by point, they are scaling. They don't have insane setup, not at least until level 6.
No, they really need to sit back and be safe. A first blood could be disastrous for this squad. They really have drafted themselves into a bit of a hole. They are very telegraphed in what they want to do. They want to sit back and they want to scale, which is absolutely fine. We've seen scaling work, but we've also seen teams falter. So are the players good enough to not get themselves killed early on? Don't go for anything aggressive. I'm expecting them to just sit back and not try early invades or anything. and just try very hard not to put themselves in a deficit early, because I don't know if they can fight back from it.
Yeah, that being said, just to bring back everyone's memories to yesterday, Pity on that Kindred was able to make a lot of good work in the early game. So let's see if Shades can do something similar as we are going on to the red for the first game of Group D. AZS taking on AIX.
And some pretty insane drafts coming out here. We've got hyper carries in the bottom lane all day, but if you're looking at hyper carries, currently in the meta, the Jinx is much more impactful, and paired with the Lulu, I think it's going to be a pretty oppressive lane once some levels are under their belts.
While that is true, I can't help to notice that Life and Tomic did go for the Exhausting Knight. And when you look at the lockdown of a Tam Kench, if you do manage to find the knockup together with Twitch, that's gonna hurt.
It really is, and clearly they are looking to get their early aggression on and try their best, to take out the opponents, which makes sense. They need to get themselves an early lead. They still have a little bit of scaling. Obviously, the Twitch and the Galio both scale pretty well into the late game, but AZS are probably going to be wanting to play early because they do not win the scaling battle. They may have some scaling, but it is no way more than the German squad.
And this is why I love the boot start for Magister. Going for the Predator and Galio fairly standard, but starting with the boots, able to roam basically from minute 1 as soon as that wave is going to be pushed towards relative.
Indeed, and early on, we're just going to be looking to sit back. If you are the side of AXI in the bot lane, you're not going to want to get yourself killed early on, and you said there's a lot of gank set up here, and so if Crazy wants to come down into this lane, it is entirely plausible, and as such, Crazy has started up in the top side, and so will end up down at the bottom side once they have that levels and are ready to gank.
Yeah, to be fair, both junglers are going to be pathing from the top side to bot side. Shades is spotted out on those Raptors thanks to that ward, and not going to be going towards the Krog, so opting for a faster clear to be down bot lane before.
Indeed, it should be a little bit quicker. The Kindred scales very well, but does not start off so strong without any of those marks. Really, this is a little bit of a coin flip right here. Will Shades be lucky and have the mark spawn on the bottom side scuttle, or is it going to be a bit of a race up to the top side in order to get that one?
Yeah, actually, that is a really good point you bring up. It is a bit of a coin flip for the Kindred players. Let's see where that scuttle mark is going to be spawning. Looking down at the early lanes, no real surprises. Alchemic in the top lane able to bully out SJ in the first few levels.
Nobody is surprised right here. It should be a pretty horrible laning phase for SJ, having to sit back, try their very best not to die. That is the name of the game, but I mean, if they're able to do it, they should be in a very nice spot coming into the team fights, because although the Camille will do a lot of damage, the Ornn will almost always be more useful in a team fight, as long as they're not too far behind.
Shades is now sitting around the scuttle, will be waiting for the spawn. Ah, the mark's top lane.
This is unfortunate, but it can still work out because Crazy looks like they're going to be taking a reset right here. So it is possible for Shades to take this bottom side scuttle and double scuttle by sprinting up towards the top side. Now it's going to be a reset for both of these junglers. Everybody looks like they're happy to just reset, get some items under their belts, and come back out onto the map in a little bit of a, more advantageous spot.
Yeah, but also Alchemic walking down, warding out this Scuttle Crab. Now losing the priority in the top lane because of doing so, but should be able to reclaim it fairly soon. And Crazy will be able to get his hands on this Scuttle. So Shades losing out on the first mark, not the end of the world. We'll see where he goes from there.
And clearly Shades knows that it's going to be gone, has not bothered to move down into that. Crazy is going to look for a bit of an invade, will find out Shades.
Yeah, SJ flashes in under the tower straight away. The gank forces the flash. Pretty successful one from the jungler of AGH.
Now everybody knows where the junglers are, and so the bot sides are free to aggress if that's what they want to do. The mid lane also is a little bit freer to do whatever they want as well. And now that they have that information, they can continue trying to track the junglers through. Understanding where they're going to be and when they can go in for ganks is pretty important.
Is indeed, and now the bot lanes are going to be just peacefully coexisting for the time being. Neither of them are going to look for anything too aggressive. The mid lane, I suppose, again, no surprises there. That is here in the early game having no priority to shove the wave out against Galio.
No, exactly. Oh, as Tomic goes in.
Yeah, he does indeed.
Yeah, I don't think that was going to entirely work out for them. They do have the aggressive summoner spells, as you highlighted. However, early on, the Jinx Lulu is going to be safe enough that they should just be able to walk it out. It's around the level 6 mark where things are going to get a little bit more spicy. Both of these bot lanes do enough damage that they could take out the opponents, but there's a little bit more CC on the side of AZS, yeah. And so it's, you know, they probably do not want to get up into these fights. It's just on whether they can avoid Tomage for long enough.
That will be the question. Now, the first blood still up for grabs this game, starting out very peacefully, and, you know, with the amount of scaling that is there for both the teams, not really too surprising. I would only assume AGH, once those level 6 are going to be hit, are going to look for some more aggressive plays.
You'd have to imagine so, but also I do not like the just complete lack of vision that they've left around this Drake pit. If you are a team that scales worse than your opponents, picking up Drakes to get yourself a little bit of external scaling is really important, and so leaving it over to AXI, who are the stronger scaling squad, to pick up pretty much for free right here, is going to put them even further behind than they really needed to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mountain dragon itself, doesn't do too much, but when it does come down to the soul, it is going to be easier for AIX to pick it up, so a good small advantage to them. The first component items being picked up, the Noon Quivers for Shades and Triple J. We have the Lost Chapters sitting for Relative, and Live taking his recall right now.
Everybody is just going to sit back. Sorry, a little bit of a freeze on my end, and for the minute, I do not think that Shades has managed to pick up. I think it was 1 mark that they've managed to pick up for themselves, so not particularly far ahead on this Kindred. Kindred is so mark reliant, unless you're managing to pick yourself up random kills in the mid lane, as we saw yesterday, but clearly that is not the case in this game. And so this Kindred is going to take even longer to scale up, and that is more time that XI are going to have to sit back and try their best not to get killed.
6. It's hit. Alchemic was going for the hook shot. Okay, maybe a bit too hypey there on my end. But you can see Crazy is sitting around this top lane, and Magister, he just shoves into the wave, disappears into the fog of war, and that in itself creates so much pressure for AGH.
It really does, but also, Shade is going to hop over this wall and meet the jungler.
Yeah, they are going to be fighting down near that red buff. There we go. Crazy actually taken down to half health. The red buff is going to be the point of contention. Here comes the ultimate. I do believe Crazy managed to get that one, but he is alone. Hero's entrance coming in from Magister. Both the shuffle coming out, and Relative going to pick up the first blood. Magister now caught in no man's land. Tries to charge up the taunt, but it's 2 kills for AIX.
And it is disaster for AZS. They have put themselves massively far behind and given kills over to 2 of the best scaling champions that we have in this game.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a, well, questionable outcome. I guess I can see the intention for Crazy trying to go for an aggressive play, but AIX were just ready to respond, and they punish, and now they steal away all those jungle camps as well.
Putting themselves far behind is really not what they wanted to do, but as you said, you can understand what the intention was. You have to be aggressive when you are against better scaling. If you sit back and let the game come to you, it is not going to go well, but now they have lost the Drake down in the bottom lane. They've lost themselves 2 kills, and now they're going to lose a Herald unless Crazy can find a response. And so I'm not entirely sure to the thought process. They did not have the same amount of members coming in, you know, that AXI did. AZS. They did not have the Camille coming in, who is a big point of their power right now.
Yeah, and, well, the thing that I love about AIX, what they did here, is they got the 2 kills, right? They went into the jungle, they stole away all the camps, they took the Herald, so it's not just that this team got 2 kills, they have picked up quite a lot on the top of that.
Really have, and denied so very much from the Polish squad, and this is putting them even further behind. It's only about a 1k gold lead right now, but it can begin to compound, and when you are, you know, the team that does not have the better scaling, you do not want to be falling behind even in the little ways. The bot lane, where we thought there could be a little bit of aggression, has really turned into a farm fest, one of which that is completely even right now, and as such, you know, it's not really a point of power for any of the teams. This could change.
Yeah. Tomage does find the knockup onto Triple J, looking for the stun flash, Devour coming in, but we also have a fight going on in the jungle with Shades. Gonna pull with that Lamb's respite, and there is the fight, gets them out of the Kindred. All that is going to be a 1-for-1 though across the map. Jadimi now trying to come up and escape, flashes over that wall. Relative still up and healthy. Crazy charging up the devastating charge onto Relative, but he's just dead as Shades, picking up the kill, hopping forward, looking for life now, picks up the double on the Kindred, and AIX will win this fight.
AIX have exploded onto the map right here off
Okay.
of what was over-aggression from all of the Polish squad members. They went in way too far. They had decided to take a fight on two fronts, and as such, they were split up across the map, and it looked like it may have been going well for AZS, but in the end, it ends up falling down with multiple kills going over to the German squad, and now this Kindred is so accelerated onto the map that they're going to be able to bully out for those marks and continue scaling to the point where they may not be deal withable.
Relative picking up the mythic now. The Leandris on the 0. It's a pick that takes time to scale, but once you hit the items, is going to hurt a lot.
It really is, and the only place in which this has gone a little bit well for AZS is into this bottom lane. There was a kill picked up for life, did end up also going down for it, but possibly the ability to go in again. This could be a gank attempt onto the bottom lane.
Yeah, Magister gonna charge up that Predator. No flashes for the bot laners. There is the Justice Punch Wild Growth coming out as well, and Triple J is under the turret, all nice and safe.
You can see the Wild Growth out of Jadimi has just saved Triple J, and now there is a possibility for a counter gank. Shades is down here. I don't think anybody's going to take this fight. No, it's just going to be the Rift Tower popped, and so can try to put gold into the one lane that really needs it right now.
Yeah, that Herald is going to get the charge live. They're not even going for the eye, just letting the full health charge to be coming through. But Triple J now, without the support, is going to get exhausted. Dragon picked up in the meantime, but the AD carry is going to fall. So live cashing in on a kill.
A Drake for AD carry trade. It is pretty worth... Oh, no!
Okay, that's not what you want to do. Relative bops him under the charge. Crazy going in deep. Hero's interest coming down. Shades is going to be the target, but he is just hiding around. Relative. Also, they kill it. Shades is still alive. Now getting taunted up. Tom H is going to use the power onto his teammate, and Magister trying to get away. Justice Punch away to safety is going to fall down. There we go. Lily Andrews burn for the double for Relative.
And everything is going badly for AZS. They keep going for over-aggressive plays and getting caught out. Relative is piloting this Azir to perfection, and it is beautiful to see.
And AGH are the team that is coming into this tournament as the runner-ups. And in the very first game, AIX, a team that is their first showing in this tournament in any edition, it just comes up with a game like this.
And you can see the just power that Relative has on a champion that didn't play particularly well in the early game. You don't expect Azir's to be very impactful in the early game, but as soon as that 6 was hit by him, he's been just using these Emperor's Divides to perfection, constantly managing to destroy people by just catching them out of place. And we had highlighted Alchemic as a, highlight place and a lot of power that Poland were trying to put down, and instead it's just gone badly with Alchemic going in way too far and being caught out by the Emperor's Divide every time.
Yeah, and in terms of CS, only marginally ahead. The team just wasn't really allowed to play around the midfields. Like, SJ got ganked once, forced to flash away, and that was it. Other than that, no attempts were made by AGH to look for a topside play.
No, and because of the oppressiveness of Relative, what the Polish squad were really trying to do with roaming the Galio around the map has not been able to come to fruition. He's been forced to sit in that middle lane and catch waves that are now beginning to be shoved in with such efficiency by the Azir. And as such, they can't find those ganks into the top side, into the bottom side. One was, pulled off successfully, but they're also bleeding out on Drakes, and this means that they are so far behind right now. I mean, it's only 3k, but it's feeling worse and worse because only 3k when you have the scaling isn't so bad, but when you don't have the scaling, every bit of gold you're behind is gold you're not going to reclaim via items later on.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess live on this Twitch, there is some scaling there, and in order to give a bit of hope to AGH, I do want to make the point that their 1-3-1 is looking pretty good later on.
Yeah, they can definitely find some things going on. This bot lane is beginning to scale up, is having a nicer time of it. What we mean is that the top lane is not working so well, which is where we were hoping for. We said, can SJ... That's a lot of damage on Tomage.
Gonna get blocked by life.
Oh boy, that is a lot of damage, and you can see the power coming out of the double AD carry role. Having these two hyper carries that you can really play around, and a Nazir who's both laying down damage and has the ability to keep them safe. This whole AXI squad has drafted themselves a beautifully synergistic team composition that has a clear identity, and they're playing around its win conditions perfectly.
Yep, taking their first tower as well, extending the gold lead to 3,500, and it's a Hextech soul as well. They already have the 2 Drakes, and now they're going to be looking for Magister. Shade's going to get sped up by Jadimi. Magister might be all of trouble. Okay, XJ is just behind everyone for some goddamn reason. AGH are going to try and go for the spy. The Onslaught of Towers is going to be coming in. Shade so incredibly over relative. It's just unstoppable. It's a bloodbath in the jungle, but it's the one in favor of AIX. As Crazy tries to get away, Tom H flashes towards the mid lane. It's a 2-for-1, and AIX stand their ground.
You can see the beautiful combo that comes out every time and is keeping Shades alive for longer. Does end up falling in the end, but pops the Lamb's Respite and then the Emperor's Divide to push everybody else out of it, allowing Shades to survive and continue to lay down damage. Does so much.
Is going to open up with a spray and pray, and Triple J is dead. That is AGH reclaiming 1 kill in this mid lane.
You can see the fact that life really is the highlight point right now for the Polish squad. Everything is running through life. When they win out fights, it is because life is dealing a ton of damage. Has gone with the Gale Force and so is not doing quite so much, but has a little bit of extra safety versus a lot of mobile champions over on the German side. And so it makes a lot of sense to have gone this route and is managing to duck and dive around things enough that currently it is going beautifully whenever life is there. But whenever life isn't there and Shades is, I mean, AXI is laying down insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, and I'm also kind of wondering what is going to happen when we have an actual pitched battle with the Ornhorn with the Emperor's Divide coming in, but there's a fight in the mid lane. Relative going to get aggressed on, has to blow the stopwatch, dodges away from the tunnel. While coming in line is going to get engaged upon with Relative. Going dominating. Magister is buying quite a bit of time, but for who? There's no one from AGH to pick it up, and Alchemic now getting run down in his own mid lane. Nice onslaught of shadows. You hit all 5 members, crazy, but you know what? It doesn't matter.
The Emperor's Divide out of Relative every single time is denying some huge piece of CC or engage out of the Polish squad, and every single time it is going in their favor. Life just getting destroyed. Life was the big point of, pride right now for AZS, but as soon as Relative just decided, hey, I want you to die, was able to go in and just destroy people.
Yeah, and AIX are making a statement in the first game. I mean, we dubbed this the group of death. It is going to be the group where it's so hard to predict which team is going to beat which one, but in this game, it is AIX with a draft that they know, executing it as it should be.
It is just beautiful, but still, they're not massively far ahead in gold. They are enough ahead in gold that they're going to continue to destroy people, but they have not accelerated their lead too ridiculously. There is still definitely a chance for AZS to come back into this game. It is not completely out. They need to continue getting life, more kills, more gold, and a little bit more support. Currently, we've not seen Alchemic in on any of these fights, has just been sat up in the top lane, whereas SJ has been trying to get involved and using the Ornhorn throughout all of the team fights, really creating a lot of disruption so that life is not able to kite around. Oh, as we're going to go into a pause here. Hopefully we'll get that resolved pretty soon.
Hopefully, indeed. But it does give us some time to really recap the state of the game. We are 1 dragon away from a Hextech Soul on a team that has Kindred, Azir, and a Jinx.
Yeah, this is not going to be a good time. I think the only part of this composition currently that is not working for AXI is the fact that they may not really get all of the upgrades out of the Ornn because they're going to end the game too soon. I mean, it is just insane the way that they are always having more members to fights, which is what we were highlighting as a good point out of the AZS composition. They had the Ornn in the mid lane, and yet, they had the Galio in the mid lane, and yet the Galio is not the one roaming around the map. It is instead this Azir getting all across and always laying down the damage.
Yeah, it really feels like the squad of AGA just weren't allowed or did not execute on their comp, because you look at that and you say, yeah, it should be AGH with the global pressure every time, but no, it is AIX, as you said, rotating, picking up kills. We now have Shades and Relative huge on their respective champions. Triple J is also massive, let's not forget. So how do AGH come back into this? The goal lead isn't insurmountable. I believe 5k was last time I checked.
Yeah, it is not to the point where they cannot fight their way back into this game. What I need to see is Alchemic actually getting involved in these fights, other than going flying in and getting, knocked back under a tower, which was an unfortunate play out of them. We haven't really seen them in any of these big 5v5s, not laying down the damage. This Camille can do insane things. If you can pick somebody off, hookshot wall dive over, and, grab somebody, maybe Relative, I don't think you'll be able to get onto Relative, but possibly Triple J, and assassinate them down, you can have a much better time coming into these fights, and at the same time, Life and Tomage is really where we are looking right now. Can the rest of the members play around this Twitch, play a sort of protect the president comp and keep Life alive? Because, as we've seen, the Spraying Prey can do insane amounts, but are they allowed to survive, or, is the high mobility out of AXI too much to overcome, and will they be able to just jump into the backline, kill Life, and destroy the rest of the team?
Yeah, those are the big questions. And then also on top of that, to complicate things further for AGH, the Lamb's Respite, the Lulu, they all can keep everyone nice and healthy. But we are going to go back into the game. Let's see, AIX, dominant position 18 minutes in. Let's see if they can continue this.
Yeah, they need to just continue snowballing up. The big fight right now is going to be around the Dragon. I don't think that AZS have the ability to sit back and concede this one. They're going to have to go in for it. And so will they be able to teamfight around it effectively? You have got to play around the Emperor's Divide. And clearly, what they've been doing so far, which is jumping onto Shades, is not working. You cannot assassinate out a Kindred. You need to find Triple J or Relative too far away from the squad, or perhaps even a pick onto Jadimi, able to just try to swing the team fight in your favor and bring Alchemic down. The TP is not up yet, will be up in time for the Dragon though, and so everybody needs to sit back, set up, not get yourself killed before it spawns, and then come into this team fight with as many items and as much of a clear head as possible.
Yep, and Zhonya's now going to be picked up for Relative as well, so yeah, that's gonna be really tough, because now that's another target that you won't be able to touch for 2.5 seconds. I mean, yeah, I do not envy AGH in this position. Magister also caught out running the wrong way towards the enemy. Tide is gonna try and make sure that Shades cannot get this kill.
Magister getting caught out is just gonna go on a little bit of a run around, should get taken out right here. I mean,
I think a lot of time, to be fair, does force the ultimate to come out from SJ, falls down in the end, but a lot of resources, well, a lot of time committed from SJ, and you can see AGH are trying to respond on the top side.
It was an entirely unfortunate play coming out of Magister, but made the most of it, managing to give a SJ the runaround, instead fight in the top lane.
Yeah, Alchemic looking for Relative, but that is the Emperor's Divide, knocking him out of the Hextech ultimate, and the Sonias to launch away from the onslaught of shadows. This guy is just simply too damn good.
You highlighted the Zhonya's just coming out of Relative, using it to perfection right now. That is also going to be the Herald place up in the top lane, so that will be all the outer towers taken down by AXI, and they're just going to go onto the Baron instantaneously.
Teleport is going to be thrown in for Magister. AGH, they realize if they don't fight now, they might not get another chance. Crazy is alive, doesn't have the ultimate to get into pit. Baron down to 5,000. Crazy goes straight into the pit, and it's picked up by SJ of all people. And now it's an absolute fiesta in the pit. However, the carries of AX are still alive. Life is not touched, but it doesn't matter because he's going to get destroyed, and that's going to be the late ace coming out of AIX.
That is so unfortunate out of AZS. They had the perfect setup right there for Life. Everybody went in. There was a 5-man knock-up coming out of Magister. It really could have been the best fight for them. Life was able to just spray and pray and lay down as much damage as possible, but it turns out as much damage as possible right now is absolutely nothing. Jadimi might be a little bit caught out here, but if it is a support kill, it is a small bit of consolation, not even that, and really AXI have taken everything.
Yeah, with that Baron now putting themselves at 10,000 gold lead, 1 minute until the Hextech Soul, and they are looking to put this game to an end. They are looking to take a win in the opening match against the runner-ups of last year with, let's point it out, a roster that hasn't changed since then.
This is the exact same roster that made it all the way to the finals, only got taken out by KitSC, who we are expecting to be the favourites. And so this team was, we all expected them to come in really strong, really hot, and be able to take another shot at it, see if they can beat KidSC out another time. Instead, they are getting taken to pieces by this new and upcoming German roster.
Yeah, now they are going to try to fight yet again around this dragon, but 10,000 of a gold lead is going to require a huge team fight to come back from. Life is hiding, but Relative, you can just see the quick damage coming down onto Alchemic.
Life is trying their absolute best to cut around, but this is a 1-item Twitch coming up against 2 or 3-item opponents.
SJ finding a double knockup. Here comes Youngstow Shadow into the back line. This has to be a shutdown. It's being found onto Shades. The Kindred is dead, but Relative is still alive together with Triple J, who's gonna flash forward and able to kill off Magister. There goes the zap, and that's the 3rd kill of the fight. AIX, they lose their jungler, but they still will push through AGH.
There are no junglers up on the map, but everything has gone AXI's way. They can push into the base, so they're also going to send Relative off to take down this Drake. They're going to get themselves a soul, probably also an inhibitor if they want it, and really take everything away from AZS.
That is going to be the Hextech Soul now, and Triple J, you don't want to be doing this, man, with a Hextech Soul as well. 3 items on Relative at 23 minutes. This is looking dire for the Polish squad, and that Hextech Soul, the Baron, is going to be running out, so they do get some breathing room.
Indeed, they will, but it is absolute slaughter right now out of AXI. AZS are once again finding themselves good fights, managing to take out Shades incredibly quickly. That could have been the start of a very good fight. Life, once again, managing to sit back and just take, lay down the damage, spray and pray through members, but it is not enough.
Oh my god, Life is half health straight up. There is the teleport coming in from Alchemy. I mean, you have to command AGH. They keep trying for those plays, but I don't know how much you can get here, really. Alchemy is almost dead. Oh, again with the massive shuffle. And that's gonna be the one that puts the final nail in the AGH coffin.
Highlighted Relative. That was insane right there. Relative just coming in with the insane shuffle is going to manage to take out all of the members of AZS, and oh my god, it's a slaughter.
Yep, that is going to be the game, you have to believe. The death timers are too long. There's one single cannon minion, but here comes SJ. He can tank the tower forever. What a performance. 24 minutes on the clock. AIX are going to come in and they're going to destroy last year's runner-ups and take their win in the opening match.
AXI Sure are the people to watch in this group all of a sudden. We did think they were going to be impactful, but we didn't know they were going to be able to absolutely dominate. As you said, the previous runners-up, that was just insane play. Relative needs to be watched by everybody. They are playing out of their minds on a champion who we thought was going to struggle a little bit in the early game. Instead, comes out and just dominates people all across the map, rotating more members, having more people to the fight, and just playing them better than their opponents.
And, well, I don't think we need to really say who the MVP is. I mean, we're going to anyways. It's Relative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not a lot else you can say right here. That was true mastery of a champion, and as we said, we are surprised that this play has not been snapped up by one of the higher level ERLs. Clearly, they have the ability to play well enough to do so. But the whole squad out of AXI was playing fantastically. I don't think you can put it all on Relative's shoulders. Because they were on a champion that was not going to win so much in the early game, they had to have the support around the map. And actually, I'm going to highlight SJ. We said that they were going to play weak side. We said that they were, going to try not to lose. And I think they did a commendable job of that. They ended up putting themselves in a nice enough spot where when they came into fights, they were laying down enough damage, enough CC to protect the members. And so if you have a very strong bot side, a very strong mid, and then a top laner who will not lose on weak side, that is a recipe for success.
Yeah, and we are going to go into the replays for this match as well, just to see exactly how it all turned out. And yeah, I do agree, SJ just not allowing the side of AGH to do what they wanted. They wanted to try and play around that Camille, I feel like, with this draft, and that just could not happen.
No, they really couldn't, and it ended up all being on top of Life's shoulders down on the Twitch to do things, and they were positioning well. They were always the last person to die on the AZS roster, so everybody else in front of them was getting taken down too quickly, but unfortunately, once the Twitch was behind and once there were enough tanky items out on AXI, it was just nothing they could do. Even with full 5-man knock-up, spray and praise, that's the exact moment as a Twitch you want to destroy everybody, it just wasn't happening.
Right, and I think we've got the replays ready, so we should be seeing them. If I heard the production correct, there we go. Okay, I mean, that just felt bad, because I see Crazy trying to see the play, but no priority from mid.
No, mid laner ends up getting in just about, but I mean, right now, Alchemic, who is your main point of strength is just sat up in the top lane and only gets to the fight way after it ends. And by that point, things were beginning to get quite far down. And here we can see just more fights, the insane amount of survivability coming out of Shades because of that Emperor's Divide. They do end up going down in the end, but it buys enough time for this fight to be won decidedly for AXI.
Yeah, and I mean, the Emperor's Divide Lamb's Respite combo is just so disgusting. And even this time around, when Relative almost got cut out, no, he did not. And yeah, like, if you don't manage to pick up a Relative here, then there isn't too much of a hope. And yeah, crazy, great ultimate. Unfortunately, the rest of the team is already dead.
Yeah, indeed, and the German squad was just playing beautifully the whole time around Life, not really managing to, keep themselves alive long enough for Life to be able to lay down the damage. Here, watch the Twitch in this fight, okay? It is all gonna go the way of AZS. They should be able to win this right now. There's a full knock-up, and Twitch is just laying down the damage with Spray and Pray over the top of this wall. This is the situation where you expect a Twitch to get themselves, a pentakill, and instead just ends up doing basically nothing, especially through the Lamb's Respite, not able to burst anybody out, and in the end, it is going to be an absolute slaughter, and the Polish squad were just put so far behind.
Oh, yeah, this is the highlight clip for Relative. You clip it and ship it, because that was just beautiful.
Oh, beautiful, with the Super Mega Death Rocket coming in on the backline as well, and it's absolute slaughter. This was the play that ended up finishing off the game. And just beautiful plays all the way through from this German squad. We were not sure how well they were going to play because, they are not a team that we've seen play together that much. Obviously, they came through their own regional league and so are a good squad and have played together enough, but they haven't had the same, previous competitive experience on the UEM stage. But still, they've managed to absolutely destroy the Polish squad right here, and I'm excited to see how they go on further. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back after the break, everyone, to UEM, powered by Twitch Student and Intel. I'm Kashka, still joined by Black Boxer, and we are going to have Esports taking on Lekis the P13. I'm not going to say P13 in French because you don't want to see me try.
We're going to call them Les Keys and Astupa,
Yeah.
and we're going to have an absolutely fantastic time. In the last game, we saw the German squad come out on top of the Polish squad. This time around, is it going to be another sort of stomp, or are we going to have a much closer game? Looking at these two teams on paper, I think they should match up pretty closely.
Yeah, and both of these teams are kind of unknown quantities, whereas, before we had AZSAGH coming in as the runners-up of the last team, AIX being the team that we don't know. This time around, we don't have too much ammunition on both of the teams. This Tuba is going to be the first team that we are going to have a look at. And technically, this team qualified last year, though looking at these players, none of them are coming back.
No. The roster is completely different. The team itself has a little bit of history, but the roster is completely new. And so they're a little bit of an unknown quantity right here, especially the fact that the support combox has absolutely no support champions played ever at all. And so we're going to be, seeing what they actually like to play as we go throughout the day right here. But I think this is another one where we're going to be looking a lot more towards the top and the mid lane as the priority, and so probably the jungle going to be playing around that top side, whereas on the French side of things, it's a little bit of a different story with a lot more focus probably going down into the bot lane.
Yeah, you've got, Zeri, Kaiser, Zaya, all champions that can be played around a lot. Also, Banner on that support. I don't think those are the support champions we are going to see more likely to go towards the meta, but I'm excited because I always like to see teams play around bot lane. It's interesting, and today and yesterday, I don't think we've seen that much of that, so this is what I am hanging on. But even then, when you look at the favorite champions for Shyways and Genos as well, very viable lanes to play through.
Absolutely, really has the ability on this French roster to play basically through every single lane, which gives them a little bit more flexibility than perhaps the Slovakian roster really do. And this could be quite impactful depending on if they want to play into the same style as their opposition, or if they want to switch things up. Playing opposite styles has worked so far for teams. We saw last game we had an early game composition versus a very late game composition. The late game composition came out on top, whereas a lot of the champions that the Les Keys members like to play are actually very strong in the early game. And so I'm not really sure whether they're going to want to play very early game focused and try to run through their opponents, or if they want to play scalings and give themselves a little bit of insurance.
Yeah, and I guess it comes down to execution at the end of the day, right? Because if you are comfortable with the kind of comp you're drafting for it, I don't think it matters too much whether it's early or late game. That's what we've been seeing so far. It's just how well you can draft and how well you can play what you drafted.
Yeah, indeed. If you can play what you've drafted perfectly, you're going to have a great time. We're going to highlight Relative again from the last game, was playing a late game champion and yet played beautifully in the early game. And so if you are playing something you're very comfortable on, one of your favorite champions, then you should probably have a much better time. I mean, if I'm going to look at either of these teams, I'd really like to see something with the jungle that's very impactful in the early game, has the ability to get your lanes ahead, because so far we've not seen junglers really as the main carries. Not yesterday, a little bit in the last game, but for the most part it's junglers who have managed to get their laners ahead where they've really found success.
Yeah, and that is always a two-sided thing. You have to have junglers that can gank, and also you have to have laners that can set up. But when we look at these two teams holistically, I guess are there any differences that stand out immediately in terms of how they might want to be playing?
Quite possibly in the middle lane, where the mid laner, for Les Keys really likes to play assassins, things that are very up in your face, the Diana. We'd only really see that in the jungle, possibly a flex that could be coming out, but playing things that are very aggressive, a little bit more of a coin flip type champion pool, whereas on the other side it's more control mages, it's more sit back, try to be helpful for your team rather than you yourself being the main carry, and so that could be a little bit of a discrepancy that possibly the Les Keys team could exploit.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Shuba and like, has got quite a few of those roaming mid laners in the champion pool. Last game, Magister on the Gallia wasn't able to quite execute on that, but maybe given, different comp, different teams, different players, we are going to see those roaming mid laners utilized to greater effect.
Yeah, quite possibly, and I would really like to see that because the roaming mid laners can be incredibly impactful. If you're able to get a TF up into the top lane, that can really swing things, and throughout, these past couple days, we've really seen how much top laners being in control can help you out, whereas if you're trying to just sit back and absorb pressure, you know, if you're able to do that effectively versus someone who's really trying to beat you out and has an aggressive champion, you're probably going to win the game. Both of these top laners, though, like to play aggressive picks. And so is it going to be, I mean, if we look at these two top lanes, they have almost identical champion pools. Love the Fioras, the Jaxes, the Aurelias, that sort of thing, where they're going to be fighting into each other. So will the top lane be massively explosive? I would love to see it, but if it is, then it's more on the junglers to see if they can swing it one way or the other.
I mean, explosive top laners have been the flavor of the day yesterday, so honestly, bring it back, have both of these top laners play bruisers, one of them's gonna win, one of them's gonna lose, and that will influence the rest of the map massively. Last game was a bit disappointing. Weak side Ornn won. I mean, who likes to see that? I mean, I know plenty of people that do, but I personally just have something aggressive.
Yeah, if you've got two aggressive champions, you can count in some explosivity in the top lane, and it really frees up your bottom lane to sit back and play weak side, which is more the meta right now. Even with the very strong AD carries like the Jinx, if you do let those go through draft, they really do like to just sit back and scale up and not go for massively early fights. And so having very aggressive top laners means that your bot lane can sit back, and your mid lane can either play roaming or just try to keep themselves in a nice spot up until team fights, where hopefully you'll be able to win.
Yeah, and since this is also the second game of the day, I do wonder if the production could let us know at some point within the next few minutes, what are the scorelines of these teams coming into this game. Would be interesting to know, are they coming off a win, are they coming off a loss, how are they going to be looking tempo-wise coming into this match?
Yeah, I mean, tempo can be almost everything. We've seen some teams yesterday really heat themselves up, but other teams, coming off of hot streaks, beginning to cool off eventually, and every single win matters. It's a double round robin, but you don't have that many chances, to win out. You have got to pick up every single win that you can, and so coming off of a, devastating loss perhaps in the first game can really put you back and put you in a mental boom position. Will you be able to shake it off in a long tournament like this? You have got to be able to.
Yeah, I mean, 10 games you have to play, but there are 6 teams in the group, only to make it out. So honestly, losing as few as 4 games can already be, making it impossible for you to get out of the group, of course, depending on how the other teams do. So yeah, you have to really pull yourself together, make sure you are picking up every single win, because that is going to matter at the end of the day.
It really is. Every single win is going to count. In Group C, we saw a lot of back and forth, some teams who we thought were going to just go 5-0, really faltering and falling down, and some teams who we were not looking at particularly strongly, popping back up. If we're looking at these two teams in the context of their whole group, we don't know a lot about them already, but if you look at them just sort of on a relative scale to everyone else, they are perhaps not the strongest teams. However, we didn't know that much about the German squad in the last game, and they ended up coming through, so either of these teams could well be a dark horse contender. It'll just be interesting to know whether or not they're coming off of a win or a loss.
Yeah, I mean, spoiler alert, no challenger players in this game, so we're not going to have another relative in here. So technically, looking at the ranks, yes, we might see these two teams as maybe not having as much of a backing as AIX behind them, but we've seen yesterday, we've seen the matches. I mean, for me, KTU was definitely one of the teams in Group C that ended up surprising me a lot. So this time around, we have 2 teams coming in unknown, and yeah, they can make a lot of noise as well.
They definitely can. Both of these rosters have the ability to play really well, and ranks don't entirely matter when you come into competitive. If you are able to play well as a team, well around your jungler most likely, you are going to be able to find success. Both of these junglers have pretty similar champion pools really as well. There's a lot of parity on both sides of this map, of both sides of this game even. And so will they be able to find tiny little advantages? Is it going to be a split map situation where one decides to focus top side, one decides to focus bot side? Or are these junglers going to go with something perhaps more skirmish heavy? We've seen a lot of Xin recently and really take the fight to their opponent.
Yeah, and you kind of mentioned a point in passing that is actually really interesting. It's that individual versus team skill. I feel like quite a few games that we have seen so far in the tournament have been won by the individual skill of players. Though I would argue, last game that we saw on stream definitely was AIX playing more cohesively as a team. So, well, in my opinion, if you're as a team manage to find success as a team playing as a 5, that already puts you in a tier above all the other teams.
It Really does. 5 individual members, even if they are better in skill, are never going to be able to beat out 5 players who are really playing together as a team. This is overall a team game. I mean, it may not feel like it in solo queue, but it most certainly is at this level. If you're able to have the rotations, I mean, that's what we've really been seeing. Who is able to get the most members down to fights constantly? That's really where the roster of Poland fell down last time. They did not have their top laner in any of the fights, despite them having TP, never actually getting down. So will Zoix and Shiwazi be able to come down into all of these fights, get themselves involved in the fights down in the bottom lane, or will your support maybe roam up to the top lane? We saw some insane roams out of supports in the last set of games we had yesterday. If your support has the ability to just move across the map, be able to destroy anybody, all of a sudden you have more members, more damage, you're going to win out on these fights, and so that could be the swing factor.
Absolutely, and well, even in that very early fight where we had crazy in the enemy jungle, the support of AIX was there to help all the way through. So actually, yeah, let's focus this game on the early game rotation. See which team is able to have more members in the key locations on the map in order to find the fights, because I'm starting to see a bit of a trend in those games, and it might as well be the deciding factor as yeah, I believe the draft will be kicking off any moment now, so I'm excited to see, well, which sides these teams are going to be on, what is going to be the priority, where are the bans going, all questions that will be answered very soon.
And if we are looking at early rotation, who's getting the most members, then you have got to have lane priority. You cannot just abandon a lane that's being pushed out from under your tower. Even if you pick yourself up a kill, you're going to lose so much XP and gold. And so early lane priority could well be what is, the biggest, most impactful thing. The Diana being taken off the board instantly out of Estuba, and that makes sense as it is a flex that can go between quite a few members on Les Keys.
Yeah, we mentioned Nifaushi liking the engaged mid laners. Basically, I think the way I put it, at least in the prep, is if it's an AP champion, if it likes to go in, I think the guy can play it.
Yeah, it really can be. The Jinx also going to go off of the board. The Jinx has been slipping through bans recently, and it's not been going well for the teams who have allowed it to go through. It's been picked up in every single game. It's gone through the bans. It is so strong at the moment, not been nerfed out entirely. Taking it off the board makes a lot of sense. Another possible jungler coming off of the board with the Hecarim as well. We said early ganking priority. That's the champion you want to do it on.
Yeah, and Hecarim, Jinx, Diana, this also feels very much like targeting more the meta champions, the things that we have seen in competitive for a long time now that teams are just reliably falling back on. And there we go, Lee Sin, that's a bit more personal.
Yeah, that is a much more personal ban going towards TJ. The Lee, once a Lee begins to get on a rampage, can duck and dive around the map enough that they're going to be able to take out almost any member. And so taking it off the board really, helps a lot. The Viego going off the board, so this is possibly 3 whole bans going towards Smite.
Yeah, that is a lot of junglers being banned away. Begs the question what you're going to pick. I mean, Xin is still open, but Lakis can't just ban it now.
If they ban it out now, all of a sudden that jungle champion pool has been squeezed out massively, with a possible 5, certainly 4 bans going that way. It is going to be the Zeri off the board, and so we can see the real difference, with Estuba very much focusing down onto the jungle, and instead Let's Keys are focusing down into the bottom lane.
Yeah, now that first picks, let's see if it's gonna be the jungler. I would assume so. I mean, Estuba, you just don't ban 3 for jungler. Okay, maybe they do. Maybe you do you.
They're going to take the common. This is another flex. Could go into the middle lane, could go into the bottom lane. We've seen it mainly mid recently. However, when paired up with very aggressive bot laners, it deals a lot of damage, can certainly, hurt enough that you can bully out your lane opponents. But as you said, not taking a jungler right here means that there is the possibility of Les Keys picking up the only remaining, true priority jungler of the Xin. And then all of a sudden, you're in not the best spot when it comes to having the best jungler. Gonna go with a Xayah, and we have not seen Xayah in forever.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I saw one recently. Can't remember. Anyways, it is going to be
newer patches.
That is very true. But Xayah and the Xin taking away that jungler that we mentioned has slipped through the bans. I just want to see them play around bot lane. I'm going to be honest. Whenever there's a Xayah, I want to see people play around this champion.
Yes, safe enough that can be left alone if your support does want to roam away, but also has the ability to lay down enough damage and CC with the kit that you can gank set up enough for Smite to come down here, and Xin Zhao is a very high ganking champion. Being returned with the Volibear would make a lot of sense. The Trundle as well, that's a lot of gank setup. Has the ability to come in and fight into anybody, and also if there's a big tank, either in the support role or in the top lane role, there's going to be a lot of extra resources going down onto TJ.
Yeah, kind of already negating the potential tank picks. That being said, the play here for Lakis could be just, let's not pick a true tank. They go for, well, engaged supports don't really build tanky items until 3 items, and top lane you can build a bruiser, but we will see what they go for, as Jhin is going to be the AD carry of choice for Stuba.
Yeah, Jhin Karma, if that is the bot lane, is going to be very strong. That's a lot of poke, a lot of long range damage you can lay down, and laning against that is not going to be fun, especially in the early levels. And with a Nautilus Xayah in the bot lane, that is going to be very much poked out. However, the all-in is going to be very potent on Les Keys, and so it's going to be a little bit of a, can you poke out your opponents to the point where they don't want to go all-in? And if not, then you're probably going to get killed if the hooks can land.
Yeah, the kill threat is kind of insane. When you look at Sirius and Combox, they're not gonna have that much to escape. That being said, Karma could still go on to end life in the mid lane, so the bot lane not necessarily locked in, but we are seeing the bans come through, and the keys do believe it's Karma support, as Vex is going to be banned.
Yeah, it makes sense for it to become a support. The Karma Jhin is a good combo, enjoys being played together because of the poke ability. The LeBlanc also being taken off the board versus Nifoshi, and it takes away a lot of the roaming potential, which is kind of what you want to do at the moment. We've been talking about rotating more members, and the LeBlanc is mobile enough that can pop up in the bottom lane or the top lane whenever you want to, and instead of the assassins is going to be more of the control mages being taken off of the board for endlave.
Yep, that's Syndra by the way, but a lot of bans towards the mid laners. Top laners having it easy this game. It seems like no bans so far dedicated towards that role. Let's see if Ashiba are going to break the pattern, or if they're gonna ban another mid lane.
If it is another mid laner, then the top laners have free choice, and it could well be a counter pick for Shiwazi if they want to, you know, really take the fight in. Finally, a top laner is going to go away, so it's not an entirely free choice. Now, is it going to be a counter pick for the top lane or for the mid lane? I'm kind of expecting the mid lane to be picked up here, but you can leave the counter pick into mid as well, because there are so many taken off the board. You'd be digging really deep into your pockets.
I think it just kind of depends where do the keys want to have some more, you know, I'd imagine engage or follow up, at least is what this comp is missing. You know what, why not pick a flex pick?
Yeah, or just do both. Both absolutely works too, and I like that. I like leaving that flexibility. I always think leaving top or mid till last is the best decision, because you can then get a very strong counter pick. And if you do have these flex picks that you can, you know, pull out, all of a sudden, if you are Estuba, you're not in a good spot whatever you do.
Well, let's see, what do they do? Right now, Karma, Trundle, Jhin doesn't really have the semblance of a dedicated team comp. That set for the engage is going to be picked. Could be set support, could be Karma mid. I just do want to point that out.
It could well be. I would imagine it's going to be set up into the top lane and Karma in support, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. It's the name of the game being flex picks. I mean, if we're going to be really crazy, you could still put the Trundle down into the support role. If that gets locked in, that is a lot of damage scaling, and so Estuba are going to be able to play around the late game very effectively.
Yeah, they've got that scaling comp with the Victor Jhin as the damage. You've got Silas for the engage and support as well. Trundle, right now not having too many tanks to steal resistances from, only that Nautilus. Let's see what the last pick is going to be. That is the Renekton for Shiways in the top lane. And so yeah, not going for a true tank.
No, and it makes sense when you're versus the Trundle. The true tanks are going to have a pretty bad time of it. Champions going into the lanes we expect them to go into. And right now, these compositions have pretty different identities, with a lot of early game focus out of Les Keys and a much more scaling composition out of Estuba.
I definitely agree. I mean, just looking at the mid lane, I feel like Victor versus Akali both have very different ideas of what they want to do with Victor farming, and Akali, well, you want to look for kills.
Especially if this Ignite stays on top of the Akali, that's very aggressive, looking for early mid lane kills, and that's not something we've seen without jungle intervention in the mid lane basically at all this tournament. Really, the mid laners are not finding 1v1s versus each other. We've been more looking towards the top lane or 2v2 kills in the bottom lane for our, you know, outplay action, whereas this game, it could well happen in the mid lane. I mean, the Akali is really trying to fly in and kill the Victor, but not necessarily is the Victor just gonna, you know, lay down and die. Victor can do enough damage back if they are playing well around the Shuriken flip out of the Akali that it could well be very explosive.
I agree with that, but also in the context of what we have seen so far in the Group C, Top lane, it's a Set versus a Renekton, both champions that have the ability to fight each other and that have the ability to win out and go further with it. I just want to see some blood. I want to see some good old-fashioned top gaps.
Absolutely, I would love to see that set. I really like the set. I know I'm in the minority, but I absolutely love seeing the set around because being able to just pick up a Renekton and dump them into the backline of the team, there are some massive outplay options. And the set can go forwards and frontline long enough for the Jhin to be able to do enough damage along the backline that you can probably, lay down. Its set is not a true tank, it is sort of innate tankiness that comes out of that W rather than actual tankiness, but has the ability to keep people busy long enough for the longer range carries out of Endlave and Sirius to actually come forwards and deal enough damage.
We are going into the game for the second match of the day, and straight away, I just want to mention Fabibu on that Xayah going for the Eri, indicating the lethality build.
Lethality build, which does make a lot of sense right here. You've got enough people to burst out. There's no true tanks, as you highlighted, on the Leskeys roster.
Yeah, an early game is going to be fairly calm. Nothing too massive going on. A bit of an invade may be set up for Vision here on the side of Estuba for top side. They are grouping as a 3. Yeah, just walking in for a ward, most likely.
And they're going to get spotted out on this one. Also, sorry, correction. There's no true tanks on the Estuba roster. Going the wrong way right there. Could possibly be caught out if they wanted to rotate any more members. They are spotted here. They are going to go for the invade and take away the buff. So it is going to be a split map. They will know that this is happening for the side of Leskeys. And so if Smite wants to go down into the bottom lane, as there's a fight already,
yeah, Korvok's actually taken very low, will be forced to flash away instantly. Now Mod gonna take probably a lot of return damage. Potions being burned, 2 summoners coming out of the body of Estuba.
Just already you can see the absolutely insane just team fight that can come out of this bottom side for Leskeys. I mean, there is just so much damage and CC that can come out of this Nautilus. You really have to be very careful, sit quite far back. The scaling is probably on the side of Estuba, but they need to be careful in this early game.
That they do. I'm also gonna be looking to see what the junglers are gonna do with this split map. Of course, Smite is going to respond to the challenges. Okay, first blind in the top lane. Shiways is going to kill Zuix.
We said the top lane could be explosive. Unfortunately, we did not see what happened. I have to imagine that everybody decided to just run face first into each other, and you can see the power of the Renekton. Renekton falls off so badly, but does so much damage in the early game that you have got to win out on these early fights. And if you're Zoix, you did not need to give over an early kill to the Renekton. However, this could be traded back.
I mean, it's gonna be a disaster if that goes the way of Shiways. No! How do you do that to him?
No!
Oh god, yeah, well, we have a top gap. I did not expect that when I said it.
Oh, that is abysmal out of Zoix. That was not what you needed to do. Going down 2 kills and blowing the teleport, that is the point at which you type in GG go next if you're in a solo queue game, because it is awful. And the Renekton, who needs to get ahead, is now so far ahead in this lane. Oh boy, this is going to be a terrible time, and clearly TJ knows it, has been forced to go up to catch that wave in the top side, and is going to have to put some attention into the top side, leaving the bottom side with a lot of, set up for themselves to get kills pretty much free.
Yeah, this is a tough start for Estuba to go into this game. Pickaxe, cloth armor picked up by Shioace. Yeah, this Renekton is going to be winning out those 1v1s for quite a while right now. The real question is going to be, what do Estuba go to do now? I mean, you have to find a lead elsewhere, otherwise we have seen how those games end.
It's going to have to be either a mid lane or a bot lane gap, because otherwise Shiwase is just going to be able to run through people as he is right now.
Good flash away from Zuix. I do have to compliment on that, but unfortunately losing the flash now in this lane means you don't get to farm.
It is almost entirely unplayable at this point. There's going to have to be jungle intervention.
Yeah, Modern in the mid lane, though, is looking for Endlife. There is the Assassin's Mark, and Modern picks up the kill. We said we wanted to look at the early rotations, and the support of the keys is putting in the work.
This is the issue with the top gap. All of a sudden, all of the...
no.
Just going to dive and get the kill. That was beautiful out of Shiwase. That is now 3 kills before 5 minutes for the top lane Renekton. Yeah, that is a massive disparity, and because of that, there is now, more freedom on the rest of the map for roams to happen. Mordit knows it, roams up into the middle lane, and gets themselves a kill as well.
Alright, we got early Sheen from TJ, which does work really well with Trundle in terms of the trading. But still no ganks to be found just yet. We've got flashes on every single laner of the keys. Where do you look for ganks for your TJ?
You've got to look for them mid lane. I think you've got to look for the mid lane, but you probably need to wait until level 6 in order for Endlave to do enough damage to really have the setup. The mid laners are going to be hitting 6 within the next minute or so, and so it's not too, disastrous. But also, if you want to go top lane at this point, you're probably going to go down and give over 2 kills to Shuas. And so you have got to sort of abandon that lane, I think, and just ask Shuas to sit back, not to ask Zoix to sit back, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to. They clearly can be dove at this point in time.
Yeah, and in terms of finding CS, there's also not too much you can do. Shuas has been playing around the wave really well, as you can see by basically doubling Zuik's CS. There is another trade. Zuik has used that phase breaker. The Haymaker is up and already gonna buy some time, but after this trade, Zuix, again, he can be dove here. Level 6 picked up by Shuas. The Dominus is available.
Just already gonna be able to slaughter.
I think he's diving.
Yeah, imagining a dive. There is a dive. It is happening too quickly for us to actually, play by play over the top of this, because at this point in time, Zuix is no more than another minion to be farmed.
Yeah, that's a tough way to put it, but it's accurate. I really don't. Well, top lane is all the way in favor of the Lakey's top laner. It has to be bot side, but you can see Modded is basically permanently sitting in the mid lane, and so Endlave, he's playing under pressure all the time.
Just already, Endlave is forced so far back because of Mordit, and even despite that, Fabio has the bot lane out of Astuba pushed back pretty far. Fabio's not sat under his tower trying to farm up right now, is just able to still catch waves and feel pretty safe. Even though TJ is down here, I'm unsure if they're going to be able to get a gank off, possibly looking for Drakes, and this is the way you've got to do it. You've got to get yourselves objectives on the rest of the map. Topside is basically lost. At this point in time, Shuas is actually proxying waves, and so you have got to pick yourself up Drakes in order to keep relevant in this game.
Yeah, and that is going to be the Ocean Dragon. Does help in the lane, if we're going to be very strict about it. Now, Fabipu alone in this bot lane. We'll have to burn the heal to try and get away. That's the flash away. Flash quick, not enough damage, but a good attempt there. Both summoners down from the ADC of Lakey's.
It was a nice try. A kill on top of the Drake would have been a nice little swing of gold still. Picking themselves up the Drake is nice. Unfortunately for TJ, they're going to lose their entire top side of the jungle for it, because at this point, Shuas is killing minions so quickly that they have basically nothing to do, and is instead going to turn to farming all of the jungle camps as well.
You love to see that. Sometimes when you are this far ahead in the lane, you see, I will hold on with that one combo. Flashes away from this kill. Shots will play there. Smite goes in, is going to get exhausted. The pillar is going to come down. That is so much damage, and Combox picks up the kill. First kill for Astuba. Zoic's going to get bullied.
Zoic's just going to have to attempt to give Shuas the run around, is going to survive, but there we go. That is what we were hoping for out of Astuba. They're finding themselves kills and Drakes and objectives down in the bottom lane. This is what they have got to do to get themselves back into this game. Ask Zoix to just sit back, farm up, not get killed again, and instead find things on the rest of the map.
Yeah, but I also do like how she always is thinking outside of this lane, right? You're not going to get significantly further ahead by killing the set over and over again. So he's taking away the jungle camps, he's trying to build leads, and I would imagine the next step is go mid lane, make sure that Endlave doesn't get to play League of Legends.
Yeah, that was a good idea. Endlave could deal a lot of damage once some items start coming through, so putting this Victor behind will put you in a nicer spot. The amount of damage that comes out of just one combo of Shuas is insane, but Zoic's beginning to be able to just survive a little bit longer, not going to get burst out instantaneously, but because of this pressure in the top lane, Smite is going to be able to pick themselves up this Rift Herald. Can now put it top if they want to, but I don't think getting Shuas and Zoix out of this lane is a good idea. Currently, the bullying can continue in the top lane. Instead, try to put your mid laners ahead, or begin to bail out your bottom lane, which has been doing a little bit worse.
Yeah, get the plates onto either Akali or the Xayah. Both of them are going to go for the assassin builds. And yeah, if you can accelerate them that little bit, it gets you over towards the, later stages of the mid game.
And the scaling is on the side of Astuba, so right now they are not in the worst spot. And in the last game, we had a really unfortunate situation where the team that scaled was also the team that was ahead. At that point in time, it's pretty hard to fight your way back. This time around, the team that scales is not the team ahead. They're actually behind, so they will be able to fight their way back into this if they're able to survive for long enough. You just have to stem the bleeding and not compound your losses.
Indeed. There's some nice poke coming in from Combox, and you have to imagine if Astuba want to commit members bot side, they might be able to find a bit of a play onto Fabibu and Modded, but it is Lakis that are sending their jungler and mid laner towards that lane. There's decent vision in the river for Lakis, however there's a lot of defensive wards from Astuba when we look at this bot side.
You can tell that Astuba are just trying to sit back and not get themselves killed. They don't need to get themselves killed right now. If they do, they're going to have multiple losing lanes across the map. A little bit of fight going on.
Curtain call is going to be open. That is the fourth shot dodged away with the first one, but Mod. It falls down to TJ. It is still one kill picked up by Astuba.
And it is definitely a split map right now. Astuba is winning out on this bottom side, and they can begin to pick themselves up more Drakes, stack to themselves towards, you know, that soul point. Right now they've had Ocean Drake go down and a Cloud Drake go down, so we're not going to have a particularly boring soul. It's going to be a soul worth fighting for.
Yep,
and so right now there is enough pressure on the map that Astuba are not out of this game by any means. It is just the top side really that's going so very in the favor of Les Keys.
Yeah, and I mean, Sheowise is doing a really good job of farming up, slowly, you know, starving Zewix out of this CS. And, okay, almost denies the recall here. Will be able to show this wave. So, Sheowise doing a good job. Right now, not at the stage yet where he's translating this lead. And the real question I have is when that stage is going to happen.
You've got to begin to fight as a team around your very strong Renekton has already finished the Mythic. It's at this point in time where if you are Sheways, you want to try your best to take that tower, unlock yourself across the map, and go fight down onto these, you know, objectives. We've got 30 seconds on the Drake. Unfortunately, Sheways has no TP, is not going to be able to get down there, and the rest of the map is not actually in the favor of Les Keys, as that's a defensive ultimate coming out of Zewix.
Yeah, but the steel caps are picked up, so he can survive the combo. As long as it's not an extended fight between Sheowise and Zewix, Zewix can stay alive, and that's what matters. You're not going to kill this set 1v1 unless Zewix makes up a mistake.
Yeah, Zewix would have to properly mess up at this point in time to go down again. It's been pretty good stemming of the bleeding, and this is a fight down here.
Yeah, Fabibu flashes away, no Featherstone, but it doesn't matter. He is out of the harm's way for the time being. The heal gonna come down. TJ looking for the charge, but flash forward from Molly, looking for the slow. There's the root onto TJ. TJ flashes away. Hook connect onto the AD carry of Astuba, and Nifao she already takes down. TJ goes for the double with the perfect execution. The exhaust did not stop him at all. Down to 100 health, and Leif can't close in for the damage. Smile flashes forward, looks for combos, pops down the Crescent Guard. He's going to go down. 3-4-1 is the Guardian of Day for Keys.
That was a lovely little fight out of Keys. They were running away, tail between their legs, and end up being able to turn it beautifully. Enclave still pushing forwards, wants to continue looking for a little bit more fighting, is surrounded by 3 members. This is bold, but in that fight, just more members were there quicker for Astuba, but it didn't matter because the members were on. Oh, he gets the kill!
Hey, the airy MVP, but 1-4-1. Well, Enclave will take it, but it is an even trade.
I mean, if you're Enclave, you'll take that. 1-for-1 is pretty nice onto a scaling champion. Zewix is very far out of position.
Very optimistic as well. Does take the plate, flashes over the wall. But yeah, he's fine. He is actually tanking up Shiwei's damage, and taking a plate after a lane going this badly is a good sign for the top player of his Stuber.
Yeah, Zewix has managed to properly stem the bleeding and is now in a nice enough spot to be able to fight back. The set is still going to be useful and fights will still be able to lay down enough CC and possibly even take Shiwei's, you know, with that ultimate and get rid of the Renekton if they manage to get on top of your carries, and so can still be impactful. And although the early game was abysmal, I'm pretty impressed with Zewix for not continuing to lose. At this point in time, you know, most top laners, especially the ones you're going to find in your solo queue games, are just going to keep losing, are going to keep getting themselves killed, and really solo lose you the game. Instead, manage to sit back, farm it out. It's not as far behind as you would possibly expect. And so right now, actually not in the worst spot, considering for the rest of the map, Astuba are not in the worst spot.
That is true. I mean, overall, still behind. 3,500
Oh,
gold lead
yes.
is a significant one for the keys. And also, Shiwei still is not going to be losing this top lane anytime soon. It's more about, yeah, Suix is not going to get clowned on like in the first few minutes. But I mean, they are scaling. You mentioned that already. We mentioned both of us in the draft. Is Endlife going to get aggressive on the mid lane? Efashi going in with the ult, and that is a Rampage Akali, which new challenger is approaching in the snowball for the keys.
Indeed, that Akali is dealing insane amounts of damage, and it is individual outplays right now.
Yeah, Zuik's gonna get tired of 1-on-2. It's going to go on with a showstopper. Zuik picks up the kill. The turret falls down. Shiwei should be able to finish him off, but going from getting solo kill twice to finally a kill in a 1v2 forces the flash for Shiwei as well. Zuik's just bought so much for his team here.
You can see the power of the set as a champion, even this far behind, still able to fight back, manages to pick up a kill, and it is just nice play out of Zuix. I'm pretty impressed right now. I mean, the early game, as we said, not good, but once again, pulling themselves back in, has now lost the tower, is now going to have an easier time farming up further back away from the Renekton, and even forcing the flash out. So now, if you do want to try to fight onto this Renekton, could well work.
Yeah. However, let's talk about Nifalshi, because we have seen 2 clean fights, now a solo kill as well out of this player, and snowballing Akali is never a good sign for whoever ends up facing her.
No, absolutely not. The Akali will be able to get into the back line, and as we said, there's a lot of squishy members on the side of Stuba. They are going to be able to be taken out very quickly by this Akali, especially with the way that it's being played right now by Nifalshi. And so, you know, if you're able to get into the backline, assassinate out multiple members, it doesn't matter if the others are strong, just not having the numbers advantage could be enough.
Yep, second herald of the game, going to be taken by the keys. Probably looking to knock down this mid lane tier 1, I would imagine. A bit of a nuisance, especially if you're looking to actually contest those dragons. We haven't pointed it out yet, but it is Infernal Soul, and it's a Stupa with 2 dragons.
Yeah, they are stacking their way up towards this Infernal Soul lovely right now, and by taking out the mid lane, they're going to have priority when getting onto these objectives. The Drakes at the moment and the Baron soon enough. And so yeah, that mid lane tower now goes down and locked across the map. TJ is going on a little bit of a run though.
Yeah, we're gonna get caught out though in this river with the depth charge and taken down surely after a while with a kill picked up by Fabi Bunifal. She also takes down Combox in that jungle. So 2 kills picked up by Lakis. Despite all these small wins that we have been identifying for the side of Estuba, they are still the ones falling behind us. I believe Sirius is getting destroyed in the bot lane. Yep, there we go.
Been highlighting nice little plays out of Estuba because they are attempting to get their way back into this game, but it would be unfair of us to say that they are in the nice spot right now. Leskeys are most certainly in an advantage. They have picked themselves up 3 towers to none for Estuba. They are behind on Drakes, but that is really the only point at which they are massively behind.
Luik's taking out the top lane tower. The power of determination, however, does not beat the power of an Akali with 14 Magi stacks.
That is a nauseating amount of damage. Did not even manage to press the Haymaker, did Zoix, and at this point in time, it is really difficult to fight into this composition. As we've said, Estuba do still have the scaling, but they're going to have to stem the bleeding, and right now it's beginning to get worse and worse.
Yeah, they had, you know, hit a plateau in the early game, early mid game, whatever we want to call that, but now, when Nifalshi is starting to pick up the Fabibu is looking for that Mirror Mana soon enough. That's where it's gonna get way worse before it gets any better.
Indeed, you're gonna have to wait a long time in order to get yourself to the position where you're dealing a similar amount of damage to the opposition. And right now in big 5-man team fights, as we are seeing right here, I think that Lesky should have the advantage.
They absolutely should. The red buff is gonna be picked up by, I think, Fabibu. I'm not entirely sure who got that one, but either way, the dragon is the real objective that we should be fighting over. TJ Smite is going to be up in about 5 seconds. Does have the flash to go over the wall if he wants to commit for the steal. Instead, the target is going to be Shio as the dragon. It has been sacked instead. Let's shut down the Renekton. The goal being picked up by Sirius. That is probably a good decision for Estuba. Now, can they get away? Yes, they can, because the keys will drop the chase.
I absolutely love that decision out of Estuba. They were probably not going to win that 5v5. It would have had to be a miracle if they did so. Instead, they saw that Shiwase had gone down to the bot lane to farm, and instead collapse on top of him and get themselves a massive shutdown onto the exact member who you want the shutdown to go on to. ZRS now has a big injection of gold that was about an 800 gold shutdown sitting on top of that Renekton. And that is a huge amount of gold now, putting you towards getting a second item on your Jhin. They were not going to win the 5v5. Instead, they rotate down onto the bottom lane and pick themselves up what I would count as a win.
Yeah, but an overextension to counteract that, and you're gonna get 4 more Magi stacks, so can't have the good without the bad.
Yeah, indeed. It's not all good for Estu, but a good decision is then counteracted by just an overstay. You cannot sit anywhere, without perfect vision right now, because Nifalshi can be all across the map on a very fed Akali. And if you're a Jhin versus an Akali, yeah, things are not going to go well for you.
Not at all. And going for the steel caps as well, which I, again, believe it's the right decision with mostly AD damage, but it does mean if Nihonshi finds you, you have no resistances, nothing to really help you not get one shot. The Baron is up, and we have Licky starting to set up vision in the topside jungle.
You can see some armor penetration coming out of Sirius as well, so clearly they think Shiwas is the big threat, not going to go for full assassination attempts onto Nifalshi or Fabio. I don't necessarily disagree with this. Shiwas is currently the big threat, but Shiwas will begin to fall off. It is the rest of the members who are going to continue to scale, as this is a 20-minute Baron attempt.
Yeah, I don't believe it is going to be, well, Estuba are clearly going to try to steal this one, but TJ is going to have one hell of a gauntlet to run towards the pit, and Combo's going to get caught out while warding with smiting the kill. Nifalshi looking for Zuix, dashing into the backside, going to get exhausted, pops into the shroud. He buys so much time, and Shiwase is coming in 1 versus 4, but get knocked into the wall. Zuix almost dead. Shiwase goes down to TJ. The Baron will be picked up, you have to believe, anytime soon. Nifalshi may be caught out. The curtain call, the second shot goes wide. The third one connects. Second shutdown picked up by Sirius. This point in return for Baron.
Once again, we're seeing the objective being picked up for Les Keys and the kills being picked up for Estuba. They are really nice at kiting back and then finding themselves picks when people go over aggressive. Shiwase expected to be able to jump into the backline amongst 4 members and get kills. Instead, ends up getting taken out. And I think if Combox had not have gone down by being just a bit too far forward, they might have been able to win even more on that fight.
Yes, Chiba are starting to find some pigs. They are also going on to Sirius that Jhin. Once the Lord Dominic's Regard is picked up, it gives you so much more damage against basically everyone on the side of the keys. So, yeah, that's going to be a good pickup.
It really is going to be, and slowly but surely, Estuba are beginning to find their ways back into this game. They're still down massively in gold. They are behind, but if you are Les Keys, you should be winning these fights more convincingly than they are currently.
Yeah. Oh, also worth pointing out, Nifalshi dying lost 10 Magi stacks. That actually is big. Now, well, sitting on only 10.
Yeah, only 10 is still going to be dealing an insane amount of damage, but not the same amount that they were previously. Still, though, the Baron being used to great effect currently, getting down this mid lane tier 2 as well. And there should be a bot lane tier 2. Yeah, Shiwase is pushing down into the bot lane as well. A little bit of flank, though. Zoic's coming in.
For that engage, Featherstone forced out and away, massive face breaker. But do the rest of Estuba have the damage? Smite in the front side is tanking up so much DPS, and like will be able to end him. Fabibu flashing away, the curtain call, the crit goes wide. Nifalshi goes into the fight with the pro belt, and oh no, TJ dodging away from the skill shots, buying a lot of time. However, here comes Shiwase from the bot lane. You gotta run if you're Estuba. They won't be able to do so by anticlimactic.
Shiwase has decided that actually going in amongst 3 members is not the correct decision this time around, but you can see that the damage is beginning to come out of Estuba.
Oh no.
Well, she should be able to get away here. With Combox coming in, is not going to be able to pick up this kill for themselves, and yeah, these fights are still going in the favor of Les Keys. They are pushing down Fabio. It's way too far forwards.
Going to get rooted up with the deadly floor. Sirius dodging away from the blade caller, and that is Zoix picking up the shutdown.
Once again, a little bit of over-aggression out of Les Keys. They keep pushing themselves too far forwards, and it is really not ideal. The reason I keep highlighting how Estuba is doing well for themselves is because they have the scaling composition. Shiwase is going to begin to fall off. The Akali is not going to be able to assassinate people as easily, and the fact that they are going even in fights despite being so far behind is a little bit worrying.
Yeah, now Esports are going to attempt to take this dragon. Fabibu isn't live. This is a 4 versus 5, right? That is the hook connecting. If she goes into the backside, the dragon, it has been secured by TJ, but can Esports win the fight? It's absolute chaos. Serious gonna take down Smite. He's still alive, still in the pit. She goes back in golden kill, but he's going to die anyways. And it's a 3-4-2 in favor of Esports. They take the dragon, they take the fight narrowly, but still. And Curtin Cole looking to pick off Modded. The crit going to connect, but unfortunately first two shots missing means it's not enough damage.
I think Estupa are gonna pull themselves back even in this game. They are fighting beautifully as a team right now. They are always losing members, but that's possibly because they are just behind in gold. They're beginning to close the gap. It was 7k, now 6k. They're going to pick up another objective bounty. With the objective bounty change that came in at the start of this season, if you do not close out games when you're in a commanding position, the amount of gold, small advantages, as Super can pick themselves back up, can really begin to swing games back the other way. And as we've been highlighting from the very beginning, Lezki's composition does not scale that well.
Yeah, they are going to have to rely on the assassination potential from basically everyone. The lethality build from Fabibu as well, meaning that you're not gonna have the consistent DPS that, for example, Victor can provide in the team fight.
No, and Victor's only going to keep scaling up, was put pretty far behind during the early game because of the kills that Nifalshi got, meaning that they were bullied out and pushed away from XP and gold, but now is farming pretty freely, beginning to get items through, and is already dealing a huge amount of damage. And we can also see over-aggression out of Nifalshi, going in on things that perhaps they shouldn't do.
Yeah, so the two deaths really kind of, I mean, losing a lot of the Magi stacks, that is what you are looking for with this purchase. You want to sit on as many as possible. I believe 10 is still enough to proc the movement speed passive, if I recall correctly. So still, you know, having the increased effectiveness of this item, but you always want to be sitting on 25 if possible.
Every single bit of stack that they are losing is bad for them. A little bit of a chase down onto Shiwase is going to get away, and things are beginning to stall out right now. The push onto towers is not that good for Les Keys if they are being matched. The wave clear is a little bit better, I'd say, on the side of Estuba, especially because Xayah, while able to take down towers once she gets onto them, is a pretty short-ranged AD carry.
Yeah, but of course the Baron is going to be up in 30, and the fact that we see the keys get priority across all lanes means they will be able to walk back, destroy any vision, of which there is none for Estupa in this top side, but they will be able to secure themselves the approach to this Baron. And I'm really looking at this second Baron now, because if the keys don't secure the second Baron and finish the game, that's where I'm getting worried for them.
Indeed, at that point in time, you're going to be so far behind on objective bounties that you're going to have the gold swing possibly completely out of your favor. Oh, Combox is out of position.
Will be able to flash away. TJ not getting a low and dead. Quick double kill picked up by Nifalshi. We said they need to start to find something, so he's buying a lot of time, but yes, cannot do anything in the backside. Triple kill picked up by Nifalshi. Is looking for the clean sweep. Endlave going golden serious in the backside, getting held up. Quadra kill. Give the man his penta. Come on, deal with him. Serious looking to bug drive away, but Shiwase connecting. There is the shuriken flip. Penta for Nifalshi and Lakeys. That should be enough to put this game to an end.
Oh, it got a little bit dicey during the mid-game, but a beautiful fight on an out-of-position Estuba is going to end the game for Les Keys. They should be able to push through. No, they're actually going to continue on. That was beautiful, though. We're going to have to see that one again at the end of the game with highlights, because, oh my god, was that insane out of Nifalshi. We'd spoken about the fact they were going a little bit too aggressive, but you have to play aggressive if you're on the champion like the Akali, and by god, was that beautiful.
Back to 25 stacks, back to a commanding lead. This Baron will put them way over the 10,000 mark. They did it. We said, right, if something doesn't happen right now, we're getting worried for Lakis. Nifalshi comes in, gets a pentakill on the Akali, just to top off the performance this game, and that is going to be the Baron buff picked up. And Nifalshi is going into the base. He's already killed combos.
Yeah, that is a disgusting Akali right now. Needs multiple members in order to take them out, and because Akali is such a slippery champion, is constantly able to get away. There's a big chase coming down onto them. Are they going to be able to get away? Push back with the pillar.
She just says, wanna see me do that again? He's running towards Sirius. That's a lot of damage coming in from the Jhin. Dodges away from the Deadly Flourish, running away from TJ, trying to get as far away from this triangle as possible. The Shuriken Flip is going to connect. Here comes Zuix though, down from the mid lane. Okay, what you gonna do? Clearly stuck in a very, very bad place. Pops into the Shroud, dodges away with the Shuriken Flip. Zuix trying to run forward, gets slowed by the 5 Talent Strike. And here comes Enlave with the teleport. That's the flip back, that's the shutdown. But in the trade for the Dragon.
That whole fight trying to take down Nifalshi took so long that an entire Drake was taken. That could have been Soul that they were fighting for a Stuber. Instead, they end up just chasing around an Akali, do get the kill, do get the shutdown, do take them off of 25 Medjay stacks. But still, that was a lot of time wasted, and there are now Baroned up minions that are going to be pouring into the base. It was good to get that kill, but what are they going to lose for it?
Well, it's the last stand, 4v5, so again, Estuba putting themselves in probably the best position possible. 3 items on Sirius as well. Now with that Infinity Edge, the Jhin is starting to hurt. I'm gonna be looking at them and Enlave to try and win this fight. How forced to use the Featherstorm, level 16 as well already. The Feathers pulled back, doing some damage onto TJ. Zuix in the front line, soaking up a lot of DPS. Combox looking for those Qs on this side, and Modern just committing straight onto Karma Smite, going in for the kill. Combox is dead. That's the first kill of the fight in favor of Lakis, and Estuba kiting backwards, trying to kill the minions. That's their priority, not looking for the kills just yet. Gale Force forced but from Sirius. Here comes the Curnicle. Fabibu forced to flash. Remember, no flash now, no further storm as well. There is the crit. It curves its way and finds the marksman of Lakis. Now Estuba, can they win the fight? Nifalshi is almost there, but his members are falling down. Shiues is almost there. Nifalshi finally joins the fight. Double kill picked up by Enlef. Is this too late? Yes, it is. Nifalshi cannot do a damn thing, and 4 kills are found in the base of Estuba.
Only Combox gonna go down for Estuba, and the last stand will continue. They are fighting back beautifully, and they are playing around their composition now that it's online like champs. I mean, they've put themselves in a horrible, horrible position, but they are on soul point. If they're able to fight for that in 3 minutes time, they might be able to push forwards. As you said, if Leskis did not finish off of their second Baron, it begins to get a little bit more dicey, and they have not. We're going to have the third Baron spawning in 3 minutes. This game is going longer than we've seen most games go across the course of every single group stage of this tournament so far. It's just continuing on right now, and I don't know if Estuba can do it. They are in a horrible spot. Still, Les Keys are in the lead commandingly. They are 7k gold up. So, you know, they are not in the nicest spot, but they are beginning to fight back with a composition that has the ability to fight in the late game.
For sure. I mean, against triple inhibitors, there's going to be 0 map control for the upcoming minutes by Estuba, but no neutral objective for over 2 minutes either. So they can afford to farm up. They can get more items onto their carries, onto everyone else. I mean, TJ is now on 3 items. Just look at how tanky he is. No one apart from Nifalshi should be able to cut through him anytime soon.
It looks like the play for Les Keys is just barrel it down the mid lane, and I don't know if they're going to be able to. There's a lot of wave clear on the Estuba lineup.
They're gonna try. I mean, all it takes is 1 pick. If someone from Estuba dies, then I really don't know if they can hold on against triple inhibitor down. The poke coming through from both sides. It's Fabibu against Enlave. Realistically, the waves are coming in from bot and top lane. You can see Sirius and Zuix towards the top side. Enlave's combox taking the mid and the bot waves. The siege just coming in. Oh, this is gonna be close.
Oh, it is possible. It is 1 pick right now. Who is going to find it? I'm keeping my eyes on Zuix right now to see if he can find a massive showstopper in order to destroy the enemy team.
Yeah, but look at how low Smite is already, the health bars, and Shiues as well. Both of them are getting very low. Mid lane inhibitor will respawn, immediately gets taken down. So Estuba putting the 3 inhibitor jail for a bit longer than maybe they would have liked to, but they still stand on. The bot lane Nexus turret has taken maybe half of its health from when it was the siege started. Fabibu is going to step forward, slowed down by the killer. Featherstorm is going to be forced away. That is a massive cooldown down. He's rooted in the gravity field. Fabibu is dead, and Life is on a killing spree. That is a man down for the key. And Estuba's injured.
Oh, Estuba are going to keep the base defense alive, and they have dug in. The trenches have been set, and currently Estuba are holding themselves up right now. This is insane. Les Keys should be able to finish the game. The longer this goes, the worse spot they're going to be in. At this point, Shiwei's, who put themselves in such a nice spot during the early game, has already fallen off. Nifalshi is not finding the picks like they were, because right now it's really hard as an Akali to find the angle when the whole base is lit up. If you're a Stuber, you're not going to have an Akali fly out of the fog of war. There is no fog of war in your own base. It is terrifying if you're Les Keys, because you're in such a nice spot, and the gold lead is shrinking though.
That being said, Estuba will want to contest this dragon, you feel like, unless they're gonna give it up for free, in which case, like, he's going to take that one. But when it comes to an objective fight, which will inevitably happen, if not this Drake, then the next one, or maybe the Baron, Lekis will have Estuba out of their base. That's the big point. Nifao Shi can look to play around this Fog of War when it will come to those game-defining fights, and Estuba, they are out of their base. Nifao Shi looping around.
Back off.
They absolutely do, and Nifao Shi maybe looking for Zubix. The pillar will slow him down. Soul point for the keys. 3 Infernal Dragons. That is so much extra AP and AD damage.
And it should be an uncontested third Baron for Les Keys. They haven't been able to finish on 2 of them. Will it take a third? It's going to be another last stand base defense if Combox doesn't get caught out here.
If he does not, indeed, Nifashi going in, combos flashes over the wall. The case are going to take this Baron. That is the kill onto the supporter with the Baron buff. Teleport into the base as well, I see, from Shearways. We've got 2 inhibitors and Enlave cut out of position from the rest of his team. Can he survive? Can he stay alive? No flash to get away on this Vector. Will use the Zonias to dodge away from the Featherstorm. Still somehow alive. Nifashi in the backside is getting held up by Zulix. Is going to kill Fabibu. What is going on in this fight? Sirius is still alive, but no, Nifashi is going to execute everyone else, and it's all on Sirius. Oh, this check flashes in for the Crescent Smite. He's going to get exhausted. Sirius trying to kite away the Crescent Guard. It's going to be coming through. The minions are barreling down on the base. Sirius getting zoned away from his own Nexus. The curtain call is coming in, but Smite committing to finishing the game. The Nexus is open, and I feel like that might be the case. Can they finish Sirius? He's got 2 shots. Is that going to be enough? No, it is not going to be. He is reloading, but no. Wait, Combox is up. The Nexus solo is finished for the case.
Oh, and in an absolute clencher of a game, Les Keys comes out on top. What in the ever-loving name of was that? That was an insane game. Les Keys being made to sweat for that victory, and Estuba putting on the best base defense I think I've ever seen.
It's definitely up there. It was so close at the end of the day, but the case are going to take this game. And okay, you know what? That was all nice. They took the win. How do you even get to this point? I'm sorry, Renekton was 4-0 in lane. This is not acceptable. I'm gonna put it out there.
Their team fights were not good. They were being played around by Estuba beautifully. I think if, unfortunately, Zwix had not fallen so far behind in the early game, this game would probably have gone in the side of Estuba. They managed to fight so beautifully. They were in such a commanding position, and yet had to sweat for it so hard. Ended up being taken out on just like minions, ending up getting the kill. Absolutely insane. We're going to take a look at some replays in a minute to see just like what had actually happened, because this game should have been Les Keys to win, and in the end, it only just went the way. Only just went their way.
Yeah, I mean, it was a close one, maybe a lot closer than we wanted to, but talking about MVPs, I mean, my candidate is Nifao Shi. Yes, towards the end, had some overextensions, but still, basically the carrying force through the mid game towards the late game, and in this last team fight, also getting everyone apart from Sirius, then, you know, it came down to the 1v1, but still, the rest of Estuba were just destroyed by this Akali.
Harley performance was beautiful. We're going to have a look at the Penta in a minute as well. That was just gorgeous. Yeah, we're going to move into replays right now, and oh boy, there were a ton of hype fights throughout this. We're going to take a look at all of them, starting from this Baron play. We're just getting caught out was Combox, and then in the end, it ends up actually being a fight more won by the side of Estuba, simply because there was too much gone through. There was way too far forwards coming out of Les Keys. They were way too far forwards.
Yeah, this is the fight where, you know, if you're Estuba, you started to believe. This is where things like, right, we lose the Baron. Not the greatest look, but it is starting to go our way, and yeah, that's the pentakill.
Yeah, this pentakill right here, I mean, there's not too much to really say about it other than the fact that it's still super close. Estuba are massively far behind, but it ends up being very close. You can see the amount of damage, but then all of a sudden there's a flank coming out of the Xayah, and just at this point, the Akali is ripping through people, and yeah, it's just sort of a donated pentakill. Real shout out right there to Shirias for managing to push back the Purple Jin into the pentakill. A lovely play coming out of Fi Xiaoxi.
Yeah, watch it. Watch that crit. Watch that crit. That was such a beautiful snipe, and you know, I'm just watching Li Shi making his way down towards the the rest of the team, seeing if he can swing this fight. But no, it was Estuba just able to finish off their base defense, and it was unfortunate that it wasn't enough. But oh, I have transformed into you.
Hello, everybody.
Apparently.
All right, well, I will. There we go.
Okay, there we go. I'm back.
Oh, buddy, hello. Welcome back. Oh, that was fun. There was way too many of me on the screen all of a sudden. So sorry to all of the viewers at home who just got jump scared with double of my face.
Probably wasn't that scary. Either way. So, with that match, the Ks are going to take the win against the Stuba, but I think it just reinforces what we said at the beginning of the day. This is the group of death. This is where every game matters, and this came down to be way closer than we expected.
Oh yeah, both of these teams fighting beautifully. I think Estuba have a lot to hold their head high for. We'll see how they go in the rest of their games for today's, but Les Reyes are going to pick up the win in this one. We'll see you for the next game.
Welcome back after the break, everyone. We are ready to go into our next game between Bajashiro Esports Red Dragons and Esports Team 20. I'm still Kanchka, still joined by Black Boxer, and also just a quick shout out, this stream is powered by Twitch, Unit, and Intel.
Well, I hope everybody had a nice breather during the break after the absolutely insane game that we saw last time with Estuba and Lesrays just fighting it out, trying their best to end the game, and it went long and was hype with a little bit of base defense. Hopefully this one will be equally as interesting. We've once again got a team who we think should be coming out on top. Obviously the last time we said that, the other team ended up destroying, but the Red Dragons are just sort of insane right now. They played in last year's tournament, the same roster, ended up destroying their group and then coming fourth, also being taken out by, oh god, Kitesi, Kitesi. And so we'll take a look at their roster right now.
Yep, we are going to see Bajashiro Esports Red Dragons with Crumple in the top lane, Soren in the jungle, Nemi in mid lane, Moshi and Meliodas taking the bot lane. That is the exact same roster that, as you said, came fourth last year. They're coming back in with, well, one would assume strong expectations.
Yeah, they really are. They played fantastically last year and are hoping for a repeat performance. If you're taking a look at this team, they're really going to be playing a lot of the, meta champions down in the bot lane, whereas in the top lane, it's once again a lot of the very aggressive champions.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we have the Dutch Esports Team 20, first time in UEM. That being said, Emil, Gabouche, Klonki, Tutrick, and QTKT. Gabouche is the jungler for Monster Rugby Gaming, who are currently at the top of NLC Division 2.
If we're taking a look at this roster and who we're going to be looking towards, it is Gabouche all the way, because the bot lane doesn't actually play any AD carries, and so the bot side probably isn't where you're going to be playing around. Instead, very aggressive champion pool on both the top and the mid laner. I'm expecting this team to play much more around that sort of top side of the map and sort of abandon the bottom lane to hopefully farming up. I mean, it could go a little bit differently if you do want to give your bot lane extra support, but if you're really trying to accelerate yourself into this game, really keep your eyes on Gabouche.
Yeah, Gabouche, hopefully, Emil, has Riven listed. I am hopeful. Also has Ornn. Don't pick that. Unless it works with the comp, then I can't tell you what to do or not to do. But either way, we have a very similar narrative to the game one, where we had, AGH as the returning team, AIX as the unproven quantity with a lot of promise. Same thing here. Red Dragons are the team that has already proven themselves with this roster last year. Esports Team 20, first time round, but they've got a lot of promise. So this is going to be a bit of a banger, if I say so myself.
I think it might be, and we so far today have not seen any horrifically one-sided games. Everything's had a little bit of fighting back and forth so far, and hopefully that will continue. It's always more fun. If I'm looking towards Esports Team 20 and what I would like to see them do, I'd like to see them pull out those spicy picks in the bottom lane. It's a lot of the meta, which makes sense. You don't want to be playing ridiculous things down in the bottom side. Like, if you don't play AD carries, that's fine. We've seen AP in the bot lane work, so pull out something random, maybe a double support. We've seen that work as well, and really play around your strengths. Whereas if you're the side of Red Dragons, you're playing much more the meta.
Yeah, so I guess, what would we be expecting in terms of the differences? Because there are definitely a lot of similarities, especially with the junglers. Yes, we praised Gabouche a lot, but if we look at Soren, if there is a high elo Nidalee player in a tournament, that's always the one person I'm watching out for.
Oh yeah, if Soren could pull out that Nidalee, that would be fantastic. They absolutely love that champion, and if you're against somebody as high level as Gabouche, you're gonna have to pull out your best. So will it be banned out? It could well be. It might not be pulled out because the Nidalee is not particularly strong right now, but I am always a massive proponent of AP in the jungle. It really unlocks your mid laner to play something AD focused. Maybe you're going to go with an ADTF, that is something that they play, or perhaps one of the Yone or the Yasuo. That can also be flexed up into the top lane, and it really unlocks your map. But if they're going to go with maybe AP in the bottom lane, again, you're still allowing yourself a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, and flexibility in draft is one of those things that is insanely useful. That being said, last game round, we wanted to go into that with focusing on which team is able to rotate more effectively, and that definitely was the race in that game. Of course, they did throw this time round, though. Okay, we are getting some information about the last games. What is that? Aha, there we go. Okay, Red Dragons have actually beaten AIX in the last game.
Yeah, that sets them up beautifully for this game. They are going to be in a nice spot, beating out the team who we saw in our first game of the day, who just sort of destroyed AZS. Like, they ran through them, and so the fact that they were able to beat them out means that this may be one of the teams that we should really be looking at to be able to take things. We had so many high hopes for the team who came second. This team came fourth last year. Will they be able to, outplay themselves and put themselves even further?
Yeah, and also just looking quickly down at how they play through, it does look like Soren and Moshi. We didn't yet talk about the AD carry of Red Dragons, but he is someone that the team can definitely rely on, like a strong carry potential, especially when played around. And, well, you mentioned that Esports Team 20 bot lane is potentially their weak link.
Could be. They are not the ones who are going to want to, really push forwards most of the time, but they do play a lot of the meta champions, and because of that, they could well be able to push themselves forwards enough to, really play around. I don't think the Jinx is going to go through. That is what was played last time. If you let the Jinx go through twice, I think you're kind of griefing yourself. The Jinx is so strong right now that taking it off the board makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does indeed, and we have trolled a bit, haven't we? For some reason, did not realize Esports Team 20 actually were in the tournament last year. We have kind of overlooked that with. Whether or not that is the same roster is, well, I'm going to double check that right now. Oh god, yeah, okay. I didn't overlook that. Anyways, all of these teams were in top 4 last year, with ETT being knocked out by AGH.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of bad blood right here between teams who not necessarily dislike each other, but are really feeling it from last tournament, getting knocked out so very close to making it to those grand finals, which has got to feel abysmal. And so both of them are going to be doing their absolute best to, come back through and see if they can run it all the way through.
Yeah, and also looking at what the roster was last year, because that is really interesting to see. Emil was still in the top lane. QDKD, who's now the support, was playing the jungle, and Tuchik, who's now playing in the ADC, was playing support back then.
That makes a lot of sense when you take a look at Tuchik's sort of actual champion pool is a support main in solo queue. Does not particularly play the AD carries. I'm not sure whether they're going to manage to hold them out.
We are getting some information from the production as well, that for Esports Team 20, this is their first game on the stream. They have their games 1 and 2 rescheduled for after stream, and so yeah, this is actually their opening game.
Yeah, for them, there is no tilt. They're coming in with a fresh set of nerves, whereas for Red Dragons, they're coming in off of 2 previous games, will be comfortable, have figured out what's working for them so far. However, there's no mental tilt for Esports Team 20. If they lose any of their prior games, maybe they would have come into this one feeling a little bit bad, but for them, this is the very beginning of their tournament. Because of unfortunate scheduling issues, Esports Team 20 are going to play their final 2 games after the end of the stream ends today, and so things are a little bit moved around with who's played lots of games and who has not. For Esports Team 20 coming in fresh, do you think that's an advantage or a disadvantage?
I'm gonna go with slight disadvantage only because Red Dragons have just beaten AIX, and that must be a big confidence boost for them, especially, since we saw what AIX did to AGH on stream. Now, Red Dragons able to take that win over them will be feeling themselves pretty confident coming into this one.
That makes a lot of sense, but also there is the fact that it was a 30-minute long game, so it was a pretty long one. It was not a stomp. They really had to sweat for it, so could be a little bit tired coming into this next game. I mean, once we get into draft, we'll see whether they're going to go with the same sort of composition that they used to beat out AXI, or are they going to go with something, change up their style. It is good to show off the fact that you can play lots of different things, but also if you can just stick to one style and not let anybody else on to, the other champions that you like to play, that can still be impactful when we get later on into the tournament, which is where we have to be looking for both of these teams. Both of these teams are looking for the top 2 spots in order to progress. They made it last year. Can they do it again this year?
Yeah, and they made it from the same group last year. it was actually Red Dragons taking the first seed in Group D. Esports Team 20 getting the second seed in Group D. Are we sure we just didn't, like, redo the groups in... Wait, what? Third in the group? Oh yeah, third in the playoffs. Yeah, I mean second in the group. There we go. So yeah, I'm just kind of wondering whether we just did not reuse the groups from last year for this one.
Yeah, this one's being, played back. And again, the more we look into this group, the more we understand about this group, the more of a group of death it seems like. If you are Estuba, losing out last game, you are feeling awful because at this point, everybody can take games off of each other. And so losing out on even one of them can really put you behind. As we've said, there are 6 teams in this group. Only the top 2 will make it out. Not all of your games are played today, though. So even if today goes a little bit badly for you, you do have another chance next weekend. But you really want to put yourself in a strong position. Take some weight off of your shoulders for next week.
Yeah, because, if you are going to end up going 0-5 today, the best you can get is 5-5. That might not guarantee you the top 2 spots, and even with something like 4 wins, 6-4 in a close group like that, might just not cut it across 10 games. So the competition is fierce. Every game is gonna matter. Also, I don't remember if we know whether the Red Dragons won their first match. We know they won the round 2 against AIX, but it would be nice to know if they are coming out at 2-0, 1-1. Well, what's the deal with them?
And with the team this strong, they are looking to come in as the top seed, most likely going to want to go for a clean sweep. During Group A and Group B, we've had teams coming out on top all the way through. Kit SC and Bobcats are undefeated in their groups. This group has one more team for each, and so, going 5-0 is possible rather than the 4-0 of the others. But in Group C, we did see a little bit more of people taking each other out, and there is confirmation that Turkey currently are 2-0, so they're looking to get their 3rd win of the day versus a team who has not yet played.
Yeah, and what has started that group, it would be, this is more than the halfway mark of today. You're playing 5 games. This is your, 3rd one if you're Red Dragons, Team 20, of course, as we have said, this is the first game. But if you're the Red Dragons, if you take the win here, you are already more than 50% win rate on the day. You're going to be feeling good. Also, some information for anyone wondering when we're going to go into the draft soon. Just waiting. Should be a couple of minutes at most.
Yeah, we'll be into the draft pretty soon. For the minute, we can continue speculating on what we expect to happen. Ooh, and it looks like the Dutch roster is going to have to pull in a sub right now. Possibly some internet issues for one of the players. It makes sense. Everybody is playing from their own locations, and unfortunately things do happen. And if you are Esports Team 20, you do not want to play against Red Dragons with a team that is not your main roster.
And I do wonder who's the person getting subbed as well. If that's Gaboosh,
that would be unfortunate.
Yeah, it would be unfortunate. Of course, we're gonna wait. That's just wild speculation at this point in time. So we're going to find out as soon as possible. But I think the fact remains that we're going to see Esports Team 20 not at their full strength coming into this match, which, not really what you want to be seeing coming up against, someone who's not only 2-0, but one of the favorites to make it out of this group.
Yeah, favourites to make it out of this group, and possibly favourites to make it really far in the playoffs. The top seed coming out of the group will move straight on to the playoffs. The bottom seed coming out, who is in 2nd place, will have to go through a last chance qualifier in order to get into the playoffs. And so you want to get through. Mid laner is out, alright, and we're going to have an AD carry playing up into this mid lane. And so this is a massive blow for Esports Team 20 coming into this game.
Yeah, subbing out mid lane for someone who is an AD carry is, not really what you call the most optimal pre-game setup. However, we'll see how they can adapt, right? We have seen teams so far in this tournament playing with players off-role or, not in their main positions, so to speak. So, and we have seen them make it work. Esports Team 20 still, mid lane wasn't one of the roles we said that they live and die through. Of course, it's going to hurt them, but hopefully for them, they're going to be able to still put on a showing and take a win, maybe against Red Dragons.
Quite possibly, and I mean, of all the positions to sub into the mid lane, bot lane is not the worst. AD carries in the mid lane can work. It's not the meta right now, but it has certainly been the meta in past season. A couple of patches ago, there was a lot of Lucian and Tristan in the mid lane, so you can play that. Also, these players are all very high level. They will have played other roles. They will have champions that they can fill into. You know, when you get put into your off role all of a sudden in solo queue, they're not going to be completely incompetent on the mid lane. You just do worry versus Nimia, who is incredibly good on the side of Red Dragons. You know, are they going to be able to fully exploit playing against somebody who's not, you know, who may well have a champion they're comfortable on, but may not know the ins and outs of wave management and of roam patterns when it comes to the mid lane?
Yeah, I guess it will matter a lot on what kind of champions are going to be. Okay, good information from production. The roles aren't locked in. Technically, the players can swap around if they do want to. So because of this substitute, there we go. That is what we are hearing right now. Okay, so Esports Team 20 not necessarily confined to having their substitute going into that mid lane.
Not necessarily. We'll have to wait until we get into draft. We're not quite there yet. The new player is getting themselves in as quickly as possible. We'll be there in a second. We'll have to check once we get into game. And once we get into draft, who is actually in what position. So I think for the minute we will shelve Esports Team 20 and say we'll see where they're playing, which will really inform what we're expecting for the draft. Let's turn our eyes over onto Red Dragons and what we can expect from a roster we do actually know who's playing on.
Yep, and well, I already mentioned Soren in this jungle. I feel like that is going to be someone that I expect at least a fair few bans to be thrown towards. You can see favorite champions, Nunu. I don't expect that to be coming in. Lee Sin is definitely more along the lines of what I would like to see.
Yeah, I would love to see a Lee Sin in this jungle, really putting the stamp on the jungle position. So far, we've not really seen jungle be the most impactful role beyond enabling the rest of your lane. But if they are able to pull themselves ahead, it can definitely carry through this lane. I'm just going to point out for a second that Crumple does not play sports science. Crumple does do sports science as their university degree, but putting that in the wrong box quite clearly. The AD carries still could do a lot of damage, though, down onto this roster. You know, the Caitlyn is not particularly meta right now. The Jhin is more what we're expecting.
Yeah. Wait, what if Crumple just plays Dunkmaster Darius?
Possible. Maybe,
there we go.
Maybe the soccer star Ezreal?
Yeah, that works. Alright, I mean, maybe. To be fair, what I have written down more that Crumple has been playing, well, I mean, it's hard to say. His OPGG account currently is a DK account, but I am seeing maybe some Akshan top lane. There have been some games of that. Would be one of the spicier things to pull off.
Oh, I would love to see some Akshan top lane. I do not like to see Akshan in any game, really. I do not enjoy these revive mechanic. It feels really bad mid-team fight when you're, because in these sorts of levels of play, fights that start tend to keep rolling. The Akshan can be so impactful with people beginning to respawn and coming back into fights before the fight has even finished. But if you're going to play the Akshan, I'd love to see it in the top lane as we do finally jump on into draft. So we're going to see QT, KT, and Sputric down in the bottom lane.
The bot lane that we're expecting, Reflect, is coming in as the substitute into that mid lane. And we also have the Bachashiro Esports Red Dragons taking the blue side, Esports Team 20 on the red side.
Indeed, and already we're going to see the Veigar taken off the board, so Reflect having, bans already put down onto them. Clearly, they do not want to see this, substitute mid laner have a nice time of it.
Oh, and also taking away that Twisted Fate focusing Nemi and the potential roaming mid laners from that player.
And now some more focus going to go down onto Gaboosh, which makes a lot of sense. We are highlighting this player as the main focus. Okay, and look, let's have a look at these bans right here out of the Netherlands squad. They have decided to ban out mid laners, which clearly means they don't want Reflect to play against anything that they're not comfortable against. And I like this as a decision. Taking out the Karma, though, for Turkey also makes a lot of sense. Don't give Reflect something safe that they can just sit back on and, just farm it out.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's also a pick with so much priority. That being said, Jinx taken away from Moshi. It was the pick that Moshi managed to take the win against AIX on. And yeah, getting rid of a hyper carry does make a lot of sense now. Jungle or ADC tends to be the question that is asked for this first pick. Let's see if Red Dragons go for either.
Well, there are a lot of junglers still up on the board, and this is what we highlighted.
Let's
Yes.
go!
Alright, the Nidalee locked in. This is AP in the jungle. It unlocks your mid lane and your top lane to play things that they want to. And also, Soren loves this pick. This is Soren's main pickup, and we do not see Nidalees basically ever, but a highly impactful Nidalee can destroy people. We're going to get a Zilean, and then the return of the Hecarim, and oh boy, I think that this Zilean will be going on the mid lane, something nice and chill for Reflect to just sit back on.
Yeah, and Zilean and Hecarim, a really strong team fighting duo already, just to set up any kind of plan that you want to be going for. So I like this start of this draft. Let's see where they end up going with it, and also let's see what the Dragons want to do. Nidalee is all nice and well, but you actually have to build a comp around this.
Indeed you do, and the Lulu is a pretty good way to start. Once that wild growth is up, can keep them alive, but the Lulu loves to be paired with the Jinx primary or the Aphelios secondary. If this is locked in, it is the second best AD carry in this meta right now. It would make a lot of sense, has enough damage that you can destroy people, and enough safety when paired with the Lulu. This or something else hyper carry is what you want. It is going to be the Aphelios, and that is a very strong, well-scaling bot lane picked already for Turkey.
Yeah, it's the lane they love to play around, and now what are Team 20 going to be going for? Because you have to pick a bot lane that isn't just going to get destroyed by repeated nearly ganks should Red Dragons opt for that.
Going for the third best AD carry in the meta makes a lot of sense, and it is going to be picked up. This Jhin could well be picked paired with the Zilean. It would be a good lane. It would have a lot of poke and a lot of kill pressure in the early game onto a much more farming orientated bot lane out of Turkey, but also this is enough flexibility remaining. The Akshan that we highlighted for Crumple is off the board as well, and so we'll see if there's any more bans going to go onto the mid lane out of Turkey, or do they think that the pick is going to be the Zilean?
Guys, rid of the Renekton, so instead targeting Emil in this top lane. I mean, makes sense. If you're not sure where the Zilean goes, why not ban out the one lane that you know he's likely not gonna go to?
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to see something pretty insane for the Zilean to end up in the top lane. The final ban kind of come out of the Netherlands squad. We're going to see what it is in just a second. I'm expecting a little bit of target also onto the top lane. I mean, otherwise, top lane pool is almost entirely free at the moment. Is going to be the Camille taken away, and so both of these top laners love to play aggressive champions, and currently the bot lanes are both pretty happy to farm up and scale, and so you can focus a lot more towards the top side if you want to. And the Seraphine going to be taken off the board as the final ban. These are all the bans we're going to see in this game, and so now, what is the first pick going to be? Are you going to give your counter pick onto the support role? Probably not. Probably going to be picked up right now unless that is a Zilean support, and then you're going to give the counter pick over to the top laner.
That's what I'm also expecting. Let's see what they do. That will be spicy, but I mean, there is no tank yet to hook. Okay, let's rank for KT into the Aphelios. Lulu, you've got plenty of targets to shoot for.
You really can. The Lulu Aphelios is very immobile, and pre-6 there's not a lot of survivability on either of them. The wild growth is really the only thing that will be keeping Moshi alive. The Ahri going to be picked up on the other side, and that is something that can get solo kills and can bully out a Zilean.
Yeah, and not only that, we've got a Jhin, a very mobile AD carry, so should Nemi start getting ahead on that Ahri, is going to become a very big threat. And also, I'm just gonna throw it out there, one champion that you can bring down from the mid lane in order to bully a bot lane.
You really can. There's a lot of roam potential on the Scion as well. Can use that unstoppable onslaught to just run into a lane and ruin people's days. Also gives them enough survivability into what is probably going to be a big counter pick right now for Emil. It's going to be, I'm imagining something with a lot of ability to fight in, and the Aatrox would certainly do it.
Yeah, Aatrox, once you start getting ahead, will be good. The one thing I do want to say is Emil has got the responsibility and the pressure of actually getting ahead. If you start falling behind in the Cyan, you're not gonna do much this game.
No, especially because there is no tank shred on the side of Esports Team 20. The Jhin does not want to attempt to pick through 4,000 health of worth of Scion. It's not going to happen. You know, even with a lot of damage on to a Jhin, it's not going to happen particularly quickly, and there's not a lot of shred in the mid lane either. This is very much a hope that you put the Scion behind type composition for the Netherlands, whereas on the side of Turkey, they're very happy to sit back, scale up, other than with the jungler, who really needs to get ahead.
Now, we were also informed that due to the substitute, Esports Team 20 can swap around their players, and it will be 2Trick going onto the Zillion in the mid lane, Reflect the AD carry sub, going into the AD carry position on the Jhin, so yeah, just the team making sure they've got the best chances of winning, and in a group like that, you really have to.
Yeah, you're going to have to move around your players, put them in their best spot right now if you're going to beat out Red Dragons, who are definitely going to be coming into this one hot. They've won their previous 2 games, are looking to continue clean sweep their way through this group and move on into the playoffs. If you're Esports Team 20, not the ideal setup, having a substitute in who does not play mid lane. Instead, 2Trick going to go into the mid lane, and we're going to have Reflect down with QTKT in the bottom side. They have the champions to be able to fight forwards. They've put Reflect on a very good champion right now. The Jhin can do a lot. We saw it in the last game, although it didn't win, still had a ton of damage that was being laid down. Will they be able to pull out ahead? We'll have to see.
In the last year's group stage, these two teams, when going in against each other in Group D as well, ended up being 1-1 against each other. And in fact, the only loss that British Esports Red Dragons took was to Esports Team 20 in 2021. That was a bit of a mouthful to say. Let's see who's going to kick us off in this year's group stage between those two squads. There's a bit of rivalry going on between them. Esports Team 20 fresh on the Rift today. These Red Dragons already on the 2-0.
Indeed, and we've already seen 2 insane games with a little bit of a one-sided stomp in the first game, a very closely fought battle in the second. I'm hoping that this one will also be just as insanely close. These teams are pretty well matched against each other. The real difference right here could be the fact that there is a substitute in the mid lane. But if you are going to be a substitute, you want to be on something pretty easy to play, and the Zillion certainly is that.
Yeah, but we're gonna go on to the Rift for the 3rd game of the day. Looking down the summoners, the rune choices, everything seems to be exactly as expected, and a very wide cover just to make sure that QTKT is not gonna go for any crazy invades.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense. If we are looking at both of these team compositions, who we're really focusing on for Red Dragons is this mid lane and this jungle, whereas if you're looking over at the side of Esports Team 20, it is Gaboosh. Gaboosh is the main carry on this team.
Yep, I'm playing a Hecarim with, let's be honest, a lot of setup in basically all of the lanes. I should expect this player to do great things.
Yeah, really should be able to. There is plenty of setup on almost every single lane for both of these junglers, and they have the champions to gank in. The Nidalee really falls down when their laners do not have enough CC to allow the damage to come through, but you're not going to have that issue if a Ari charm lands, or with all of the knock-up and slows and CC that is going to come out of this Scion.
Now that being said, both junglers will be starting on the blue buffs, getting the leashes from their respective laners. Also, both Nemi and 2Trick are with the corrupting potion start, so I do expect quite a bit of trading to be occurring between these two.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense for that to be the case. I mean, if you are these mid laners, you're going to want to establish a little bit of priority right here so that your junglers have the ability to roam down through your lane in order to move from the top to the bot side. Because Red Dragons are going to look to scale so much. Oh, that hook just going wide. They're going to want to sit back as much as they can right now. Although right now, you know, pushing forward is going to look to get level 2 first. You don't want to go behind in levels versus a Blitzcrank because one hook landing can ruin your day.
Yeah, and the level 2 spike is just kind of really strong for all the hook champions in the game. So Moshi and Meliodas doing their best of controlling the wave. They do hit the level 2 first, and so we'll push in Reflect and QDKD.
Indeed. So up in this top lane, Emwe is going to be looking to get themselves as much priority as they can on this lane. You want to put the Scion behind. The Scion is not going to be killable by a Jhin if he gets ahead in the late game, and so it is imperative that you manage to get yourself maybe a solo kill or with a little bit of gank help just ahead, enough for you to be in a nice spot as Soren behind the tower already.
Yeah, standing there fishing for the spear. It goes wide, but the Reflect is definitely at least a bit spooked. Meliodas dropping down the Ignite, and Soren still going for it. Drops the spear onto QDKD. Meliodas now maybe slightly caught out, down to half health on that Lulu. The hook flashed away from by Moshi. And it is literally just 2 summoners being wasted in the bot lane by the Red Dragons.
I have not seen a level 2 dive attempt in forever. The only other team I can think of who would do something quite so silly would be Fnatic, but as we're going to have a little bit of a gank in the top lane, perhaps? No, in the end, it's just going to be a walkout by Gaboosh. I do not understand why they went so deep right there in the bottom lane. They had priority, they were up in levels, they had the push, and instead Soren is going to waste time and summoner spells out of the bot lane.
Another hit going wide, QDKT now low on mana, and Reflect needs to be careful because the ability for the Team 20 bot lane to trade back is getting severely limited. On top of that, yeah, the gank might not have worked, but the CS advantage is starting to build.
It really is, and it makes sense that they're going to have to play a little bit far back, but they have to be careful. One hook, especially when you're this close to the tower, can spell absolute disaster. For the minute, though, they've done a good job of constantly hiding behind minions, not being in the way, and Soren wants to try again. It is warded, though.
Yep, and Reflect, they know this is going on. Can they sidestep? Yes, they can. Easy enough. Now, Gaboosh going to be around. That is the hook connecting it onto Moshi. First blood picked up by Gaboosh, looking for Meliodas now. Potentially has got the red buff. One auto attack will find the slow Meliodas, trying to shield himself, trying to stay alive. Soren is going for the AD carries, and it's just junglers running over in the bot lanes as Soren takes Reflect down. 2 for 1 in favor of Team 20 at the end of the day.
We thought the bot lane might be a bit of a farm fest. We were wrong. It is an absolute bloodbath right now. Soren once again trying to dive into the backline, does manage to pick themselves up a kill. However, Gaboosh has managed to pick up 2 in return, going under the tower in order to get that final kill. And right now, these junglers are the main focus of this game. Who is going to come out on top? If Soren can get ahead, then Italy can certainly do more on the map in terms of pure damage than the Hecarim can, but the Hecarim is more useful in fights.
Yeah, and also, let's be honest, if the Hecarim is the one with 2 kills, pretty sure he can match the damage. I don't think Gaboosh is going to find too many problems with that at all. That being said, early start, going towards Team 20. You can see QDKD going for the standard roam, as I like to call it.
Makes sense to try this one. QTKT not been able to pull it off, but that hook was beautiful, and it was what we'd highlighted. When you are so pushed forward versus a Blitzcrank, if you are getting picked off by just one hook, you're going to be taking tower damage almost instantaneously, and that can really destroy any hopes you had of keeping pressure in the lane. Moshi is still going to push forwards though, and because this isn't Aphelios, will scale up absolutely beautifully with a Lulu by their side.
Oh yeah, and looking at the range, there isn't, Reflect with that ultimate and Deadly Flourish is basically the only long range that Team 20 have. So as long as Moshi has people going towards him, well, Aphelios tends to love that.
Bush is actually going to try to come down onto Soren here. In the end, just going to walk away. But we said we wanted Emil to try to actually get some kills down onto the Scion. For the minute, though, the Scion doing absolutely fine. It's going to interrupt this base out of Gaboosh, and there are 3 members roaming up here for the side of Esports Team 20.
Nemi does have the Spirit Rush available, so looking to make work of that ultimate. Crumple and Emil trading blows in the top side. Level 6 hit by Crumple as well. He's got that unstoppable onslaught, but the Red Dragons are spending a lot of time here. They realize the wave not in the best position to go for the dive, and so will call it off.
You highlighted, though, that the Ahri could roam around the map as, oh, we're going to get a dive.
Yeah, Reflect is just getting ignited and taken down by Meliodas. QTKD stuck not knowing what to do. I don't think that is enough mana for the hook to be coming out, and so Moshi and Meliodas just free to take down the turret plate.
Yeah, they are, and diving already. We said during draft that we were not sure there was going to be much priority for the Red Dragons bot lane, but they are currently outplaying Reflect and QTKT. This is a sub coming in, not warmed up. None of this team has played before, but was probably not expecting to play right now. Unfortunately for Reflect, just going to get dove and taken out, and it's going to begin to fall down on CS even further. This is already a ridiculous lead of about 40 at 7 minutes into the game. Yeah,
it's just quite a bit insane. Emil gonna get gagged in this top lane, slowed down, but going to be just fine. Gaboosh takes a kill in the bot side. I believe there is a gag. Meliodas taken down, and Tutrick gonna kill down Moshi, so Team 20 respawn, and they kill the bot lane of Red Dragons.
Tutrick on a lovely little roam, managing to pick themselves up 2 kills, and now they're going to be able to get the Drake as well. This is a lovely play right here out of Esports Team 20. They had, quite a lot of pressure down onto their bot lane, and a lot of the time it's better to ignore a lane that's losing and not compound your losses. Instead, they decide, no, we can send more members down here. We have got that chrono shift in order to keep people alive if things get a little bit dicey, and indeed it is popped, is used, and they're gonna get a lot out of it.
Soren, okay, Reflect just gonna kill Meliodas apparently. The bot lane of Red Dragons called back on the rotation to the bot lane.
Insane plays right here. Absolutely, they have decided that, hey, we're not going to allow ourselves to continue losing in this bot lane, and they've pulled themselves back ahead. Reflect now has a kill. That's a good injection of gold. They're still massively far behind, but they're beginning to get themselves things, that they did not have previously. A little bit more gold. They are behind in items. They do not have completed boots right now, so Moshi will do more damage, but because Meliodas is not there, they might be able to find something should a hook land.
Yeah, Moshi standing behind a very healthy wave though, and still farming up very effectively. So I honestly think between those AD carries, it is still going to be Moshi that's ahead. But Gabush getting a lot out of those plays. 3-0 and 1 now on the Hecarim is rushing towards the Triforce.
The Hecarim is deciding to go full-blown damage, and that makes sense. Gabush is the main carry on this team. You can see it reflected in the kill score as well. Is beginning to outplay Soren, and this is not a good sign for Nidalee. Nidalee has to get ahead early, otherwise it's basically useless in the late game. Instead, wasted a lot of time on ganks, both top and bot, and this is a gank coming out of Gabush.
And I think the ultimate is going to be up only in a few seconds, but I don't know if it will matter. Wild Growth completed by Meliodas. Hold on, Moshi dealing so much damage to is going to connect on the Aphelios shutdown, being found by Meliodas, and Moshi walking towards the top. A double kill picked up by Meliodas, and Reflect will finally take down the Lulu. Moshi trying to get away. Deadly Flourish will catch him off, and the red buff is not going to deal enough damage. No, it will not. Moshi stays alive. Soren now running down bot lane, looking for the snipe. Will go wide.
Oh, it was a beautiful return by Moshi and Meliodas. They were ganked by 4 people and end up picking themselves up 2 kills. It is so unfortunate. Gabush went way too far forwards because of the flash out of Meliodas. They ended up pushing themselves back towards the tower rather than into the rest of the members of Esports Team 20, and they're now so far behind when they weren't already. Meliodas is picking themselves up an insane amount of kills.
Yeah, and kills on support doesn't tend to be,
Not ideal.
game-changing. However, getting to Moonstone or Shurelius, I feel like I've seen Lulus tend to go Moonstone recently, but either of those items is going to be the pickup, actually quite early in the game.
Yeah, incredibly early in the game, and it will help with just keeping Moshi alive, and that's all you need to do. Moshi can do an insane amount of damage. Soren now back down here for another fight. Unfortunately, every time Soren arrives at a lane, the wave seems to be pushed under the tower.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Soren not able to find too many opportunities. Instead, though, gonna use that to drop the Herald down. This should be the tower, all things considered. First turret gold still up and available. Will be split between the 3 members of Red Dragons. Although, no, actually, I think Meliodas only got the global gold. So, yeah.
Not ideal, but still is okay. They're picking themselves up a little bit of game. Two Trick is on a flank right now, and this is multiple members of Red Dragons a bit far forwards.
Yeah, here comes the sort of Shadows. Name called out, and QDKD is going to take the kill. Moshi now, bomb down. This is going to be under a lot of pressure. The heal is going to come out. The rest of Red Dragons are coming in. The polymorph onto Gabush. Here comes the Chrono Shift, though, and he respawn. The hook will be flashed away from Moshi, dropping down. The Moonlight Vigil, a lot of damage coming down. Curling Call is going to be open. Wild Growth coming down onto Soren. Meliodas trying to tank the shots, tank the damage for everyone. And Red Dragons do manage to get a kill back. They don't lose anyone else. Soren still on the chase, still looking for those javelin tosses, but will find no targets.
These fights are incredibly close, with members going down left, right, and center. You can see the amount of damage coming out of Moshi, but you can also see the power coming out of the 2-trick Zilean, just dealing insane amounts of damage with those bombs. Amounts of damage that you're not really expecting out of a supportively building Zilean, but it really is that Chrono Shift that's helping every time. Whoever goes flying forwards can do it with complete impunity, knowing that they're safe.
Indeed, and well, as things stand, Red Dragons are pulling ahead with a lead. Yes, across the board, with the exception of top lane. We have the Shurelius finished for Meliodas, and Soren getting that second kill, still behind Gabush, but otherwise doing just fine.
Not having a bad spot. Oh, Gabush is a little bit caught out here. Will they be able to survive?
Oh, the hook from QDKD. Soren is dead. Shutdown is going to be picked up by 2-trick, and yeah, Gabush is absolutely fine.
That was a lovely hook coming out of QTKT, and once again, 2-trick playing the Zilean beautifully. This is the power of the Zilean. You saw the Karma banned out during the draft, but the Zilean was left up, and it's one of these defensive-minded mid lane picks that allow you to play even if you're not so well versed in the mid lane.
And it's working exactly as it needs for Team 20. Of course, they are still behind, but when it comes to the fights, if we're going to see any, which team do you think is favored right now?
I would have to say Red Dragons because they have the amount of CC and damage that can be spread out across multiple members should the Moonlight Vigil land out of Moshi. However, if Moshi is caught out perhaps by a hook, especially, that is going to be complete disaster. And there are opportunities for it.
I mean, you're a bit of a prophet. No, Moshi is going to get in it. Cut up, but the healing and shielding, it means it does not matter as QDKT falls in an attempt to find the pick. Soren hops over the wall, looking still for 2 triggers. The curtain call down onto Moshi. The crit is going to find its mark, but Moshi, oh god, that is so close. The minion is unable to finish the job. Teleport in from Emil. Team 20 are going to look for some kind of response. Nah, just teleporting in to make sure nothing else happens.
Currently, we have multiple members up in the top lane. When there is just a Drake spawned down in the bottom side, Gaboosh can begin to start fighting onto this, knowing that Soren is completely out of the fight right now. And everybody fighting around top side when there are objectives up down bot side is not ideal for either team.
Not at all. I mean, I'd imagine Red Dragons wanted to take that top lane tower, then it would maybe be worth, but giving up the dragon. It is a mountain soul, though, so not the most exciting, admittedly.
It's not the most exciting, but when you are up against the amount of damage that can come out of Moshi, I mean, the shield could be lovely. Also, it can really hurt Soren, who's ending up throwing spears basically into shields rather than into actual health bars. Could really, it could do something to the game. It's not as exciting, perhaps, as an Infernal or as a Hextech Drake. Those are the ones that you really want to see if you want to see high fights around these objectives, but people still like to get Drakes, whatever the Drake is. I mean, I've seen games won and lost off of team fights around Cloud Souls, so clearly teams do just like to fight into it, whatever the soul is, and the Drake that is been coming up, the Mountain Drake, it could be helpful.
For sure, and the game kind of evens out to a bit of a stall. We have 2,000 goldie that has been maintained for Red Dragons for quite a while, from what I can remember, and Mythics picked up across the board, only waiting for QDKT and Crumple to finish theirs.
A lot of Mythics coming up. We've got a lot of CC coming down. Oh, this is going to be a big fight.
Yeah, Meliodas called out warding and blown up. That's building wild growth, and Crumple finds a double knockup with a decimating smash, buying all the time. Moshi joins the fight right now. Gaboosh on the front side as the gap was forward, and Moshi is going to get feared away with the Onslaught of Shadows in the middle of the fight, taken down by Reflect. Gaboosh is alive, and Moshi completely caught in this team fight. However, Team 20 gonna keep looking forward with that curtain call. Crumple is gonna be the target, but I don't think the crit kills him.
No, you can see the issue with Jhin into big tanks does not have the ability to take them out, as Soren's gone way too deep.
Yep, going to get eviscerated by Emil. First kill on that Aatrox, but with the Gold Drinker more than fine enough. That is going to be the second Herald, and Team 20 finally changing the swing of this game.
Yeah, they were far behind. Now they're going to be able to, with this Herald breaking a tower, put themselves back even on gold. And yeah, that was a really nice little fight. It looked like Gaboosh was going to die, but the amount of healing that is coming out of this Conqueror stacked up Hecarim is insane, keeping alive for so long, and I'm going to expect a lot of anti-heal to have to come out of the Turkish squad because there are multiple members who either have lots of inbuilt healing in their kits or are going to get a lot of it out of their items, such as Emil.
Still, no towers though, knocked down by Team 20. I think that's the next goal that they will want to be looking for, because it becomes really difficult to set up around objectives when there are all the tier 1s still on the map.
You find it so hard to push all of the lanes out in order to get yourself a little bit of priority, and you can see the siege coming out of Moshi. This tower's nearly going to go down. They are going to pick it up, and
yeah, Everfrost connects on to 2. Trixie is dead, cannot use that chrono shift even, and Emil forced to flash over that wall. Nemi follows through with a Spirit Rush, not gonna throw out the charm or anything. Tower and a kill is what Red Dragons take, and with that tier 1 in the mid lane gone, they will be looking to move in and sweep out division.
taking a lot of objective and just control of the map Esports Team 20 are still feeling pretty good when it comes into big fights, but in terms of little skirmishes, they're not winning out on them right now.
Yeah, Gabush able to burst down Soren, and now in a lot of trouble. Soren looking for the kill, able to find it thanks to Meliodas' wild growth. QD Katie staying alive. Reflect on the side is coming in, getting pulled off instantly. Soren flies over the wall, heals up. The Chrono Shift will keep the Jin alive, but the Emil on the front side. The big Aatrox, maybe not that big actually, is getting chunked down. Shutdown found by 2Trick onto Meliodas. Emil looking to just dash over this wall. Literally, it was a 1-for-1. But such a close fight.
Such a close fight indeed. Emil gonna try chase here, is gonna get tagged by a spear, probably cannot try to chase down onto Soren. And in the end, as you said, a 1-for-1, not too much going down. The big thing is the tower that they managed to pick up in the mid lane. They're now unlocked across the map and able to run down for either the Drake or the Baron when it spawns in 1 minute. Right now, though, there is a Drake spawning in 40 seconds. It will be the third Drake and put them on soul points if you are Esports Team 20, whereas for Red Dragons, they haven't picked themselves up a single one yet.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that mountain is going to definitely make Soren's life more difficult. I feel like if you're an Emmy as well, haven't seen them find, well, any picks really this game, so it's going to be even more difficult to look for targets. And on top of that, the Zillion ult, you have that, so why worry about the mountain dragon? And Red Dragons, I think they reach the same conclusion as they are positioning around this.
Everybody is posturing around this Drake. We've even got Emil coming down, and this will be the first true 5v5 we're going to see. Oh, this might be a risky play out of Gabush.
Oh, he's looking for Emoji, who is feared back into the rest of the team and cut down where he stands. Reflect on the side, almost burst out by an enemy, but still really good. This from Soren. Beautiful snipe for the shutdown. And it's a 1-for-1. Nemi using this production to try and get away from Gabush, and Emil flashes away as well. This Matrix Smash does find the knock-up and makes sure that Nemi stays alive, but the fight continues with Crumple taking up a lot of the damage up front. Without Moshi though, Red Dragons, they aren't feeling just as confident.
No, that is both of the AD carries being taken down before this fight around the Drake really starts. These spears are dealing so much damage. Keep your eyes on Soren.
Yep, that's QDKT. Got down to below 1/2 of his health. No, Chrono Shift is up and available, so we shouldn't be able to see any random picks come through for the Red Dragons. But Team 2,
oh no,
Soren, you're just nasty, man.
And this is the power coming out of the Nidalee. The Nidalee, who has finally managed to get some kills, is beginning to get onto this map in an explosive way. And the amount of just poke potential coming out means that in the end, Esports Team 20 have to concede the Drake. They do not put themselves on soul point. Instead, that is the first Drake picked up for Red Dragons, simply because they couldn't walk into the pit for fear of being, taken down by a spear to the face.
And I do want to bring up a point that you mentioned in the champ select, or just after we saw the drafts. There is no tank shirt for Team 20, and we have the first of the Mountain Dragons picked up by Red Dragons.
Yeah, if there are a Mountain Soul on top of Red Dragons, I don't think anybody kills Crumple. I don't care how many of them are on top of him. It's just not going to happen, and that is terrible when you've got this big tanky Scion just running amok in the backline. It doesn't matter where the rest of your team, what the rest of your team are doing. You cannot be taken out if you're too busy running away from a Scion who's just knocking you up, slowing you, and being a general nuisance. The Scion probably isn't going to kill Reflect or Gabush, but they could well just be annoying enough that in the end, it could swing the fight.
Yeah, and well, if you don't kill Crumple, we saw him just body block for everyone else on that team already in the fight. But Red Dragons, they're not accelerating their lead. They have been in a lead for basically this entire game. But as things are, they just keep it constant. So I guess this is the time where we start talking about scaling. How does it look the later this game goes?
The later this game goes, the more confused I am when it comes to scaling, because every team has members who really scale terribly. The Nidalee does not scale very well. Will always be useful for picks. Oh, Gabush.
Oh, the charm is going to find its mark. That's only the killing spree. And with the jungler dead, that's going to be the for Red Dragons barring miracle steals.
Okay, I do not like Soren later into the game. I do not like the Nidalee later into the game. Everyone else, though, on Red Dragons is going to scale really nicely, especially the Aphelios and the Scion. The Scion's just going to get tankier. Will this be stolen? It shouldn't be. If they do, it's insane.
Crumble is body blocking the bombs coming down as well, but Soren just smites it away. you had to make sure you play this correctly if you're Red Dragons, but Crumple blocking the shots, the double bomb, can't find the steal, and Soren gets the smite through.
There is plenty of scaling on the other team. Reflect will do a lot of damage the later on into the game you go still with 2-trick. But really it is Red Dragons who are coming out on top of scaling, which is a terrible sign for Esports Team 20 because they are currently behind. You do not want to be behind in the mid game to the team who has the better scaling. It's just going to keep getting worse and worse for them. Their problems with taking out the Scion are only going to get worse the later into this game they go.
Yeah, and Emil on the Aatrox as well is ahead in the top lane, massive CS advantage, but in terms of the side lane, don't think he can really find anything more. It's going to be a while before that tier 2 is threatened, and then when it comes to the team fights, we haven't seen that impact yet.
No, we have not, because I mean, you're not going to be able to take out your Scion opponent. Yeah, the Scion is not going to die to anybody in this game, really. You need somebody who's got great tank shred, and unfortunately for Esports Team 20, they do not have anyone doing that. And so you cannot establish side lane control, and because of that, constantly there are waves being pushed in to Esports Team 20, not allowing them to roam across the map as effectively as they want to, not have the vision, and you saw how vision was the downfall of Caboose, which ended up leading to that Baron take.
Yeah, and let's see what this Baron can do for Red Dragons. They have kept this game at a constant gold lead. This is the time to blow it open. This is the time to knock down those inner towers and, yeah, half health 2-trick if you're at it.
In just one spear, and that is the threat that the Nidalee is laying down around every single objective. People have to sit so far back, lest they take a spear to the face, lose half their health. I think if it had have hit onto Reflex, it would have done even more damage onto them. Oh, and this is the dive.
Forward. Yeah, Crumple does take the turret aggro, and Moshe without the Gale Force may be slightly easier to catch out. You have to imagine if Gabush is around, that Aphelios could be in trouble, but the turret falls nonetheless. That's 2 out of the 3 inner towers. The gold lead grows to 5,000 Red Dragons, taking this game very slowly, very methodically.
And it makes sense because there is the ability for Esports Team 20 to come back into this. They have good champions to do so.
There
Moshi.
we go. Yeah, Moshi called out and away. No summoners, no Gale Force, no way to get out. 2-trick goes on a killing spree on the Zillion. 5-1 and 3. He's been actually inadvertently getting a lot of the gold.
And now Moshi is not going to respawn in time for this Drake, so this could be a Drake pickup for Esports Team 20 alongside this mid lane tower. If they are finally able to get onto it, come on, Reflex, one more shot onto it. No, they're not going to get it, which is unfortunate. Drake spawning in just a few seconds.
Yeah, KD did try to go for the play with the Predator movement speed buff and look for that Everfrost, but did not find Soren. Will to, well, somewhat zone him. Soren still can get into the pit if he wants to. There is the ward which is now going to be spotted out, so Red Dragons know this dragon is being taken. Soren gives up on it, I think. Yeah, no reason to go in 1 versus 5. It's only a Mountain Drake, but it's all point for Team 20.
Yeah, Team 20 are still fighting back into this game. This is not a one-sided stomp. Red Dragons are having to sweat for this. And are they going to be able to win it? I think they have the scaling, and so they do just need to keep playing slow and methodical. Unfortunately, though, Moshi being way out of position left them vulnerable to this Drake being taken. And as you said, this is now sole point. The Esports Team 20 can pick themselves up a little bit more, you know, a little bit more shielding, a little bit more health, and so they won't be taken out quite so quickly by the insane damage. You know, the Nidalee spears will be a lot less impactful on top of a Mountain Soul.
Yeah, and Death Stances is also another item that I feel like somewhat diminishes the poke, especially if you also happen to be fighting your opponent, and those items picked up for Emil and Gabush, making them very tanky, able to sustain it on the front line through those fights.
They're going to be able to keep going all the way through. I think that the big thing we need to highlight, though, and we keep talking about it, but it is a huge factor, is the Crumple effect. Will the Scion be killable? If you've got a Scion in your backline just knocking people up and being a nuisance, you can't just sit there and lay down damage like you want to if you're Reflect.
Yeah, especially that Crumple will kill you eventually. The Scion does have very high base damage, so you need to be able to deal with that. And Reflect going for the Collector. I mean, yeah, I guess there are 4 people which aren't tanks on the team, so I can't necessarily disagree with this choice, but it does mean you're going to be less effective at killing Crumple, and let's be honest, Soren without Zonius as well.
Yeah, indeed, and it clearly means that Reflect has just decided, no, I'm not interested in taking out the tanks. At least if it's only Crumple surviving, then they're not going to be able to get lots of kills, and so it makes sense to just try to remove the rest of the members. Moshi is the big threat right now. Soren with the zone control, but Moshi in the actual fight, the Moonlight Vigil has been dealing so much damage at the moment, and so being able to take them out quicker does make sense. It does just mean that, yeah, Crumple is not gonna die.
Right, talking about Moshi picking up that Infinity Edge, 3 items on the Aphelios now. We have the Void Stuff on Soren as well. Must have come through very recently. So 3 items on your 2 main carries if you're the Red Dragons. 5,000 gold in the lead, 30 seconds until the Baron. I want to say, if you're Red Dragons, you will want to finish this game on this next Baron. Scramble does ult in the mid lane.
That's a bit of a wasted ult, not a terrible... it was a nice try to get a pick on to Reflect and has pushed them away from this Baron pit, meaning that they will be able to re-establish themselves a bit more vision. Baron spawning in 5 seconds.
And it is the Red Dragons with full control over this mid lane, over the jungle as well. There is 1 ward in the pit, 1 ward there behind that rock that we can see. Of course, Red Dragons can't quite yet, and the Baron has been started. Let's see, Team 20, they have got the means to fight. They've got the means to steal, and they see the teleport. Red Dragons disengage.
That's all they wanted. They just wanted to get the teleport out because now they do not have pressure barreling down onto their bottom lane. I mean, it had to happen out of a meal. They could not stay down in that bot side. It does mean, however, they're going to get the mid lane tower taken down, Red Dragons. And so now they're in a little bit nicer of a spot when it comes to fighting around these objectives, especially the Baron. Everybody is here. Everybody's posturing for it. It is 1 pick, and that's all it's going to take.
Yeah, the Red Dragons, they did get the TP out, but unfortunately when you make a play like that, you will lose the tempo that is used to knock down this tier 1, as you said, and makes it very much easier for Team 20 to set up vision. Technically closes the Goldie to 4,000. I think I'm fixating on this number a bit too much for how careful this game is.
It is incredibly close right now. You can see the amount of vision that has been established by Esports Team 20. They've not managed to get all of this vision. Still that 1 sneaky ward just outside of the pit. And now, because they are all taking themselves resets, Red Dragons will be able to come back in and attempt to re-establish the vision control. It is a very slow and methodical game out of Red Dragons, but Esports Team 20 are also not throwing it all away. They are going to sit back and set up, and it is going to be 1 person out of position that is going to swing this fight.
Yep, the Red Dragons, they're saying, right, let's dance to some waltz. No crazy things. And Team 20, yeah, they're just picking it up. They are playing the game that Red Dragons lay down in front of them, and they are matching them in step. Let's see if they can do that around this dragon, though.
Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Crumple caught out. That's not the member you want to be doing damage onto. He takes basically none. Flash foot!
That's Nemi cut out, and Reflect takes down the Ari. Moshi still alive. The red-white guns, they mean danger if you are Team 20, and they know it. They back off. They've got the numbers advantage. Moshi, you want to wait for those guns to find out Gabush on the flank. He's unspotted until now. Going back in, Meliodas is going to be the target. Flashing away. The knockup finding its way from Crumple. That Cyan down to 3rd HP. Getting slowly but surely chunked down. Soren going golden. Moshi flashing in. He's trying to dish out the damage. Shut down by Gabush. And that is the carry from Red Dragons. That Soren and Meliodas, the only 2 ones alive. That Rocket Bell going forward, trying to find something, but I think this might be a run from Team 20. Soren on a rampage does manage to take down QDK, but Gabush looking to finish him. No flash to get over the wall. Soren will be annoying, but Team 20 with a massive team fight win.
Oh my god, QTKT, that was gorgeous. That flash hook managing to pull in Reflect, and instantly things just exploded onto the map. Just an insane play right there. Emily's a little bit far forwards.
Nemi has joined the fray. Teleport is being matched by 2Trick, and Nemi in a lot of trouble with Gabush, running him down, shut down, picked up by Reflect. Just like that, Team 20 are back in the game.
They are massively back in the game. They were behind, and now they can fully fight onto this. What a beautiful play right there. I am in love with that flash hook out of QTKT. It was so bold and it was so good. We expected that during the laning phase. It did not come to fruition. Instead, during the team fights, playing the Blitzcrank to perfection. And now this is 5 members around the Baron, and I don't think there's any response out of the Red Dragons.
Thorin down, it's gonna be hard-pressed to find them go too hard for it. I mean, Crumple's still basically unkillable. He can buy a lot of time, but I'm not so sure about Meliodas. He's gonna get tagged by the Infernal Chains. Emil taking some damage from Moshi, the Baron down to 4,000. There is no smite. This should be picked up by Esports Team 20, and no attempt from Red Dragons to steal.
That was a lovely fight down in the bottom side that has ended up in a Drake, the Soul, and the Baron. Esports Team 20 have played beautifully. They knew that they needed to sit back and not lose themselves anymore, and instead they managed to find themselves lovely fights, and now coming into the next set of fights, it's going to be even gold. We have even gold at 33 minutes into the game. Red Dragons do still have the better scaling, but Esports Team 20 have all of the momentum.
I mean, talking about that, we are looking at 4 items on Reflect. That is the point where Jhin hits hard. When the Death Cap is gonna hit by 2-trick, the double bombs are also going to burst people down, so I feel like the scaling for at least a while is going to be put on hold.
Oh yeah, it is not the case where Esports Team 20 have so little scaling that they're going to fall off into an abyss. They can still fight into this. I think the scaling is slightly in the favor of Red Dragons, but it is more down to execution than anything else. And at this point, they are going to finally be able to pick themselves up more towers, more gold, a place where they were down massively, currently 5 towers to 2, but there's a push going on in the top lane. Will end up picking that one up. And so finally, they're going to have a little bit more, ability to roam around the map and find themselves kills.
Indeed. Also, let's just point out that Moshi has Flame Horizon to Reflect. I don't think we ever pointed out this CS advantage out of the laning phase, but it's just kind of continued to grow.
Really hasn't. Oh boy, that is absolutely insane. 300 CS, you do not tend to see that. That's an impressive little number right there, and oh boy, this is an insane game. It is so close. Even though the push looks very much in the favor of Esports Team 20, it is still on a knife's edge. One spear landing onto Reflect can chunk them out for most of their HP. Although the Mountain Soul is doing work. We said the Mountain Soul could end up being pretty impactful in this game simply because spears will do less, and that's a lot of the poke and priority gone from Red Dragons.
Is the push onto the inhibitor tile. Kaboosh zoning Red Dragons out, and the inhibitor is going to be the focus for Team 20. They have fallen in step from Red Dragons for all of this game. Right now they are the ones in control. Right now they are the ones dictating the music, and it's much the same tune, but they are taking it slowly and they are taking it methodically.
It is nice, clean play coming out of Esports Team 20 right now, and I feel like we should re-highlight the standings. Currently, Red Dragons are 2-0 on the day. Esports Team 20, this is their first game. They are playing with the sub. Reflect has subbed in. 2-trick, who is usually the AD carry, has moved up into the middle lane, and so we're expecting Red Dragons to be coming in hot. They certainly were during the early portions of this game, but Esports Team 20 have managed to fight their way back.
Falling here with the turret is going to be the target. Here comes the onslaught of shadows. Reflect does Gale Force away. A priority target out of the way and safe. Emil in the top lane taking down the turret. Going to be hitting that inhibitor itself. Kaboosh going in with the ultimate. It's going to be the target. And Lulu is dead. No more kill for the rest of the team. It's only Crumple sitting on the front line. Emil looking for the flash. Moshi is going to find the kill onto QDK. Keep your eyes on that Aphelios, and Reflect, who's got the ball on top of himself, will be able to flash away. 2-trick is on a rampage. There's the curtain call popping up. Moshi on the backside, tagged by Kaboosh, is going to be able to shut him down, but Emil will kill Moshi, and with that will kill the hope of the Red Dragons of winning this game. That's the ace, and with those kinds of death timers, that will be Esports Team 20 taking the win. It was long, it was painstaking, but it was controlled. At the end of the day, they knew and they won that fight, and they drove it all the way to the end.
This is going to be a victory for Esports Team 20 off of a bad early game, a better mid game, and into late game their team fighting was insane. We're going to be asked about who our player of the game is, and I can tell you it right now, it's QTKT. That fight around the dragon was insane. It was such a beautiful play where they flash hooked right onto Moshi, and at that point there was nothing more that could be done for Red Dragons. It was so methodical, choke out of Esports Team 20, and they take the victory. Red Dragons now are defeated. They were hoping to go undefeated. They've now taken a loss, and this is the way you want to start your day if you're Esports Team 20.
And I mean, the kind of win that they have shown us is not anything we've seen before, I believe. Not in Group C, at least not today on stream. Because even when they were behind, both of us were very reluctant to count them out, right? We said, this isn't looking bad. They can still find their ways back in. And after that one fight, they did, and they didn't let go.
They did, they just continued to squeeze out, but it was a fantastic early game out of the Red Dragons. They did their absolute best right there. They'd put themselves in a lovely spot with a very strong, composition. It's just unfortunate that they could never take out members because of this Zillion. Zillion is so high priority at the moment and just is taking so long to get through that chrono break that all of a sudden, you've taken out the whole health bar of a champion, and then they just come back to life with most of their health again and get to try again.
Yeah, and we are going to go into the replays for this game, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm not even entirely sure what the turning points of this game is. Well, that's a good one to start with, the first blood being an overextension for the Dragons.
It was a really nice little play coming out here from Caboose, just running forwards, ends up having to take a lot of tower shots in order to get this kill, does pick it up though. It was a return out of Soren, and this was the point at which you saw Esports Team 20 were beginning to get a little bit ahead. Now this fight around the Drake, this is the insane play out of QTKT. You want to watch them very specifically. They're just sort of hanging around, waiting, flash forwards, managed to pick the Ahri, and just as soon as the Ahri is dead, that's a ton of damage gone from Red Dragons, and they were able to clean up the rest of this fight. Still hard fought, still very close, but they managed to pick it all up. And yeah, look at Caboose just flying in, getting so much healing out of their champion.
Yeah, Meliodas was the initial target, but I mean, when you are at a numbers disadvantage, the game kind of just becomes about that. It's been about that all tournament long. If you have more people around, you tend to win the fights, and after that one pick, it was Esports Team 20 all the way. I mean, really, I'm just so impressed with QTKT, because when you are playing those hook champions and you're not ahead, you're not actively finding those plays, you start to question yourself by 31 minutes, like, can I actually hook anyone? And yeah, he sees the play, goes for it.
Yeah, just flash forwards with all of the confidence and ends up going for just destroying people. This is the last little bit of fighting where there was some nice plays out of Red Dragons. They were picking themselves up kills, but unfortunately they had an Aatrox in the backline who had been taking down the top lane tower and then was just wreaking havoc in the backline. And all of a sudden, they are just getting shredded down by the Jhin, who's nowhere nearby. You can't kill a Jhin who's half a screen away. And as such, it was just so difficult. Despite the fact that they could only just kill Crumple, in the end they could, and they pick up the game.
And an impressive win. It was the first game for Team 20 as well. They will move up to 1-0, put down the Bechershire Esports Red Dragon to 2-1, and I believe we are going to go into the break. After that, Turkey versus Poland. What a match to behold. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back after the break, everyone, to UEM, powered by Twitch Student and Intel. We're going into our fourth game of the day. It's going to be the Bachelor Esports Red Dragons taking the Rift yet again, this time against AGH.
We had an absolutely insane game in the last one, and unfortunately for the Red Dragons, they did end up falling down, and oh boy, are they going to be tilted after that one? Up until that point, they had gone 2-0. Now they are 2-1, coming up against AGH, who are now 1-1, having beaten out Astuba. And so this is going to be a pretty hypey matchup between two teams who clearly are capable of pulling out wins.
Yep, also something to note is, yes, AGH are 1-1. One of their matches against Esports Team 20 will be played after stream, so they only got 2 matches so far. That being said, these are 2 of the teams which, I mean, 2 of the 4 teams right now who have really, differentiated themselves in this group. And we are going to take a quick look at the rosters again. All of us are familiar with that, starting off with the Turkish squad, I believe. Should be coming up any moment soon.
This is the team we just saw previously, and what we saw previously was that just some really fantastic plays coming out of Soren on their signature Nidalee, but it in the end was not enough.
Yeah, it almost felt like Red Dragons, they just couldn't, close the game out. Something went wrong along the way, so even despite the early game successes, we weren't able to find it. But then, facing them, it's going to be AGH, the Polish squad, who we have seen earlier on in the day get absolutely dismantled by AIX. Since then, they picked up a win against Istuba and are now going to look to come back strong.
Yeah, they're hoping to pick themselves up and dust themselves off after their previous loss. They also have had a little bit of a break today because they did not end up having a game versus Esports Team 20. So they've had enough time to reset their mentals. And what we're looking for out of this team is a lot of play around the top side and around, the jungle. What we saw in their previous game on stream was that I wanted Alchemic to really play aggressively, and in the end they just didn't. They were kind of irrelevant on the whole map. And so hopefully they will be, come forward and fight their way into this Turkish squad. I mean, the Turkish squad that had really been spearheaded by Soren, but Moshi was also insane.
Yeah, was indeed, and we've seen live in the game against AIX from AGH. The one person that maybe tried to make this game look a bit more even, and we're gonna have to see how those bot laners match up, because that is definitely one matchup that I will now be watching.
Yeah, it really will be. Moshi and Melodus had played beautifully. They got themselves lots of kills, was doing a ton of damage on the Aphelios Lulu. I don't think they're going to get that one again, even though they did end up losing on it. They still had a ton of impact on the game. It really wasn't their fault that the game ended up going against them. And so will they get, their free reign of champions? Probably not. And so what are you going to force them onto? Will they still be able to come forwards and deal a lot of damage? Life and Tomaj ended up playing very well in the last game as well. And so this bot lane could be pretty spicy. Will the junglers end up being drawn down towards here? And what are we going to see Soren on? That's a big question for me. Is Soren going to once again go for one of their spicy AP picks? Or is it going to actually be more of the standard jungler? Maybe we'll see the Hecarim out of them? Maybe the Xin?
Yeah, maybe something more along the lines of the meta. I don't think the Nidalee was bad. I think the team just wasn't able to translate that lead and push it far enough ahead. So that remains to be seen. Do they go for a similar kind of draft? Do they change their playstyle? And kind of similar question for AGH from the game 1. Of course, I don't know if we know what champions they played against Istuba, but are they going to adapt in any way, shape, or form from that first loss? Because we've seen both of these teams lose on stream. Now one of them is going to win, as Bachelor Esports Red Dragons taking on the blue side, and ASL AGH going to be on the red.
Indeed, the Vigar are going to come off of the board instantaneously. It can be very impactful. It's played by multiple players on AGH, even down into the bottom side. Life quite likes to play it as well, so take it off the board instantly. And now Moshi is going to get banned out with the Jinx coming off of the board. The Karthus as well. As we said, a lot of AP loving to be played by Life, and they clearly do not want to deal with it.
Yeah, the Red Dragons also acknowledging, much like AIX, that They don't want to be dealing with any of that. And high bot lane focus, there we go. That's the LeBlanc band towards Nemi. Had a decent
Quiet?
performance on the Ahri.
Mainly quiet. Like, the Ahri play was nice, but it was not... I would say that the only big, real, like, game-changing play that the Ahri had was unfortunately getting hooked on a beautiful flash hook out of QTKT. Other than that, was just solid, but was not the main focus. Clearly, though, a little bit of damage, a little bit of priority going to come into banning out their LeBlanc, and then the Kindred is going to be the final thing taken off of the board. Kindred, we've seen in this tournament do a lot of damage, be really impactful, have the ability to keep people alive for way longer than they have any right to do so. We have not seen me in the jungle so far, and
Hey.
we're going to get a Lee in the jungle.
I believe from the screenshot against AIX that Red Dragons did pull it off, if I recall correctly, but it is either way in the wheelhouse of Soren. It is a champion somewhat similar to the Nidalee in terms of you having to make those early game plays.
Yeah, you cannot fall behind. As we saw with the Nidalee in the last game, did not find themselves far enough forwards to really be impactful. The response is going to be the Senna pickup. This could be Senna AD carry or Senna support. Both of them do play it. It is the only real AD carry in the, wheelhouse of life. A lot more of the AP mages is what they prefer, and so I'm imagining that this will be the AD carry pickup. We usually see AD carry and jungle, so will that be continued in this pick here?
We are about to find out. Yep, there we go. That is the Viego for Crazy.
Yeah, the Viego, we have not seen it recently. It's mainly been banned out, or players just have not wanted to pick it up, but it is still very strong. Been picked a lot recently in this tournament, dealing just insane amounts of damage, and his high gank priority will just shred through people. And also, of all the, corpses you want to pick up and play, I would like it to be a Lee Sin or an Aphelios, but the Turkish bot lane going to get the same thing as they did last time. They did not pick up a win, but they did pick up a lot of kills.
A lot of kills, and Soren was farming really well on this Aphelios. Clearly a champion he's comfortable with. Now, hopefully for the Red Dragon squad, is going to result in a slightly better outcome. As Ornn or Alchemic in the top lane, so not going to be playing around the top side. Instead, we'll be looking elsewhere for AGH.
Well, we saw Alchemic not really have a lot of impact on a champion who they needed to have a lot of impact with, the Camille. And so I like the pivot. I like the pivot over to playing tanky. If you want to sit back and play, a sort of sit back, let the game come to you style, the Ornn is the perfect champion for that. Deals a lot of damage in the early game, can have a good amount of gank set up, but really what you're doing is you want to just be destroying other people with it. Now, the Silas being taken off the board, clearly they do not want Nemi to come forwards and actually be able to do anything in this game. Possibly going to end up being on something a little bit more defensive. I think a Zillion or a Karma in the mid lane would be nice to pair with Soren and just allow them to do even more damage.
Yeah, that's the angle Red Dragons want to go for. Why not play around Soren, make him the hyper carry? And Silas also as a ban makes sense. When you're running Ornn, you don't want another Ornn Horn, and I don't think the Sen ult is a bad one to steal either way, so I do like that ban, all things considered.
And they're taking out the Tahm Kench on the side of Dragons. It makes sense. You do not want to give the Senna her premier pairing with the Senna Tahm Kench. Can deal a lot of damage down in this bottom lane. You know that the Tahm Kench would not end up in the top lane, but do not expect it to go that way. And the Shen being taken off the board. So clearly they do not want just a big sort of tank matchup. Don't want there to be multiple members being able to join onto Soren, taking away a lot of support that could be there for that Aphelios.
Indeed, and let's see what the last ban is going to be. Red Dragons, they took away that Tahm Kench, clearly thinking about potentially, fasting Senna setup in this bot lane, going with the Rise ban here at the end.
Yeah, taking out a ban onto Magister. Not had a lot of priority put towards them right now. I'm imagining that they're going to pick Final, so they are actually going to get the counter pick. You probably want to get your support right now, unless, you're going to put the Ornn down in the bottom lane.
Okay.
Never mind.
We've seen one Anivia yesterday. Was it KTU or no? It was UCC Ultras, I believe, that played it. Not to great success, granted, as Grey Warwick very quickly dismantled this pick, but this time around it is going to be AGH. With an Anivia, I think they're gonna go for a late game with this one.
I would have to imagine so, and it makes sense. There's a lot of scaling on this Polar squad right now into a Yeah, that is the Syndra locked in into a Syndra, so that's a big control mage matchup in the middle lane. There are possibilities for kills. There's a bit of a skill matchup here, which could be interesting to watch, and it is more support that can come through on Sorum. You now have enough AP and enough AD. You just need something big, tanky, and able to absorb pressure in the top lane, or able to absorb pressure and deal out the damage.
Gnar definitely is a pick we have seen a few times already, and it would fill the criteria of you're tanky, you have to got a good team fight setup, and also there is that potential for Crumple to beat out Alchemic in the 1v1.
Quite possibly. Alchemic shouldn't take a lot of losses as the Ornn, but it is still possible, and the fact that Crumple can now roam around the map on a very high impact, high mobility champion can be very impactful here. I said that I like the idea of the Zilean on the Turkish squad. Instead, it's going to be on the Polish squad. It is very much a late game scaling squad out of Poland and a early game destroy people with enough late game insurance out of Red Dragons.
Yeah, I was gonna say, outside of Crazy's Viego, and maybe the Zilean, I don't really see too much early game damage coming out of the squad of AGH. It is going to be all on the Red Dragons to find the early game advantages, but if this game goes late, I don't want to write it off for the Dragons, because they've got decent scaling, but I feel like AGH are just going to be an immovable rock.
Yeah, quite possibly. Just going to be able to do so much
wait.
damage. Yeah, this is... We said that Life likes to play AP, and oh boy, that is some AP. I love it. I think you've got to play into your strengths if you want to win, and Life loves to play the Anivia. This is also then a better matchup actually in the middle lane. It's less of a skill matchup than it was with the Anivia versus Syndra. Anivia versus Syndra could be very explosive. Syndra versus the Zilean shouldn't be so explosive. It should be more of a sit-back scale, and yeah, that makes it even more of a scaling composition if you're going for AGH.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess we have seen Zilean versus Syndra a few times. There is the potential for Syndra to bully out this pick. However, if Magister is going to be playing safely, I don't see Nemi on that pick really get any huge leads.
Probably not. It should be a pretty chill matchup in this middle lane, and now it is really early game versus late game. You've seen the amount of damage that an early game Lulu Aphelios can deal. If they decide to go all the way forwards for it and, pick themselves up lots of kills, they should be in a nice spot.
Alright, we have gotten confirmation that the game is live. However, there is a pause, so we have some more time to talk about what we would be maybe expecting in this game. And we are going onto the Rift. It was a very short one, fourth game of the day. And we have the Red Dragons and AGH both trying to redeem themselves on stream.
Both of them attempting to pick themselves up their first on-stream victory, having been taken down in previous games. Hopefully, neither of them are tilted, but if one team is going to be tilted, the Red Dragons did just lose in a pretty hard-fought game.
That is fair. We'll see how they can bounce back from such a defeat. I sure hope Soren is still going to look for those aggressive plays. Last time round, of course, Gabush was able to match him really effectively. This time around, we'll see if Crazy can do the same as the very early game. Calm, nothing crazy happening.
No big invades, everybody sitting back in defense positions. It makes a lot of sense. You do not want to lose early on, especially if you are Red Dragons. If you get behind to a composition that scales better than you, you are in a horrible spot. So they're just going to sit back, allow the game to come to them, and hopefully come out on top.
Right, Crazy looking to start on the top side. Actually, both junglers seem to be pathing towards their Nemi, walking in for a ward, bit of a trade back and forth between him and Magister. I'm going to result in anything huge.
Oh, both of these junglers are going to start in the top side, and so the bot side is the main focus. You're not going to see too much action in an Ornn Gnar lane, probably not until 6s at least, and so pathing down towards the bot side or possibly the mid lane could be good. We can already see the massive amounts of poke that can come out of this lane, and a heal already blown.
Yeah, Tomage taking a bit too much damage here. Needs to be very careful on that side lane. You've got to sustain, but when they're fighting, I don't know if you can heal up quickly enough.
No, indeed, and you can already see just the amount of poke damage that can be laid down out of the Red Dragon's bot lane. This is what we saw in the last game. They ended up pushing in the Esports Team 20 lane so far that they really just had no ability to even pick up any CS for themselves as well. And so are they going to be able to? We saw last game also, I would like to highlight that Moshi had 300 CS. About 10 minutes before the game actually ended as well. And so clearly Moshi is a master at farming, and having that much gold in your pocket can really change the course of a game.
Yeah, so far, of course, getting the slight CS advantage, mostly because Life on that NVA is going to find it at least difficult to farm in the early game, but Alchemy getting heavily traded upon by Crumple, who did hit the Mega and is now about to crash this big wave into the Ornn.
It is not a nice time for an Ornn. Oh boy, life is very low. It is not a nice time for an Ornn early on in games like this, because the Gnar has the ability to poke you out when ranged, and then can actually match you 1-for-1 in Mega Gnar form. And so early on, it's not going to go well. It's still fine though for Alchemic. They just have to sit back, not die, and they will be impactful in team fights.
That is the hope for the AGH squad. Soren going for the tried and tested play, have a craziest around. Not gonna have any vision in this try. Bush, Tomage and Live, both very low. Here comes Soren looking for the gang. First blood picked up under the turret. Already Live staying alive. Moshi is going to be now the target from Crazy. The egg has been popped. That is the stun. And Crazy is going to find the kill. Soren now stuck in no man's land. Dodges away from the double bomb, but the red buff is slowing him down. Crazy looking for the auto. And Magister will be able to find the kill. AGH turn the play around.
Soren once again going too deep on a bot lane dive. They end up picking up one kill, but you're against an Anivia. Even if you take them down, there's still a whole nother egg in order to kill. Do not manage to pick it up. Life is still going to survive, and that is a bit of a disaster for Soren, who really needs to get ahead.
It does get the first blood, does get one of the kills, but Crazy gets a kill and an assist as well. So slightly in favor of the jungler of AGH. Overall gold on the map still even, thanks to Nemi and Crumple finding CS advantages, but this is the second time round it feels like that Soren goes for an early play and it doesn't quite click.
Yeah, it just doesn't quite work out. They were incredibly low, but I don't know if Soren needed to do that. The bot lane was doing just fine. Moshi and Melodus were having a nice time. They had such good pressure and priority. It was most likely that AGH were going to have to back off and take a reset anyway, giving full lane control over to Moshi and Melodus. And instead, they end up being kills passed over, more kills going over to AGH than to Red Dragons. And it's just unfortunate.
Not the end of the world still. Mid lane is being ahead Nemi on this Syndra. I am looking forward to see some good things. Also, worth pointing out, going for the Airy, not the Electrocute. I mean, against this much sustain, I don't think you're looking to really one-shot anyone.
You're not. It's going to take you down pretty quickly if you end up going too far forwards, and instead it's just going to be a little bit of a sustained matchup. If we take a look into the middle lane right now, however, there is a bit of a CS lead beginning to start for Nemia. Whereas Magister is going to be more impactful, you'd have to imagine, during teamfights in the ability to keep the carries alive.
Level 6 also very soon going to be hit for those solo lanes, so that's when the Chrono Shift becomes available. This tool has swung so many early games, it feels like, this tournament, so let's see if HH can make use of that as well.
It really has done. I mean, we've seen the Zillion picked about as much as any other mid laner, but can go into multiple lanes, is incredibly flexible, is great as a pickup at the moment, and Soren is going to come down for another gank in the bot lane, not spotted out.
Not yet, and Tomage is still level 3. Meliodas sneaking in the bush, looking for the Glitterland slow. Does find it, but Crazy is on his way towards this bot side as well. Soren is sitting on the control board, so AGH don't know this jungler is there. Lane gank angle from Crazy. Tomage is going to be the target, taken down to have health. Here comes the wall. Moshi is going to get stunned up, taken very low and down with life, taking this kill. The Sonic Wave connects from Soren, but it's AGH with a kill. Crazy looks for the root, will be able to find it. Ignite is dropped down, and he is actually very low. Soren looking for revenge. Dodge away from the Sonic Wave, though. AGH still on the run back. I don't think they're out just yet. Meliodas is definitely looking for blood, but no, the tower is there to provide safety.
We've seen this out of Soren time and time again, where they will spend incredible amounts of time waiting for ganks, waiting for the perfect bit of setup as Crumple. Oh boy.
Hey, Alchemic looking for the 1v1, and that's the power of an Ornn with Ignite.
Oh Boy, that was a lot of damage. The Unsealed Spellbook is a lovely ability, is gonna give them the Ignite, and just gonna take down Crumple. That is not what you want from your Gnar, and all across the map, Turkey is beginning to falter.
Yeah, AGH getting some small leads. Doesn't translate into the goal just yet. Soren is going to be very stubborn with his bowling gang, but this time level 6 kick, clean kill, double for Moshi. That works out. Meliodas falling down. I think that heal was a bit too late. That being said, it's still 2 kills for the Aphelios. You do take those.
Yeah, you do take those indeed. Soren has finally managed to make it work, but I just wish that they had waited until later on into the game to actually go and do those ganks when there was enough damage and setup and ability to get away. Instead, Crumple is now going to try to find Crazy, who's doing a little bit of camp stealing. And I mean, when you've seen Soren spend so much time down into the bottom side, you are pretty free to come up and take as much of these topside camps as you want. And also, Soren, who was trying to just pick down onto this dragon, is still going to be pushed off.
Yeah, that is actually interesting, with Soren spending so much time in the bot lane, still no dragons picked up. Herald is going to be secured like crazy. You have to imagine, though, Meliodas is coming up, so is Nemi, and Crumple is in the Mega Gnar. This is looking like it's going to turn into the fight. The Herald getting low. It has been stolen by Crumple, and Crazy is dead. Magister going to take some damage there with the Unleashed Power, but the Herald has been hijacked by the side of Red Dragons.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Not even with a jungler around. Crazy just missed smiting. That is incredibly unfortunate. In the end, it's going to be stolen away. They can now use this to get themselves a little bit of map pressure, and that's the sort of swing that you can pick up in order to get yourself back into this game. The early game was going poorly for them, and now they have a nice little spot for them to, you know, be able to get a bit of an injection of gold to put themselves ahead.
Yeah, Moshi and Meliodas have been rotated up to the top, and Crumple is still sticking around with this Herald. You have to imagine they just want to funnel this gold into the Aphelios. I can't see any other reason for the map movements that we are seeing right now, and as we stand at 9 minutes, Red Dragons with 1,000 gold lead may be looking for even more with this Herald.
They could well extend it a little bit more. Instead, there is also going to be a Drake as a response out of AGH. We've seen Drake stacking be incredibly impactful.
Oh, no. Oh, wait, Alchemic does dodge away from the kick. I mean, that gets taken down, but I just thought that was a neat little interaction to change the direction.
That was quite fun. Unfortunately, still gonna end up with Alchemic going down, and this top lane has exploded in the favor of AGH in a way that it really didn't need to. Sorry, in the favor of Red Dragons in a way that it really didn't need to off of the solo kill Alchemic had picked up.
I mean, 3,500. We were saying, what, 2 minutes ago that this game is actually still quite even. This is a huge swing in goal. We have Crumple on this Gnar starting to get ahead. Moshi definitely picked up a lot of gold. Just quite... Okay, yeah, full Gale Force. There we go. At 10 minutes. This man is massive.
Absolutely huge, and is a big focus point for Red Dragons. Unfortunately for AGH, although the early game went very well, now at this point in time it has swung back in the favor of Red Dragons. Really, that Drake, the only thing they have to show for it. Crumple being a little bit caught out here.
Does manage to hop away from the flash stun, still down to half health. They're looking to get locked down. Goes Mega, it doesn't matter. Meliodas now stuck under the turret, will flash away. Here comes Moshi, a lot of low health bars. You've got that Moonlight Vigil with the Infernum. I mean, I'm seeing the Cascade. Never mind, not going to get in range to throw it.
Could well have gone for that, ends up not being able to, and you can see that AGH still have the ability to fight back into this game. They can do. They have enough damage with the Anivia especially to destroy people, and that wall is proving to be very impactful. The ability to throw that down and stop any retreat is allowing pickups to be found all across the map.
Life has been the beneficiary of a lot of the kills that AGH have found, and I mean, more precisely, a lot of the mistakes that Red Dragons have made have somewhat benefited Life. So this Anivia is sitting fairly comfortably. Yes, no items just yet, but is going to be able to do the job properly.
Indeed, and if you want a champion to have a lot of kills, right now Crazy and Life have most of them, and they are on champions who can definitely destroy people. And Anivia, who is very fed, can absolutely control the map because of the wave clear ability. Out of that Storm ultimate, able to shred through waves. I mean, as you can see it on your screen right now, so very quickly, is going to be great at stopping siege as well. And there is a good amount of siege on the Red Dragon squad. Oh, there's fights across the map.
Yeah, Magister in the bot lane, I think he's going to go down with Moshi picking up the kill. Teleport being channeled by Alchemic. Crazy will be looking for that stun. Get slowed by the Glitterlands. Live coming in from this side will just disengage.
In the end, it is just a kill pickup for Red Dragons, and yeah, I mean, Life does a lot of damage, but unfortunately, so does Moshi.
Yeah, Moshi has, stepped up to the field as we have seen last game. So far, the CS advantage isn't huge, but neither was it against Team 20. It only started growing towards later stages of the game.
Moshi has played very well in both of the games. It was just unfortunate that it went wrong in the later stages of the game. Will that be the same case in this one? I mean, possibly. There is enough scaling on the side of AGH. They really have decided that they want to wait until later on in the game to actually go forwards and fight. Crazy is going to continue to scale up, has gone with the Triforce. Instead, it's going to be the Gore Drinker for Soren going to try to survive and heal up, but means that they're not going to be able to just burst anybody down.
Yeah, not at all. And the game has somewhat slowed down with the goal lead. And the only reason I point this is because last game it was plagued by Red Dragons getting a lead and maintaining it. Not actually pushing it anywhere, just keeping it where that is. So right now, with the gold sitting at 4,000, I want everyone to keep an eye on that number, because if this doesn't grow, I'm genuinely worried for Red Dragons.
Absolutely. I mean, they are not in a spot where they can afford to just sit back and wait. They had pretty good scaling in the last game, and so they could sit back and wait. In this game, I mean, it's decent, but it's not really up to par with AGH's amount. And so they have got to find themselves a lead and keep pushing for it. They have a 4k gold lead right now. Can they continue to grow on it, or are they going to stall out again?
Oh, she's going to be taking down this bot lane, tier 1. That's all. No, not all the outer turrets. I forgot the one in the mid lane still stands. It's just top lane. That got 2 knocked down. So some extra gold. There's an attempted engage from Crazy. The dragon is up in 20 seconds. That is the next objective I would like to see Red Dragons to use their lead in order to secure.
Indeed, they have good push. They've got a lot of vision down in this bottom side as well. 2 wards being placed down is a bit unfortunate. They're going to steal away this blue and should be able to kite back onto this Drake. Pretty uncontested because Crazy has decided they actually want to push through and get a Herald instead.
I guess that's probably the best response you can get. It is going to be 1 dragon a piece. I believe the Hex deck is the dragon that is up right now, which could leave us with Infernal Soul, potentially, if RNGesus allows us.
You're so very excited for not having one of the boring souls,
Let's
aren't
go!
you?
Okay, anyways, there is a big fight going on in the top lane. Crumble does find the Gnar ulting to the Wild Growth to find additional knockups. However, Alchemy going in with the Call of the Forge got finds knockup to everyone, and Moshi is dead. Nemi cannot find enough damage on the Syndra. 2 kills for AGH already, and Nemi now attempting to run away, but Crazy hops in with the Heartbreaker, gets polymorphed immediately. 2 kills is going to be what AGH find, and the Herald unable to be picked up.
They end up getting the Drake, and they're going to stop the Herald take out of Red Dragons. AGH fighting their way back into this game. And once again, just some unfortunate fights coming out of Red Dragons. We've seen that their team fighting is not always that clean.
Yeah, especially when you manage to get caught in the massive knock-up cascade that Alchemy can bring to the table. And Crazy is big. I mean, he's got a Triforce on the Viego. There aren't 2 ways of putting this.
So he is going to do an absolutely insane amount of damage, and oh boy, gonna be able to assassinate almost anyone. It is unfortunate that there is a polymorph on the side of Melodious, meaning that when they jump in, they're not gonna be able to do as much as they would have liked to, but still, the scaling, as we were once again saying, is on AGH's side, and so Red Dragons really needs to do good things with their gold lead. Currently, they're failing to even push down onto the middle lane, and that's because of the wave clear out of this Anivia.
The Leandry's picked up. It's not going to get any easier. On the waves, Anivia just gets to press the ult, and with there forever, I believe, is the term. So, going to be tough. You're going to have to look somewhere else if you are Red Dragons. Or dive the Anivia, that's the option B.
Yeah, the Anivia is pretty vulnerable to being jumped on top of, and they do have good dive champions in order to do so. The only issue is Tomage is always around giving in heals and shields, and so it's quite difficult to ever actually find this Anivia alone. And if you find them in a big team fight, well, all of a sudden you have a chrono shift even, in order to just, like, you know, keep them alive a little bit longer. And give extra levels, why not, as a bit of an engage.
Yeah, kick back in from Soren. Nicely executed, but the Chrono Shift will keep Tomage alive, and Soren standing in the Glacial Storm Life takes him down, and it's a kill for AGH. Red Dragons going away empty-handed.
We just highlighted the ultimate out of the Zillion, managing to keep alive Tomage, and that is the power of this champion. Has been going through ban phases quite a lot recently, which is a bit confusing considering just how powerful it is. More often than not, the team that has the Zillion does actually come out on top, simply because the ability to play with so much less fear is so impactful.
Yeah, I mean, this pick seriously needs to be, I think, bumped up in ban priority for the teams, or they need to find some way to deal with it. Because this is another time in another game where that chrono shift just absolutely ruins the plans of one team, man. The Goldie shrinks down to 2000, Red Dragons unable to push forward with since we last checked with them. The Dragons really is what we will be looking at next, but in the meantime, Crumple getting dove in the top lane. Does have the Mega Nard, drops Alchemic down into the ball lane, the shield coming in with the Dawning Shadow. Alchemic still alive, but one more to attack. You have to will do it, but no, Crumple not going for it.
Does decide to back off a lovely little ultimate out of Tomage. I mean, it was nice to keep them alive, but it was unfortunate. Alchemic had ended up both using the Ornhorn way too early and then was taking damage from the tower. And so, of course, the Gnar ultimate just coming through, pushing them back, and just a bit of a failed dive, which is kind of what we've been seeing out of Soren, unfortunately.
Yeah, this time on the other side at least. But I am just majorly confused with the mid-game strategy for Red Dragons. I'm going to put it down there because Soren keeps camping mid. Okay, if they make it work right now, that would have been a caster curse. They force the flash. That's the only thing you're getting for the last, what, 7 minutes you've been sitting mid lane?
Exactly. As we said last time, Red Dragons seem to be able to find themselves an early game lead and then stall it. And they are losing their gold lead. They were at 5k, now they're at only 3k. And it's just not going to work out for them when they're against the infinite scaling of a Senna, the massive scaling of an Ornn, and then an Anivia who's just going to continue to do more and more damage.
Yeah, Soren does take the Scuttle Crab, so we are going to have the vision slightly in favor of Red Dragons if they actually manage to set it up before this dragon spawning, and it's an Infernal Soul. Whichever teams gets those 3 dragons, they have an insane advantage in this game.
They really do. The Infernal Soul is going to give them a ton of damage, and because there's not a lot of massive tanks in this game,
Potentially caught out of position, will use the kick defensively onto Alchemy, but he's now rooted, caught in one place, and life is on a killing spree. That's the jungler down. The Crazy leaping forward, looking for an enemy, forces the flash away from the Cinder. Polnoff will be coming through. Crumple on the side, still halfway through to Mega. Red Dragons, they are just lost in this mid-game. They are the one with the lead, but they don't play like that. They don't feel like that. And Crazy will to use that chrono shift. Crumple now doing his best not to progress.
oh no!
Say you don't want to do that, and a shutdown has been found by Moshi onto life. So maybe Red Dragons at the end of the day are going to be the ones coming out ahead, as AGH have made 2 massive mistakes right now. The Skylar the Weak onto Tomage does find the stun, but the rest of the team will be able to disengage, and the Dragon might just go in favor of Red Dragons.
It should well do, because Crazy is now dead. That was incredibly unfortunate. I was watching him run forwards like, that runs out in a second. It really does run out in a second, and instead ends up going down to the minions in the end, and oh boy.
Mistakes were made.
Mistakes indeed were made. It is not the end of the world. Still, the Polish squad are managing to fight their way back into this game. It is still a 3k gold lead, a gold deficit, however. And so they do need to continue picking things up. Losing that Infernal Drake is bad. Even if they do still get the soul, that's still more damage going down onto Red Dragons, simply for having that singular Drake.
Yeah, oh no, Moshi gets caught out by the Flash Bros. That is going to be live with the 5th kill on this Anivia. The AP carry for AGH is massively stepping up this game.
Really are just trying their absolute best to destroy people, and I love it. I absolutely love the walls. That is the main thing that has been destroying people. The walls out of life have been just splitting up fights, stopping people from being able to get away, and the Glacial Storm does so much damage that they're shredding through, especially with the Leandri. It's just insane amounts of damage.
Yeah. Also interesting build path from Tomage. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not familiar with the latest Senna build paths, but I would imagine Locket... Well, I would not imagine Locket to be one of them. There we go.
It's really not. It is clearly a defensive-minded build, which is absolutely fine. You're going to begin to do more and more damage anyway because of the stacks, and so it is not imperative that you get yourself extra damage, especially not when there are so many members already dealing more than enough.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Crazy is going for the damaging Viego build. I'm not sure if Divine Sunderer is still looked upon favorably in the Viego mains community, but it is the Triforce. Deals more damage. There you go. I saw it. Looking for a pick in the mid lane. Tolage is going to get caught out of position. Well played by the jungler of Red Dragons.
Doesn't matter if you have that locket, if you're caught out by 3 members, and that should give them the priority onto this mid lane, in which they might be able to chip away a bit more at this tower. If life is pushed off, yep, they're not going to be able to keep it up, and it took 22 minutes, but they do finally get that Drake as they flank out of Alchemic.
Moshi again called out by a knockup. The Polymorph not coming through in time. Alchemic is just going to get cut down there. No, Chrono Shift is going to keep him alive, and Crumple teleports to his death. It is going to be a kill picked up by AGH in this fight. You just can't walk through the jungle when you don't know where people are, Moshi.
No, you really cannot, and that was incredibly unfortunate. Moshi ends up surviving, but it was close, and in the end, Alchemic could well have destroyed all of Red Dragons. Was unfortunately polymorphed at the time when they were trying to actually reactivate the Ornhorn, only got the slow, not the knockup, otherwise that would have been even worse for Red Dragons.
Yeah, now the standard vision dance. I mean, the Baron has been up for a few minutes, and you can see both these teams just attempting to outclear each other in the mid lane. Moshi dropping down the Moonlight Vigil. It goes wide. That cooldown is not going to be around for the next fight, but to be fair, I don't know if they're going to fight around the Baron, so the next fight likely to be this Drake in 2 minutes.
Should be, and at that point in time, I do not know who is going to come out on top, simply because there is a gold lead in the pocket of Red Dragons, and yet AGH seem to be able to fight around their cooldowns a lot better.
It's almost as if we've seen the exact same story last game.
Yes we did, where Red Dragons got themselves a nice early game lead and then just could not continue to compound on it. Did not capitalize on how much pressure they had, were trying to play slow and methodical, and in the end ended up falling down.
Yeah, and if we see the same thing in 2 games, this is starting to become a serious problem for this team, right? This group is stacked. You're playing against AGH, you're playing against Esports Team 20, and AIX, who came into the day guns blazing. Okay, technically you beat them already, so we can forget about that. But if you are going to be dropping wins to those 2 teams, both of which are definitely looking to get out of the group, then second round robin, you're going to have a lot of doubts.
Really are, and it makes you, it puts you in a horribly uncomfortable position. I mean, right now they are so pushed under this tower that they can barely move out from under it, just from constant bombs being thrown out by Magister. There's a lot of long-range damage that AGH have. Right now, though, they do have the priority access towards the Baron, which has spawned, and this could be an uncomfortable situation.
They find a triple knockout, but they call off the force. The Meliodas is forced to flash out. Alchemic takes a bit of damage. It's a trade ultimate for a flash.
And it could have been disaster for Red Dragons, but once again, the Ornhorn, coming through, got lots of knockups, but the follow-up just was not there. The Anivia is a very, very slow champion, and even with the speed-ups coming out of Magister, was just not able to get there in time.
Now AGH are going to push as a 5 towards this mid lane. Drake up in 5 seconds, they get the priority, they disengage into the river. Alchemic does not have the ultimate. Okay, Red Dragons are going to go for the Baron.
They're just gonna move their way up here. This is an interesting trade out of AGH, deciding that they want the dragon more than they want to fight onto the Baron. Can 4 members of AGH stop this one, though?
They need to try and stop that because Crazy has just taken the dragon and the Red Dragons. No, there is no smite to contest. Magister behind the wall, be looking for a steal, drops the double bomb. That should not be the Baron. There we go, the smite. It was actually very close at the end of the day, but now we have the fight. Crazy leaping in, looking for Crumple, who is still staying alive. Life cannot find anyone with the Flash Frost. The Chrono Shift will be procced already. Moshi still alive, still dealing DPS, and AGH, they take the Drake, but they lose the Baron, unable to find any kills for it.
It was close. It was very close to AGH managing to push Red Dragons off long enough for Crazy to get up there and attempt to push back in. Instead, though, yeah, it's going to be the trade. The Dragon for the Baron. I think it's worthwhile for Red Dragons. The question is, what can they do with it? They've had leads throughout this entire game. Can they capitalize it into towers, into objectives, into more pressure? Or are they going to just sit back, play it slow, and wait until they get outscaled?
Well, if you go with the concept of the economy Baron, this should be the one where Red Dragons knock down the tier 2s and start to build themselves an insurmountable gold lead.
Indeed, and they should be able to do so, but we've hit level 14 for Alchemic. The ornaments are going to come in, going to put a lot more damage down onto multiple members, helping out there, and also Tomage is beginning to stack up quite nicely. You have got to be careful if you are Red Dragons. What they're doing right now is perfect though, taking the mid lane tower. Now Crumple has brought the bot wave into this tier 2. They should be able to take this one out as well with this Baroned up minion, and so finally they are beginning to increase this gold lead.
Yeah, the cannon minion is going to barrel away. The flash was gonna connect onto it, and the team's in this 10 stand of Soren is going to be fishing for an insect. He's got the flash. We've seen one flash kick already. Connects with a sonic wave onto Magister. You can see the agitation on the AGH, but the tier 2 is going to be taken. All the non-base towers have been secured by Red Dragons. Can they push into the base potentially with this Baron though?
They should be able to. I think that they could have done if they'd have really, tried to push across multiple lanes and split up AGH. Instead, they decided to barrel down one lane and then down a second lane. It is the safer option, which we seem to be saying about Red Dragons quite a lot, but it does result them 2 towers and no kills lost. And so they have pushed themselves even further forwards in terms of gold. They're now up 6k, so they are continuing to push forwards. This is what we wanted from the team. And so I do like it. I like what they're doing, even if it does not mean that they're going to crack the base open with this Baron. They're in a nice spot for when they get the next one if they continue this pressure.
Or the Dragons is what I'm more looking at. 2 minutes until the next one. 2 APs for those teams. Whoever's going to get this one gets the soul point. So you've got the pressure then 5 minutes after of that threat. And with so much damage dealers on both teams, Infernal Soul is easily a win condition.
It really could be. Having so much damage on both, as you said, means that just having that tiny little bit extra can be the difference. We've seen lots of fights so far where people have run away with very, very little health left. And so with the Infernal Soul, you would have taken them out. That can swing games. And so it really is a win condition. Everybody going to be looking down towards it. 1 minute 30, you want to start setting up your vision. Right now, Red Dragons are the only one with any vision down there, really, other than 1 or 2 control wards actually in the backline.
Crumple maybe caught out, does dodge away from all the hard crowd control, and we've got the Crow of the Forge God on cooldown. That should come up before this dragon is up, so I'm not too worried about that. Looking at the items, we have 3.5 for Moshi, 2 for Nemi, 2 for Magister as well, and 3.5 for Life.
This is true, however, it is important to note that the second ornament has gone down onto Life. That is now the upgraded Leandries, and so this Anivia is going to be dealing so much damage. And where does Anivia love to play around? Well, it's choke points, it's objectives, and going onto this Drake, being able to just lay down the Glacial Storm and deal just ridiculous amounts of damage that will keep dealing damage with all of the burn, could really be the swing factor right here. These ornaments beginning to come through more and more of them. The later into the game we go, the harder it's going to get for Red Dragons.
They are setting up the vision. That control ward is still behind. So for now, Alchemic does have the teleport, so does Life. I don't think Life is going to be taking that teleport flank, but Alchemic could definitely use that as an angle for his ultimate. So watch out if that decides to come out. Never mind, he switched to Smite. Screw that.
I do not disagree with this decision, though. Having double smites means that you are in a better spot for securing any objectives. Right now, all of Red Dragons very grouped up. All of AGH are in the lane. They have priority into this lane. However, the access towards the Baron Pit is all Red Dragons. Crumple's out of position.
Will be chased back, and the dragon has been started. It's going so incredibly low. It is stolen by Crazy. And let's take a look at this fight now. Knockup's coming through all the way, and Alchemic at the front side eating up a whole of damage. The Moonlight Vigil getting a lot of chakrams down onto Moshi, but he can't get close enough to hit anyone at all. It is going to be a steal and a clean getaway from AGH. Beautifully played.
How did nobody die in that fight? Oh, Tomage might go down.
Nope, he's good.
He's good. Genuinely, I think that this fight is over and we can call it. Nobody died in that fight. It was insane. Massive amounts of damage being laid down. Everybody on lower health bars, and yet still it was just a stolen Drake. And really, they've not lost anything in it in return.
Yeah, literally a daylight robbery from AGH. You walk in, you take the dragon, they just walk out. There's no fight. There is no fighting on the Rift today.
No, everybody is just going to take themselves objectives and walk away. And once again, this is another point in which Red Dragons should be strong. They are up 6,000 gold. They have 6 towers to 1. They should be in control, and yet still they are struggling to find these fights in the late game.
Now the Baron becomes the question. Alchemic is feeling very confident on the front side. I mean, we saw how long he stood without really taking significant damage in that fight around the river. And Red Dragons are playing it standard. Get vision, get priority, get vision, get priority. Do until your opponent makes a mistake. The problem with that is AGH seems to be playing playing within their boundaries.
They have decided they do not want to look at the side lanes, and I can't say I disagree with them. Usually, I would much prefer people to go into the side lanes. Oh, that's a reset out of multiple Red Dragons members, and they're going to go straight for the Baron. All 5 members are here. Soren will be around to try steal this, but they have full access onto this Baron right now.
Yeah, and full vision as well for Red Dragons. The Baron is getting over this 3000 Soren. That's connected with the Sonic Wave looking to go in the Baron. Damage has been interrupted live on the killing spree. The jungler is dead. And AGH, do they finish off the Baron? Yes, they do. It has been picked up by Crazy, who's going into the backside. Crumple looking for the Mega Gnar. Flash from life. He separates the Red Dragons. Crumple with a big Mega Gnar, but to no avail as they are going to get run down by AGH with the Baron buff. And man, this is so painful if you're Red Dragons.
Once again, they've put themselves in a dominant position in the early game and yet are falling down in the mid and late game. Again, AGH managed to get away with 0 deaths. They managed to pick up the Baron, no deaths, and get themselves 2 kills on the backside as well. They're now going to be able to push and actually start cracking these towers. It is unfortunate for them that they have only got 1 tower to 6. However, it means there's a ton of standing gold still on the map that they can begin to pick up for themselves. They'll put themselves back into an even footing on gold if they manage to pick it all up. And then all of a sudden, the advantage that was there for Red Dragons is gone, and AGH have the better scaling composition.
As a rule of thumb, each ornament is roughly worth 1,000 gold. If we add those up, AGH are in a slight lead.
Yes, indeed, and there is still 2 more ornaments left to come through, and oh boy, Red Dragons, if you've done it twice in a row, they'll have 1 more game left today, and that has got to feel abysmal.
Yeah, 2 games back to back where you are in the lead early, you find the plays, but unable to finish, just faltering time after another. But AGH on the other side, they know how to respond. Yes, okay, they are grouping up mid. We can criticize them there, maybe. Should be trying to play around the silence a bit more, but if they do make it work, if they can match Red Dragons like that, I think there's a fight going in the top side jungle. No, Crumple was just getting away from Crazy.
Finally, they're going to push forwards and attempt to take this mid lane tower. It has stood until 35 minutes into the game. Should go down here. With the wall putting down, they should have enough damage. Come on.
Yep, nah, the minion is going to take it either way. And there we go, the tier 1 falls finally. AGH, it all comes down to this dragon, right? They're on soul point. If they get this dragon, I'm giving the game to them as in, maybe not 1-1, but they are going to need to throw that from that point. I think you muted yourself. Either way, I know I couldn't hear you here right now. Don't know if that might be on me. Either way, we are going to see these teams. I can hear you now. We're good.
Interesting. Hello.
Welcome back. Well, just in time for the dragon. It is going to be AGH with a position closer to that. Crumple on the front side, taken down to half health. He is in the Mega. The Polymorph also already used. Crazy dashing into the backline. Keep your eyes on the motion. That the fields is still out. Crumple with a big Mega Gnar. That is a huge disruption. Crazy is already down, but Hellbars are blinking for Red Dragons. No kills coming through just yet. Moshi on the front side. Where are you going, my friend? He's trying to get out. Alchemic knocks everyone up. Welcome to the bounce house. The price, just your life. The game as well. We'll take the dragon, take the 3 kills, and AGH with 1 more team fight win. They're gonna look to run down the base.
They can run this base down. They should be able to crack at least an inhibitor here. and then they will be able to peel back and get themselves the Infernal Soul. At this point in time, Red Dragons, I think it's pretty safe to say that they've thrown it. They still can find fights, but right now they're not managing to, and no, AGH just want to get the base.
Trying to go for it, Nemi is going to get knocked up and destroyed with life going on a rampage. Only Soren left alive. 10 more seconds until Moshi, but I don't think AGH have any plans of giving Red Dragons that much time. And AGH, they are going to put themselves at 2-1, and Red Dragons, yet again, they falter in mid-game.
The team that ended up 4th last year, got taken out by Kit SC, have fallen down in groups twice in a row, both times with commanding leads in the early and mid game that they just cannot capitalize. This team plays too safe, too far back. They do not push their advantages, and their opposition have found a way to get back into the game 2 times in a row.
And I mean, it has to feel horrible, right? You go into this group stage. I mean, you know it's tough, right? This group is not easy by any means. There is a reason it's called the group of death. But you go for 2-0, now you fall 2 games down. Doesn't feel nice. I mean, if you're AGH, that is a absolutely massive win, especially after losing to AIX earlier. That being said, MVP, who are we giving it to?
I've got to give it to Life. That was beautiful out of them. I thought that the walls were flawless. That flash wall that we saw around the Baron fight as well ended up picking themselves multiple kills by just splitting the fight, but constantly they were boxing people in or boxing people out. Soren could not get in to get some Baron steals simply because there was a wall in the way and they had to wait for it to disappear before they could actually come into the game.
I agree, to be honest. Has been absorbing so much pressure since minute 1, really. Soren tried to gank in the bot lane and yeah, just able to keep this game going for AGH, as we are going to take a look at a few replays from this match, which had so many similarities with the first one. Let's see it play by play. Okay, I mean, this is clean from Soren.
It's nice, it's a good idea, but in the end it doesn't quite go in their favor simply because you still have the egg, you know, onto Life, and they're able to keep themselves alive. We saw Soren in the game previously also go down to an early dive. A little bit later on in this game, they do fill off the dive, and it works out very well for them. They get 1 kill, but end up losing down 2. But you can see that the idea, Soren is looking to be aggressive, trying their absolute best, and here's the gank in the bottom lane that actually works much better.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought that was this one. They just looked the same. So yeah, this was clean from Soren. Then yeah, the heal coming out a bit too late, unfortunately. Okay, but this is the fight. Yeah, I think that is the fight where AGH suddenly start winning it, right? Or no, that's the Herald. Never mind.
This is the Herald where all of a sudden, you know, it looked like it was going to go quite far in the favor of Red Dragons, and in the end it doesn't quite. This is a little bit later where it is the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't know what happened to Moshi there. Looks like, yeah, just caught in the CC lock and taken out of the fight. No factor in this one. This is where Red Dragons really just had a stop put in front of their face and said, no, you don't go any further with this lead. This is where we are stopping you.
Absolutely, and if you're Red Dragons, you've really got to question if they have the ability to actually fight around all of these objectives. It's a lovely kickback here, but because of the chrono break, they're able to just sit back and survive, and actually Soren is the one who pays for this aggressive play with their life. Again and again, Soren was going forwards and ended up falling down, and it was just nice plays out of AGH, and this was a great flank out of Alchemic.
Yeah, Moshi was caught out. Did manage to survive, but I do believe that teamfight still went in favor of AGH. I mean, just look at Crumple. Teleports in, dies instantly. Alchemic doesn't even fall down. I mean, among many things, I just want people to ban Zillion, please.
Yeah, I think the Zillion has got to go off of the board. Again, in these fights, you can just see that the Chrono Break is allowing these carries to play way further forwards. And even though a lot of damage is being laid down by the Red Dragons, still they are managing to find these fights. And this was the final sort of nail in the coffin right here. Lovely plays out of Alchemic, really getting lots of knockups. They are able to secure themselves the Baron. And then off of that, the chase is just beautiful. Look at the flash wall that's going to happen in just a second. Flash wall, it's split. Multiple members have to flash over, and it's kills all the way through.
And AGH have played their comp again to, I don't want to say perfection, but to great effectiveness. And this is what separates teams that win from teams that lose, it seems. Doesn't matter about what kind of comp you like to play. You can play scaling, you can play early, you can play whatever you want. But you need to know how you want to play. You need to know what you're doing with your comp, what you're doing with the enemy comp. Because despite the fact that I think Red Dragons realized that Soren needs to gank bot lane, they didn't know how to deal with the Zillion.
No, the Zillion was really the turning factor in this game. It was not you know, it's never going to be the MVP because it's not flashy, but it is unfortunate for Magister because it was played so very nicely all the way through, putting down the Chrono Break onto the members who are about to die, keeping people going, and yeah, at the end, they managed to pull out ahead of Red Dragons, who were expected to win this game pretty easily.
Yeah, and now they will fall to 2-2, but we have one more final game to go. It's going to be AIX taking on Esports Team 20. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back after the break to the Amazon University Esports Masters, brought to you by Twitch student and Intel. I'm Kachka, joined by Black Boxer, and we have our last match of the day, AIX taking on Esports Team 20.
Yeah, we've got Germany versus Netherlands, and this should be an absolutely insane matchup right here. It's just going to be absolutely insane. We've seen both these teams before, but we'll quickly recap the rosters for you, starting off with the German one. And I mean, they've had a difficult day so far. They're 2-2. But when we saw them earlier on in the day, they absolutely ran through their opponents, coming out on top in a way we didn't at first expect. And I mean, SJ, pretty much playing, far back, not really trying to pull out anything insane. It was Relative who was running through kids.
Yeah, however, through the day, this squad has faltered. I think that's the big thing to point out, because when we saw them on the first game, they looked like the best team in the group, I'm gonna be honest. Right now, 2-2, they lost to Easttuber, they lost to Red Dragons, there we go, the name escaped me. And yeah, right now they are hoping for a last win against Esports Team 20, and I really think it is hoping, as we are going to take a look at their roster, I believe.
Oh yeah, Esports Team 20 have played, because of scheduling issues, only 2 of their games so far. This will be their third one. 4 and 5 will be played after the games we have finished today. But so far they have gone 2-0, and when we saw them 2 games ago, they were absolutely insane. They have come in with a sub, however, and it still doesn't matter. At this point in time, they are destroying kids by playing, mainly around the top and the jungle.
Yeah, top jungle seems to be the name of the game. QTKT also that clutch factor on the Blitzcrank when we saw them on a stream. But we can't tell the nature of their win off stream, but we are going to get another good chance right now. And if you are Esports Team 20 right now, yes, this is the round 5 for everyone else, but this is round 3 for you. You are 2-0. You've got a train to keep going. I mean, if they win here and then coming into the last 2 matches of the day, they are going to be looking good.
Absolutely, and it could be a little bit of an advantage for them right now that they haven't already played 4 other games, only 2 games, both of them wins, pretty clean wins as well. It is nice for them at the moment that they are still feeling, pretty fresh and clean, and, we thought that XI could come in and just destroy people. At this point in time, hopefully they can pull something back and it could be another close fought game. Really, we have got to look at Relative for AXI, and then, yeah, I think it's not unreasonable to highlight QTKT on Esports Team 20, but also Gabish. Gabish is doing absolutely insane things at the moment.
Yeah, that Hecarim performance was great. The early game pressure as well to match Soren in the match we saw on stream. And also, we are getting the information that Clonky is going to be back in this mid lane for Esports Team 20. No substitute happening there, so they're going to be even stronger technically.
They're going to be in an even nicer spot, which is fantastic for them, because unfortunately Two-Trick had to go into the mid lane, had a great play on the Zillion, I think it was, because the Zillion is a fantastic champion, at the moment in this tournament when piloted by very, by comfortable people on the champion, but also by people who don't usually play mid lane. Instead, though, Clonky, the actual mid laner, is going to be back. This is going to change up their draft a little bit, though, because Clonky does play very aggressive champions. Can play the Yone or the Yasuo, or if they want to go full scaling, which of the past couple games we've seen scaling has been the way to go. They love the Kassadin.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see maybe some jungle mid action here. I mean, we already highlighted Gabush as the priority player for the side of Esports Team 20. Had a good performance. Of course, the match against Red Dragon, that went late. That, didn't necessarily have much of anything translate from early game towards the late game. But now, it's going to be a new game. You're also up against AIX, and if you can shut Relative down, then I mean, AIX suddenly have a lot of wind blown out of them.
Yeah, they really do, because they are mainly playing around that mid lane. The rest of the players are good, they have the ability to come forward, but it really is Relative who, was destroying kids from what we've seen so far, able to pilot the Azir to absolute perfection. But Clonky has the ability to play just as well, is a dedicated mid laner, will be able to match them, hopefully. And so if you're not allowed to have Relative just run across the map, yeah, wind out of their sails, perhaps.
Yeah, and Relative, we know from the losses, we have the screenshot of one of them, not always able to carry the rest of his team. Yes, in the loss that we had against this Tuber, we have the screenshot. Well, we have seen the screenshot. Relative was looking like the best player out of the German squad, but a loss is a loss. And so we have been proven that doesn't matter how good Relative is, doesn't matter if he is, looking like the cleanest Azir in the tournament, you can still beat this squad.
Yeah, you can, especially because it is a one-man squad right now. The rest of the players are good, but if you are putting so much focus onto one person, it is the ability for you to shut them down. And I mean, if you're going to shut someone down in the mid lane, you want your jungler to be the one doing it. And Gabesh is doing just insane things, as we said during the Hecarim. Instantly, the Zillion coming off the board. I love that because the Zillion has been swinging games pretty much single-handedly today.
Yeah, it's a great ban to see finally come through. Teams realize that, nah, this Alien is just a bit too strong. It is going to screw with almost everything that we will want to be doing. And I, for one, welcome it. We'll see what Team 20 respond with. It is going to be that Ari ban.
The Ari ban gonna come out onto Relative. You do not want Relative to pick up any of their favorite champions, can destroy things. The Volibear also going to be taken off the board. This is a ban both onto Emil and Gabish. Going to be able to, pilot that pretty well. Again, I think Netherlands have read the same script that we have, and that says that Relative is the main carry. They're going to ban him out massively.
Yeah, interestingly we see the Karma also take away. It seems like two of the champions that have provided a lot of safety to teams are now going to be removed. Jinx as the final ban from Team 20. I feel like just an honorific ban. If you're on the red side, you kind of want to get rid of that ADC.
Indeed, and AD carries and junglers have been the first picks pretty much in every single game. It looks like we're going to continue that streak, where Shady's going to be picking up the Viego. We saw in the last game just how much damage that can do, and so a high priority, good ganking, but with a lot of scaling jungler coming out of Shady's will allow them to be unlocked across the map.
Yeah, and hopefully also be able to match Gabush depending on what is going to be picked up. We've seen, as you said, Crazy do a lot of good things in the early game, get ahead, and then translate that nicely into the late game. Ziggs is going to be locked in here for Team 20.
6 instantaneously. Now this could go into the bottom lane with 2-Trick, or it could well be a mid lane pickup for Clonky. We don't entirely know yet, and that sort of flexibility is great because we don't know, neither does AXI. This also could go back into 2-Trick or QTKT's pockets. And so currently we do not know where any of these champions necessarily are at.
Yeah, and that flexibility in the first two picks does mean that AIX kind of have to draft almost blind in this place. Okay, Renata would be definitely a pick that we haven't seen today, and I am happy to see it.
Oh, we have not seen Renata yet, and I love it. Coming out already, and then paired with the Ornn as well. That is a lot of damage for anybody who wants to run directly into you. You do not want to run towards this German squad currently, and oh boy, with also the Camille possibly coming out, this is going to be a high priority champion onto Emily. Going to be wanting to fight into people, but also the Camille does want to run straight at you, and if they are hit by the hostile takeover, will do a lot of damage to other members.
Yeah, I mean, Emil taking the Camille last time around, we have seen the Aatrox into the Sion didn't really pop off or anything. Was ahead, that was all nice and everything, but now this time around with the Camille, much more pronounced champion and gives you that split push capability for Esports Team 20.
It does, and being able to get along with the split push can really, open up the rest of your map. If you're having to send multiple members up to the top lane, perhaps, to try to stop the split push, you're not going to have as many members around in the rest of the fights. The Seraphine going to be taken off the board, stopping Jadimi from having... Not Jadimi, sorry, Triple J? Hang on, were they thinking that possibly it was going to go to the mid lane?
I mean, Seraphine mid, maybe? That is an option.
Possibly. I mean, or double support in the bot lane. That's not really what Renata likes to play with. Likes to play with, highly damaging champions, but it could be possible. Either way, the Viego off of the board, taking it away from Clonky, not letting this, main mid laner get what they want to play. The Akshan also off the board. That could well have been mid or into the bot lane. We've seen it in both lanes at the moment. When paired with the Renata, can deal a lot of damage, and the Xin, the final thing off the board. We're unused to seeing junglers not taken by this point in the draft.
Yeah, usually they're picked in the first phase. Hecarim is still open. That is interesting. It's a champion that, Gabush could just pick up right now, and I don't see any reason why not.
Quite possibly. The Hecarim has been the highest priority jungler we've seen in this tournament. Instead, it's going to be the Jarvan, and you don't want to play Hecarim into this German composition because it is a run straight towards the enemy champion. So it was never going to be great, but still, we have not seen so much of the Jarvan. Is also going to be diving into the backline. possibly pairing the Renata with the Ezreal. It's not a usual pairing, but it does do a lot of poke damage to the opposition, and so it does not give you a comfortable lane.
Yeah, and also you can dodge away from the Cataclysm. Camille, Jarvan, already a duo that has a lot of lockdown. I would laugh if it's a Galio mid lane, because then we just get to see the ultimate jump in and pile all of your abilities on top of the same target, especially with that Ziggs and Senna. But we'll see, of course, what AIX will want to finish off their comp with. That Vex being hovered right now would get them some nice engage.
Yeah, the Vex will give you some nice engage and also some nice disengage. Again, you do not want to be running into any of the members of this German squad.
Okay.
We said Clonky liked it, and it's been locked in. That is a lot of scaling on this Netherlands team, and I mean, the Netherlands team has drafted what we've seen to be the more effective composition right now. The later the game goes, the more likely the team with all the scaling is to win, and games will be going long today, really long today. And so I like this composition out of the Netherlands squad. For the German squad, though, you can see what they're trying to do. Poke out people and find themselves quick engages in order to destroy the enemy team.
Right. If you're AIX, I need you to gank this Kassadin. I need you to gank this Kassadin pre-level 6, please. Because if you don't, I mean, where are you going to find your place?
I really do not, though. They have got to put this early, focus down onto this Kassadin, which is unfortunate because you are then going to leave this Ziggs, Senna, and also this Camille just alone in the other lanes, but you have to put the focus down onto the middle lane. If the Kassadin's allowed to do their own thing, the later and later into this game we go, the worse it's going to get. However, there is an Ornn on the other side, and so, it's not like the scaling is all one-sided, it's just, what better scaling is there than a Kassadin?
I mean, probably a few things. I think it's gonna be dependent very much on the context. But yeah, I think it's gonna be one of those where, if possible, both of the teams will want to get done with this one as soon as they can. I think the difference is Team 20, they got the avenue to play through the top lane, whereas the Vex Viego is what I'm mostly looking at for AIX.
Indeed, it should be a pretty interesting game. Finally, into our final game of the day, we have got AIX, I will get this right. AIX Germany versus Netherlands Esports Team 20. Should be an insane matchup.
I am hoping for that. Standard lines of scrimmage as we are going into this game. Triple teleports for the side of Esports Team 20. So yeah, they are planning to go late. They are planning to play around those TPs. At least I hope they are. We'll see how that goes.
Indeed we will. For the minute though, everybody, showing up on the other champions, radars, but nobody's actually looking to fight in the early game. Neither of these teams really want to throw down the gauntlet level 1, and so it should be pretty standard starts for everybody involved. It looks like Shady's is going to start up on the blue side, trying to gank down onto the bottom lane, which makes a lot of sense because there's a lot of poke and a good amount of gank setup out of JDB.
Actually, is very true. We'll see if actually, I haven't played with or as Renata that much, so I'm not at 100%. Like, I don't have the feeling for how long that wood is. But you're playing into Ziggs Senna, which is a very long range lane. So my worry for the Renata might be that you might struggle to be effective.
You could well do. It is possible. And I mean, we've seen quite a lot of AP down in the bottom lane. It's making a real resurgence in this bot lane meta at the moment. And if they can find themselves a little bit of a lead, I mean, the Ziggs and the Senna can deal ridiculous amounts of damage. Just 2 towers. Oh, instantly relative gonna spot out where Gaboosh is, and that's unfortunate. Now you know exactly where the Jarvan is. You're unlikely to die to that gank, and you can kind of tell where they're gonna be moving around.
Yeah, and I really like that small ward there. It also does foil the attempt for Gaboosh to go for a level 2 gank, as the Relative just plays it far back, and I think there was still an attempt made. Forces the flash from Relative, so okay, flash for flash. Trade off Summoners.
Yeah, it was not so bad in the end. Ends up being, worthwhile. A little bit of a interesting one. I'm not sure why they ended up dying right there, as, Gaboosh is now going to look for a gank down into the bottom lane.
He doesn't have the flash to close the gap. Jimmy and Triple J will just be walking away, it feels like. And so far, Gaboosh took the approach to try and gank a lot. Only took the red buff, whereas Shades is clearing the full jungle and will be ahead at the end of the day.
And still should be able to get in onto the Scuttle Crab earlier than Gaboosh does, and because of that, they're going to be able to fight in much more effectively. both of these junglers are going to look towards this bottom and this mid lane more often than not. And yeah, Shady's is way ahead of Caboose.
Oh no, Gabush, if he dies here, that is a disaster. He's gonna smite the blue buff for some extra help, but Relative is coming in over the wall. First blood picked up by Shades. And Gabush, it's not looking great for you, mate.
No, Gabush has done a horrible thing to themselves by putting themselves quite far behind in this jungle. They're down 20 CS. They're going to lose all of their jungle camps. They are still level 2 as well, so they even if they do find Shades in this jungle, it's not going to mean anything.
Yeah, which they are going to, actually. We have a fight going on between the junglers in the bot side. Jungle near the walls with Clonky making his way up, and both of the lanes responding already. Shades is going to kill Gabush. And Clonky just walking away, which feels bad, man. Is the best I can do for you, Team 20.
Yeah, the early ganks have just not worked out very well for Caboose. Has ended up putting themselves quite far behind, which is not what you want, especially when you're trying to scale up with this composition. I mean, the scaling on the other side is not bad.
Not at all, and Shades is looking for a gank in this bot lane. 28 CS, 200, level 4 to level 2. I think the real question is going to be, and that's mostly because we have seen 2 Red Dragon games right now, is how are AIX going to translate this league going forward?
You've got to hope better than Red Dragons did, because they managed to find themselves leads and ended up losing out of them quite horribly. Whereas for the minute, it looks like Shades is just going to continue trying to get themselves up a little bit more gold. And once they come back out onto the map, they're going to have accelerated themselves ahead of everybody else. Yep, that's a pickaxe and a double dagger start. That is not what you want to see if you are the members of Esports Team 20.
Yeah, that's going to be quite tough. Gabush does manage to steal away the Grom, so somewhat stems the bleeding, but don't know if he's gonna be able to take the scuttle with Relative being around and zoning him away. Gabush is level 3. He's getting bullied so hard. This is just unfair.
And in the end, on full vision of Gabush, still SGH is gonna pick up that scuttle, sorry, and oh boy, poor Gabush. It's not the end of the world. The rest of the map is still going okay for Esports Team 20. It's not like they're losing everywhere. There's a little bit of a gold lead currently for Emil in the top lane, and then the bot side there is still things that can be done, although not a CS lead.
Yeah, that CS gap is big for Triple J in the bot lane, which means that we're gonna have to see some jungle attention come down towards that. But talking about the jungle attention, I mean, I really don't want to drive on this point, but Gabush is gonna need some time. He's definitely gonna need at least one solid gank to get himself back in this game, and before that, we can safely say that AIX have firm control over this match.
Really do, and I mean, Clonky is trying their absolute best to just keep themselves going. Nearly going to be hitting the level 6, should do within the next couple of seconds, and so finally there will be a point of actual pressure on the map. However, still, Shades is just going to be able to take this Infernal Dragon, and getting an Infernal Dragon on top of these champions is already going to be really nice.
Yeah, I mean, you will always take this stat boost. It's really solid to be able to pick that one up. Mountain is going to be the second dragon, which I don't think really tells us too much about the... Well, I mean, it tells exactly what souls it can be, but I just don't think there's any use in theorizing right now.
No, not for the minute. It's more important to think about in a little while. At the moment, though, we're just going to continue to watch this bottom lane, see the amount of poke that can be laid down. Really, anybody managing to land just a bit of poke can begin to capitalize, but it is unlikely, I think, for us to see any actual double kills down in this bottom lane. That being said, Jadimi stepping quite far forwards.
Yeah, it's going to eat a lot of poke. I mean, as I kind of thought, the Renata is going to struggle against the range. Shades and Gabush are going to fight over this red buff. It is secured by Shades. Another camp stolen away. The level lead has been close, at least, though, between those two junglers.
It has been. The catch-up XP has been pretty useful, but you can see that Clonky now has hit the level 6, can begin to help out their jungler pretty effectively by just leaping over the wall into whichever side of the jungle Shades has decided to to invade on first. And oh boy, I feel very bad for Gabush. It was a nice try with stealing away the camps. Unfortunately, they just did not do it quick enough. Ended up going down for it, and yeah, yikes.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Gabush is doing a fairly good job of trying to stay relevant in this match. As we said, has caught up with that catch-up XP, is probably close to level 6, and after that, I would assume will be looking to make its impact on the map.
Indeed, and if we think about high points currently for Esports Team 20, there are multiple. I mean, your mid laner has not died, you've not managed to put the cast in behind, will still be effective into the rest of the game. And also, at the moment, it's pretty even down in the bottom lane because nobody has gone back to spend their gold lead. Yes, there is a CS lead for Triple J, but it has not appeared, since they've actually gone back to spend gold on items. And so right now they can comfortably sit forwards and begin to get themselves a bit of damage. Cutie Katie should get away from this.
Yeah, needs to be a bit more careful maybe. And also something to point out is Camille has been farming up an advantage. About 20 CS right now on that Camille. And once you start hitting the Mythic, once you start hitting more items, this Camille will become oppressive in the side lane.
Really will, and even though the Ornn...
That's a bit of a feels bad. Ignite going down. Gabush flashes over the wall. It's not going to be enough. Triple J takes him down with an auto attack. Gabush, he tries to go for an invade, but it fails again.
You can see what Gabush is trying to do, trying to get themselves forwards back into this game, find any scraps of gold on the map, but in the end goes down again, and that's a tilter. And unfortunately for Esports Team 20, Gabush is the main carry on this team.
Yeah, for a while at least. I do agree with that. Looking at the early game, I don't really expect the Kassadin or Ziggs to be picking up anytime soon.
No. It will take time. The scaling is still there for Esports Team 20. They are not out of this, and we've seen how the team with the early lead is not necessarily the team who wins it, but a skirmish in this jungle.
Going to flag and drag the bomb coming down. The hostile takeover coming out from Janimi, and Gabush picks up the kill. Clonky flashes away. Shade's now going to be locked up in the Cataclysm. Gabush finally doing some work. Shutdown picked up by 2Tricks. And Esports Team 20 finds 2 kills. They finally find something going for themselves. Looking for the third one. There's the satchel charge backwards. And 2Trick gets the second kill.
And you can see the fact that Esports Team 20 are not out of this game. They have a lovely little fight right here. And to make things even better, Gabush is invading and going to pick themselves up some actual CS and some actual gold. This is really nice play. That was a nice team fight out of them. Despite the fact that they are quite far behind in gold, the items are not yet coming through. The discrepancy is not so bad. And instead, they're managing to pick themselves up, a little fight.
Yeah, and the slight goal lead in their favor as well. So, I think we might be able to put a bit of a close on the Gabush saga. He's no longer terribly behind. Still definitely behind Shades. I mean, Shades has got the Blade of the Ruined King. But Gabush got that Cataclysm, did some work in a team fight. This is the point where Team 20 need to start looking at this game and actually realize they have 5 functioning champions.
They really do. It is not just all on one. They actually have everybody on the map that can, be impactful. And currently, I mean, there is a Rift Herald, and it looks like Shades might want to put it down onto the bottom lane. Gabush is going to be able to flag and drag away, so the pressure is being laid down in the bottom lane, not really being converted into any actual kills anymore, however.
Yeah, Shades just really sticking around. Wonder if that Herald is going to be dropped anytime soon, but the answer might be no. SJ walking down towards the mid, and clearly this dragon is something that AIX will want to be playing around. The Herald not going to be used for extra pressure, just walking down with the bot lane.
And walk their way down here, and now it looks like AIX are going to pick up this Drake as well. That's 2 Drakes on their way to stacking them up, and if you want to put yourself in a nice spot into the late game versus some good scaling, picking up a lot of Drakes is the way to go as well. Putting this Herald down, they're going to be able to push this gold lead back into their favor, despite the fact that they had lost it around that bottom lane skirmish.
Yeah, only very slightly. Oh, that Shadow Surge goes absolutely wide. Gabush flag and drags away, goes in for the Cataclysm, and Shades still alive. He's going to get the restart. Clonky can't get the kill. That's relative. Picking it up, and 2 kills for AIX. Emil goes in for the hookshot from the top side, but does not commit.
Oh god, the Cataclysm was still standing, and Clonky could not jump over the wall, ends up getting caught in it and sticking around long enough to be taken out. That is 2 quick kills for AIX, and when we said it was beginning to go in Esports Team 20's favor, it's going to swing back the other way. It looks like we've got another close game on our hands.
And the 2 kills, one of them also being picked up by a relative, is going to be big. We want to see Shades translate that lead somewhere else. We want to have multiple carries for any team that is looking to win their game. And yeah, right now giving a slight edge over to relative is definitely in the... step in the right direction.
It is, and the beginning... of a comeback possibly. Gavush is not having a good time with it, but still, it is a Jarvan, you know, of all the champions to be put far behind on. The Jarvan is okay, will still have the ability to deal a tiny bit of damage, but more importantly, have enough CC to still be relevant.
Also, Leandris has been picked up by 2 tricks, so the first mythic completed in the game, actually, with Triple J going for the Essence Reaver build, and yeah, actually Shade's also going for not a mythic first build.
You can see a lot of people decided not to go with mythics, however, finally, Relative has also picked themselves up one, and so as the items begin to come through, we're moving on into 40 minutes into the game. If we take stock of everything, it is an advantage over to AIX. However, Esports Team 20 have been fighting themselves fights. It looks like when there's quick picks, it is going in the favor of AIX, but you know, it is working if you are Esports Team 20.
Yeah, something that I do want to point out though is we are with on the Ocean Rift, and there's a lot of poke on both sides. So Ocean Soul just has so much value in this game.
Yeah, the ability to heal for all of the poke that is being laid down. I mean, it could be everything right now. And so being in the position that AIX are, where they have already got 2 Drakes, they are so, you know, in such an advantageous spot to be able to continue to pick themselves up more Drakes, stack them up into the soul, and then a lot of that, you know, poke, as you said, is just mitigated.
A lot of pings going on towards the top side. Relative walking down towards the middle lane. This is going to be the Herald, secured by AIX. Team 20 are walking up though, looking to respond, you have to feel like. And the Herald actually, it is being reset as we speak right now with Shades. Looking for the stun. Here comes Call of the Forge. Finds the knockup onto Gabush. Emil goes in with a hook shot on the side. Clunky in the mid lane is going to be the target. Hostile takeover going through Team 20. Two-shot barrage coming in from the bot lane. It was a 4v5. And no one dies, but Esports Team 20 are losing farm and plates in the bot lane. Well played, tower damage.
Yeah, they are losing quite a lot of tempo down in the bottom lane. Triple J managing to pick up a nice amount of damage onto this tower. And the kite back out of AIX has been really nice. They've put themselves in a nice spot now to be able to continue to contest around here, as you can see.
Relative with the engage. Shades takes the kill. QTK's gonna be next. Where is the kill coming through? Relative is going to pick it up, and he had one really great engage on his ear. This time with the Vex, it's much easier. But that was a clean fight.
Very clean fight, and they're going to be able to transition it into the second Rift Herald as well. And you can see that just objectives are going very solidly in the favor of AIX.
Gabush now looking for Jadimi in the mid lane, going to get feared away. The Ignite is down as well. Emil hookshots forward, going to lock down Jadimi in the Hex. The ultimatum misses the precision protocol, hits Relative instead. That is going to be the kill coming through as Clunky jumps forward. He's going to take down Jadimi, but Triple J retaliates. It's a 1-for-1 in this engagement.
Really was the contract being signed, and unfortunately Jadimi's still going to end up going down. And you can see the fact that there is still definitely fight in Esports Team 20, managing to pick up that kill. Currently, Emil has not come down into a lot of these fights, but now that they are roaming down, you can see with the massive CS lead they've managed to accrue for themselves, about 40, and already having completed that Divine Sunder, going to deal a huge amount of damage, and it's actually pretty tanky.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly just looking forward to seeing more items, and maybe play around Siren, right? We have had games where it's an ARAM, but there weren't any split pushers. You've got a Camille this time. Of course, right now it's the Dragon. You don't need to split push right this moment. But generally in the game, as Shade's going to go over the wall, this Dragon is going to be contested. They have to kill, and they have to believe this smite has been secured by Gabush. The hostile takeover rolls over Esports Team 20, and Shades picks up the kill onto Emil already. That is a double kill. Gabush falls down. QDK onto the side, jumped on by Relative. Will be able to find the route. Will be able to just run away. Triple kill. Picked up by Shades in the top side in the meantime, and the Dragon might have been secured by Team 20, but they sure as hell will lose the fight, and everything falls around them. Clunky siege down in the mid lane, will Riftwalk over the wall. Shade still on the chase though, looking for that extended ace, finds the stun. There it is. The Drake is lost, but the ace is won.
And that was an unofficial quadra kill coming down onto Shades, managing to pick up all but the... Oh, who was that? All but the...
Cutie Katie in the bot lane.
Yes, all but Cutie Katie down in the bot lane, and it was an absolutely beautiful fight. You can see how just a little bit of gold onto a Viego in the early game can just continue to roll through and put you in such a nice spot.
Yeah, I mean, Gabush might be a champion now, but Chase is 2 champions.
Oh yeah,
So
Shade's dealing ridiculous amounts of damage with the Mythic completed as well. Had the Balk very early on, now has the Divine Sundra. Is tanky enough to keep going, and especially when paired alongside Jadimi, has the ability to come back on the revive, constantly getting kills, gets reset on the health, and also gets reset when it comes to the with the ghosts of the dead champions as well. So just being able to, once you get one kill as Shades, you just continue to roll through, dealing more and more damage. And at this point in time, it's very difficult for Esports Team 20 to actually team fight into AIX.
yeah, this is the kind of way we want to see leads being snowballed forward, because AIX, they realize, right, we're ahead, we can take the fights. You know, Shades is playing at the edge of his limit, going into that dragon, not quite getting the steal, but still being able to win this team fight. And right now, AIX on track to snowball this lead into, well, the higher level that we have been so deprived of in the last two games, as Relative is going to go on the rampage.
Oh boy, Relative does a lot of damage, and you can still see some nice damage coming out from the other members of AIX. It is not a one-man show right now, which is really unfortunate because Esports Team 20 really do like to play around Kaboosh, and Kaboosh is so far behind that at this point in time, it is very hard for them to fight around. Emily, though.
Right, they're gonna look for SJ. Here comes Call of the Forge as well, but they do have enough damage. Kaboosh with the kill, helping to get Emil slightly further ahead. I feel like it's the only lane you can really double down on if you're Team 20 right now.
Yeah, you've got to, and the way that it's been working out for them, I mean, it's not been ideal, but Kaboosh and Emil do so much damage alongside so much CC that they can take down even the big tanky SJ. And so this is the way you've got to go. You've got to continue to put yourself in a nice spot by playing through your strong lanes. That is now objective bounty going down onto Emil, and so you can continue to put this Camille further ahead, and it will be really hard if you are AIX to fight alongside this Emil who is doing so much damage.
Yeah, that being said, the gold's still 5,000. We are looking at 1.5 minutes until this dragon is going to spawn. I would imagine after losing that one, AIX pretty poised to take the next two. The Baron also is up on the Rift. I don't really expect it to be played around right now. The Baron TPS not insane for both of these squads.
They're going to have to find a nice fight in order to take the Baron. They're not going to be able to sneak it out from the noses of their opposition, especially because we don't have any high DPS AD carries in this game. On one side, we don't even have an AD carry, and on the other, Ezreal not world-renowned, you know, for taking down Barons or objectives really particularly quickly.
For sure. Magi picked up by Relative. That is something that we as casters love to track. Just this number next to the item is really fun to keep your eye on. Right now sitting on 10.
Yeah, not getting themselves too many of the benefits out of the Medjais right now. You want it up to 25, but for the minute, they still have enough stacks for it to be helping them out, and you just want to keep rolling through, getting kills as the Ornhorn gonna go.
Going to get caught out by the knockup and dead with Jadimi cashing in on the first kill of this fight, and Relative on the side, he just picks up a double kill here. Looking for the Shadow Surge, Emil's gonna be the next target. The hook shot over this wall and the flash follow through from Shades. He's gonna look for the stun. Great dodge away with the Hextech ultimate. Emil flashes under the turret. He is going to be out, but the rest of his team dead in the grave, and the Baron stands wide open.
AIX going straight for the Baron off of what was a lovely little play out of Relative, managing to hit multiple of the Shadow Surges, being able to just fly into the backline, and that really is the true power of this Vex, being able to constantly dive into the backline no matter who you're hitting onto. It is still going to be traded back for a second Ocean Drake going on to Esports Team 20, so this is still a win condition for them.
Yeah, Emil committing the teleport in order to go for that dragon. A bit of an objective bounty, second ocean, delaying the soul if AX are gonna hit it, and putting yourself closer to it is definitely what Team 20, well, should have done given the circumstances.
Absolutely, it was the best available play after they'd lost multiple members, and I mean, Emil had also played quite nicely to get away from that fight, could well have been taken down, ends up using the H-Tech Ultimatum Invulnerability to dodge out from Shady's damage and stun, and so in the end, you know, it's still definitely not going well for them, but they have put themselves in a nice spot. Unfortunately, they are about 8k gold down, which really hurts.
And also, I just want everyone to be keeping an eye on Relative, but basically all the time when he's in 3 screens away of enemy champions, because that is an 18 Magi stack Vex, and the range of engage on this champion is, well, pretty nice.
Yeah, you can constantly be finding yourself fights. Luckily for Kabush, gonna manage to find themselves a little bit more. What the?
Yeah, what Relative? That damage is just insane. Double kill is going to be picked up by the Vex. That is 25 stacks. There we go. The mark has been hit, and Shade's going into the base looking for QDKD, who is going to be able to survive with the help of that flash. But Baron buffed up minion is hitting on this bot lane inhibitor. AIX really poised to take this game.
Can't see my face right now, but it is a look of pure disgust because why did Clunky just go in there? Just got taken down almost instantaneously, and for it they're going to lose themselves 2 turrets and most of the health of an inhibitor. I don't know if they're going to fully lose the inhibitor. The push can continue on into the mid lane. The only place they do not have a wave is the top lane, and I just am so baffled by that play.
Yeah, it really seems like Relative was given the free double kill, and with the Magi, you just given him full stacks. That is a 3 item plus 25 stack Magi Vex. I am pretty sure if members of Team 20 are sitting together and Relative finds the Shadow Search, he can get a Pentacle with 2 buttons. I am almost sure that's gonna happen. Well, that would happen if it was a realistic scenario, but you know what I mean.
And there is plenty of setup for that to do so if SJ is able to push through the Ornhorn and just destroy people. I mean, also, we've talked about the 25 Magi stacks being hit, which is a great, milestone. Also, SJ just hit level 14, so the ornaments are going to begin to come through, and we've spoken a lot about the Esports Team 20's, scaling, but actually the scaling on AIX is fantastic as well, so got to be really careful. One more level and they can put down another ornament onto one of the members of AIX. I'd have to put it onto Relative if I was, SJ.
Yeah, I also do like Triple J going for the Prowler score, the higher DPS Ezreal build, or at least it was a week or 2 ago. If that's old news, then, well, I'm sorry. I don't keep up with all the small numbers of Ezreal builds.
Indeed, it makes... I like the Prowler's Court as well. It's going to give them even more damage and a little bit more mobility to move through these fights. But, I mean, really, Triple J is not the main focus of this fight right now. You have just got to be watching Relative and perhaps Jadimi as well for those engages.
Okay, Relative got out of position, is gonna use this Zhonya's, has got that flash away, will try and get the safety. The shield is coming through Relative, he's still alive, he's still kiting Gabush, trying to take him down, take the Magi stack, but they're all safe. Relative goes legendary, SG in the backline. Clunky will be able to take the kill onto Jadimi, he's gonna use that Zhonya's to get away, but not too far enough. It's Shades going legendary, and the base stands wide open for AIX to take.
Should be 2 inhibitors going down onto the side of AIX, and it's just unfortunate that they thought they had a lovely pick onto Relative, but all of the members managed to come down. A little bit more fighting in this bottom side.
She's actually taking a lot more damage. Needs to be careful. Jesus, that DPS is insane. That is going to be another heartbreaker, and yep, 2-trick gonna go down. Actually, does find the return kill on the Shade, so all is well. Retribution has been served, but gonna be a pretty sour tasting one for Team 20.
Indeed it is. This should be the 3rd inhibitor going down, as well as the Nexus turrets. And this, I don't think they should just push for the victory, but they certainly can try.
They will try indeed, and Relative is gonna need to run away. That is 10 Magi stacks, lost no Zhonya's, no flash to get away. Overextension, as simple as that. The Triple J, he's looking to pop over the flag and drag going through, picks up the double, goes for the triple. He is styling, and as you said, it just might be done. 3 more seconds on 2-trick. QDKT is there, but the Nexus stands open. Triple J, he's gonna look, come on, give him the unofficial pentakill. They're up the... Jesus Christ. Okay, he's going to die. Unofficial penta, triple plus double kill, but that will be the game. AIX coming back after 2-2 and destroying Esports Team 20. I guess stream buff is a thing, and good job to AIX on their win.
That was an insane game out of AIX, and unfortunately it started with a invade out of Gabush that went wrong, and from there it just snowballed. Relative played absolutely insane. We highlighted this man as the main carry for the Germany squad, and by God did they pull through. That was a ridiculous amount of damage, and Oh boy, this group has been insane as well. As we've said previously, Group A and Group B were pretty one-sided with who's coming out on top. C and D, however, are ridiculous. People taking games off of everyone else.
Yeah, as things stand, we are going to have AIX finishing the day with 3-2. Esports Team 20 at 2-1. They have 2 more games to play. Red Dragons 2-2, pending the results for the 5th game. So whatever way you cut it, it's going to be a close one.
It really is, and unfortunately we can't run you through all of the standings because Esports Team 20 still have 2 more games to play after the stream, meaning another set of also have multiple games to play. However, we could just talk to you about the fact that we've seen teams take games off of each other all the way through. Nobody is going to go undefeated in this group, meaning that we're going to have a proper brawl for it at the top. And because of that, because this is a double round robin, next week is going to be everything to play for almost every single team.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if I'm seeing a group of that is what I want to see. Because even if Shuba taking the win against AIX, I'm not sure how the French team are faring in terms of the standings right now. So can't give an update on that, but I believe they have taken at least 1 win. So yeah, they are still in the running. And let's bring us back to this game, maybe. MVP. My candidate is going to be Shades. I don't know if you disagree.
How come you think it's going to be Shades?
Sorry?
How come you like Shades?
I'm gonna be honest, this game was won with the invade from Shades and getting the kill onto Gaboosh. That's my reasoning.
I think that is very fair. It's very easy to put it onto Relative because they had such an insane Vex performance with all of those Magi stacks, as we pointed out, but yeah, it's got to be Shades with all of these kills, and we'll probably see a lot of them in the replays we've got coming up for you because really they were all across the map.
Yep, and there we go. What is going to be the first play? Yeah, that's the one when everything started going wrong, basically.
Yeah, at this point in time, that's first blood already going down over onto the Viego. You're also going to lose your blue buff, and then Gaboosh gets caught out again trying to invade, goes down to that final auto attack out of Triple J, and we're going to see a theme throughout all of these fights. This was Esports Team 20 managing to fight back, however.
Yeah, this was probably the best looking spot for them in the early game, with Gaboosh actually able to use his cooldowns, get that Cataclysm, use the tools provided to his champion really well, and 2Trick being up 2-0-1, right? Like the Ziggs was ahead. Unfortunately, it didn't matter at the end of the day, but 2Trick did have a good laning phase.
Indeed they did, and tried their absolute hardest. You could see what the idea was, but in the end it was very hard to fight back against Shades, who just, was able to do so much damage. We saw the DPS right at the end of the game, but throughout the whole game, insane. And then Relative on this Vex, just destroying PIDs, going through with all of these dashes through, and at this point in time, you are so far behind, and, sorry to throw a little bit of shade, but unlike the Red Dragons, they were able to capitalize on their victories.
Yeah, and I think this fight is really what took it. I mean, Shade's literally playing at the edge of the limit. I didn't even realize he got revived there by the Renata, so this was so close to going wrong, but at the end of the day, the clutch factor is something that is real and it matters.
It really is, and I mean, at this point, they have put themselves in such a nice spot, AIX, that they were just running through kids, and it was really sort of a wait until the end of the game, see what was going to be the final nail in the coffin, but it was certainly coming, and you can see it around this fight here where they have less members to start with, and still they're going to end up picking up Gaboosh. I mean, what a shock. That was sort of the name of the game, and then from that point on, just be able to continue to chase down, get multiple members, pick up a Baron, and push for the victory.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't catch that on camera, but Relative teleporting into that control, I believe that you can see there on the screen, hence picking up the double kill, and from that, it was kind of basically over. Shades could successfully transfer the lead to Relative, and that was the head scratcher.
Watch Clonky right here. Why? That is my question right there. Why? Why with that kill? It didn't need to happen. Unfortunately, I don't think that was going to be, the turning point. I don't think that was the, the second at which all of a sudden, oh god, we were winning and now we're losing. It was already going badly. Now, just Triple J was pretty quiet throughout the whole game. This is their time to shine, managing to just land Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot, just dealing so much damage. It's an unofficial pentakill, and at the end of the game, just was a ridiculous playthrough out of all of the AIX members. They've got to be pretty proud of themselves going forwards.
Yeah, I mean, if you want an ad for why you should build Prowler Skull and Ezreal, that's the best I can do for you. It just deals some pretty good damage. But yeah, with that, that is the replays that we had in AIX. Deserved victory, but even though we have seen them on stream twice, both of the times they stopped, I think it's important to state, they are 3-2. They are not undefeated. They are not even looking, close to confidently topping the group.
No, nobody is looking to confidently top this group. We were looking at maybe Red Dragons to be able to top the group. No. AIX, also no. Esports Team 20, who were undefeated coming into this final game for us, they have not managed to, close out with clean games either. So this group is wide open. You'll have to rejoin us for next week in order to see who will actually come out on top of this group.
Yeah, and I believe that is actually going to be it for this week. So, of course, one more shout out to the sponsors that do make this possible: Twitch Unit and Intel. And unless the production is going to stop me, that is going to be it from me and Black Boxer. So have a good rest of the day, and I'll see you next week.